he's on it. Whatever it is, he's got the scoop, the fact, the find. And when it breaks, he's right on time and it's rolling. Best believe he's knowing. Putting it down from sports to news to politics. With entertainment just for kicks, he's rolling. It's on go, roll, y'all. It's Roland Martin, yeah. Rolling with Roland now. He's funk, he's fresh, he's real, the best, you know he's Roland Martin now.
Hey folks, Roland Martin here. We are live, day 4 at the Democrat National Convention in Chicago. Not only are we live streaming on the Black Star Network, but also simulcasting on TV One cable networks, digital platforms as well. It has been an absolutely amazing first 3 days. Ratings have been through the roof. Social media numbers have been through the roof. The Democrats have blown away the numbers of the Republican convention in Milwaukee. Lots of excitement, and the history will be made tonight for the second time in history. A woman will accept a major party's nomination for president, with the first black woman, the first South Asian woman. And so lots of anticipation for Vice President Kamala Harris' speech tonight. There are surprises in store. I know about a couple of those. I can't tell you because then it wouldn't be a surprise. And so we are looking forward to that. We want to kick these things off, folks, in a great way. Joining us right now, Reverend Dr. William J. Barber, of course, Repairers of the Breach, Poor People's Campaign. They have been doing a lot of stuff here in Chicago, talking about white poverty, talking about poor and low-income workers. And Reverend Barber, I was talking with someone with the Harris campaign, and the messaging that you have been talking about, poor and low-income workers, that is beginning to be said, but not said enough.
Exactly, but it's being said. You know, one of the things that we have the first black Asian, but the first woman and major presidential candidate to say one of her ideas of freedom is to end child poverty. We haven't heard that before.
Right.
One of her freedoms is to build massive millions of affordable housing. One of her freedoms is that a person has to work only one job. That's a living wage job. So what we're hearing are the right things. And it's a policy rhetoric. It's policy engagement. Now what we have to do is engage at the ballot box, because that's where the demands come, and then be faithful afterwards. But right now, our work is 15 million poor and low-wage voters.
Absolutely.
That's right. You know, we've been talking, Roland, we kick next week. We've got peer-to-peer people. We're going to touch 15 million infrequent poor and low-wage voters to push them on issues. Now, I can't, as a C3, tell them who to vote for,
right, but
I can tell them what's at stake and why they ought to be out there, and they'll make the right decision.
We've talked about this a lot. When you look at the numbers, the reality is, if you speak to their interests, these are black people. These are white people.
That's right.
These are Latinos. These are Asians and Native Americans.
That's right.
They could make the difference in an election where we know it's going to be about the margins.
That's right. And this is one thing that I wish had happened. I'm still hoping it's going to happen. One of the surprises. That, number one, a group of people would come out who are poor and low wealth, that are white and brown and black, around a presidential nominee to say, her policies speak to my need. And also that we frame these things in a moral framework, not just Democrat, Republican. But listen, Pennsylvania, the margin of victory last time, 40,000 or so votes, 1.3 million poor low-wage folk that could have voted didn't vote. Michigan, 20,000, 1.2 million that didn't vote. North Carolina, 74,000, 1 million that didn't vote. Everywhere we look in battleground state, poor and low-wealth people make up 40% of the electorate roll, 40%, and all you need is about 5% of that 40% to fundamentally shift. Please, to the campaign, in your messaging, in your ads, in your TV ads, radio ads, mailers, talk to these folk directly and let them know what will happen if this election happens this way.
Because what historically happens is candidates would talk about the middle class.
That's right.
The middle class, but that's not everybody.
It's not everybody. And what I like, I'm going to tell you, I want to hear tonight the vice president mention child poverty, mention those who are not in the middle class. But what she is saying She's saying also she wants to make a pathway.
Right.
What I'm saying to Democrats is just go ahead and say it. That I care about lifting up poor and low-wage folk because everybody's not middle class. And if you, the number one reason 30 million poor and low-wage voters have not voted in the last election, they said nobody talks to us.
Right.
That's what they said. I didn't say that. We did the study. And so talk to them, speak to them, let them know what's going to happen the first 50 days, first 100 days that's going to impact their lives. And this thing, Doc, technically could be a blowout if you do that.
And so one of the things we talk about, on this, we talk about reaching them. They're focused on 7 battleground states. Mm-hmm. But the reality is what you're talking about, those 15 million, that could expand the map in terms of the Senate, in terms of House races, gubernatorial races, state houses.
It could expand it. And when we look at the numbers, we see 15 states where it would only take 11% or less of poor and low-wage voters to actually be engaged. That's all it would take, 11% or less in 15 states. So while we say 4 or 5 battleground states, actually there are 15 or more that could actually be back. Roland, we don't know really what a battleground state is because we've never fully battled.
Right. I mean, look, you're in North Carolina. Biden lost North Carolina by 2.5 points.
Yeah.
Obama won by 14,100 votes. Yeah. But part of the problem is what Democrats have not done is they have not worked the state.
That's right.
They've only focused on Raleigh,
the
Charlotte, as opposed to the black belt in North Carolina.
Right. 2 things they got to win in North Carolina. Number one, they got to talk to 39% of the workforce that's poor and low wealth, make less than $15 an hour.
Wow, 39%?
39%. So they got to tell them, you elect me, you're going to get $15 an hour.
And I just read a story today that the policies of Biden-Harris has dramatically helped the economy in North Carolina.
In North Carolina. And 69% of North Carolinians want to raise. So you got to say that. You got to say North Carolina's polling, 40% of North Carolina are poor and low wealth. But you win it by going east of 95. Obama in 2008, people don't know this, he won Wilson County, Wayne County, Washington County, Pasquotank County, Rocky Mount. These are all east of 95 where you have at least 40% black population. But you also have a large group of poor and low-wage white people that in certain times will join together. You got to go east and you got to go way out west. So I think the vice president has been in North Carolina 16 or 17 times. Mm-hmm. The next time she comes, she needs to go east.
Right.
In a hurry. And people are waiting for it. I met folk today, politicians here, they're calling for it. Black and white. Get down east. You win North Carolina.
But also what has happened, and I happened to run into the campaign manager, Josh Stein.
That's right.
The same thing as well. Because if you do that in North Carolina, you look what happened in Georgia. When Warnock and Ossoff for the campaign, when they worked every place but Atlanta.
That's right.
That's how they won. It was Athens. It was Jonesboro. It was Statesboro. It was Albany. It was Savannah. Mm-hmm. It was those places. You can't just focus on the big cities.
No. And the unique thing about North Carolina, and you don't really get around, I've listened to the other network. First of all, North Carolina's always been battleground because North Carolina has only elected one Republican in the last 100 and some odd years. There was McCory, and he was only one term. North Carolina was the only southern state that voted on President Carter and Obama. The numbers are there. Democrats are 2-1 in North Carolina, but you can't forget the East. That's the whole point of it. And most people don't think that. They think you come to North Carolina, you go Charlotte, Greensboro, Winston-Salem, Raleigh, and you're good. Nope. You got to go Wilmington. You got to go Greenville.
Well, but see, when they do that, they're only thinking about those media markets.
Exactly.
But the bottom line is, that's the media markets. You still got to reach the regular folk, those smaller TV stations.
That's where Trump goes.
Those smaller radio stations, and many of them black preachers have those gospel stations.
That's right.
They matter.
That's right.
And you got to spend money on those stations.
You got to spend money there. And Trump goes there. He's never done a thing, I think. He may have done one in Raleigh, but he goes to those outlying counties because he knows the power of that vote. And so I'm hoping tonight we'll hear directs when she lays out a positive living wages, housing, ending child poverty, voting rights. Say it, point out some real people who are impacted by it of every race, creed, and color. Lead this convention. Go to all of these places. Go into Eastern North Carolina. and turn out a massive vote.
And so we go beyond North Carolina. We can also begin to talk about, again, Florida. Got Nikki Fried there and how they're now mobilizing and organizing in Florida. But also Tennessee. You got to get those white folks in Tennessee moving and grooving as well. Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley.
Is that Ms. Presley?
Yeah, she's over there. What's up?
There she is. Yep. She going to come back?
No. I had we'll get it, but go ahead.
But listen, in Florida, 300,000 marginal vote this last time with the marginal vote. It was way less than that before. 2.4 million poor and low-wage voters that didn't vote.
In Florida?
In Florida.
Wow.
The whole is actually over 6 million eligible poor and low-wage voters, but 2.4 million didn't vote, and the margin of victory was only about 300,000 votes. Everywhere you go, that's what we see. So let's expand this map. Let's talk to the people who are not in the middle class, but want to simply not survive, but thrive. And guess what? It's good for everybody.
We were there with you in June in the nation's capital. What are y'all launching next week specifically?
Next week, we kick off. We've been training and moving. We try 2,000 activists will be reaching toward 15 million poor and low-wage voters in 15 states, infrequent voters who have voted. When they voted, they tend to vote progressive, but they haven't voted before. We're pushing them to let their power be known and to say that their votes are demand. And we're going all the way through November with it.
But you said something most important, training. Y'all ain't just holding rallies.
Oh, no.
You're using data, and you're teaching people to get them out there.
I won't tell like you. I'm not going to tell everything. But I will say we've got a technical platform that's second to none. We know where all the names are. We know where the emails are. We know where the numbers are. We've been spending over 6 months getting things in order and training people that can do this, and after the election can do other things. But this is not about just having a rally and saying vote. This is about peer-to-peer going directly to people and talking with them.
Absolutely. Well, Reverend Barber, always glad to have you. We're gonna always do the work.
That's right.
And informing the people, so we appreciate it.
Thank you, Roland.
All right.
Take care. Y'all stay here with Roland.
Absolutely. We'll be here until the conclusion of tonight. Reverend, thanks a lot. Folks, it is all happening. Folks are coming a lot earlier because they know how huge tonight is. There are a number of folks, again, who are coming through, coming over here. You've got all of the different folks, and so that's what's going on right now. The thing we were talking about here, folks, again, when we talk about what we're dealing with this particular election, it is significant in that it comes down to the numbers. A little bit earlier, I talked about when we look at the polling numbers. Numbers also came out, statewide races as well. We saw in Texas, a new poll shows Harris is down 5 to Donald Trump. So that's narrowing as well. The key, folks, stop looking at national polls. National polls are irrelevant. You must be looking at state polls because that's what elections are all about. And so when you look at Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona, there are 7 battleground presidential states. But remember, what's also happening on the U.S. Senate level as well. The U.S. Senate matters because what you're dealing with there is Democrats are trying to hold on to the United States Senate, hold on to that particular power. Now, they have to defend more seats than the Republicans. You've got John Tester in Montana trying to hold on to that particular seat. Sherrod Brown in Ohio, who's actually not here. I don't understand that concept of you don't come to the national convention because you don't want to tick off what Republican voters in your state. That makes no sense. In fact, the same thing, Colin Allred, the congressman, Texas, hasn't been here last 3 days, but just got to note he's actually speaking tonight, so at least he's finally showing up here as well. And so, but Democrats they're going to lose West Virginia. If they lose Ohio or the seat in Montana, and lose control of the United States Senate. And so when we're talking about this election, it's of course, the presidential election, U.S. Senate races, also retaking the House. That's also critical as well. You heard me talk, Reverend Barber. We're talking about rural voters. What often happens is folks ignore those voters in places like North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida. And so joining us right now, Amy Steele with the New North Carolina Project. Amy, we were just talking to Reverend Barber about that. And when you look at numbers, what historically happens is Democrats do well in major cities, but they lose with wide margins in rural states. Why?
So they lose with wide margins in rural areas because people are not working in those areas year-round and between elections. I think we know in North Carolina that we have to overperform in urban areas such as Charlotte, such as Raleigh, Greensboro, Wilmington. But in those rural areas, we can't ignore those. So partners like New Rural Project, they're doing a great job of mobilizing rural voters with issues that are important to them and
what are those?
specific to them.
What are those issues?
Those issues range from immigration challenges to jobs to economic mobility to infrastructure and making sure they have access to internet. I mean, frankly, Wi-Fi and broadband are huge issues in rural areas, especially in North Carolina. And we've seen our governor work toward increasing access to broadband. We also know that closing healthcare facilities is always an issue in rural areas, and we don't want to see those healthcare facilities closed because that makes it even harder for rural residents to get access to quality healthcare.
Billions have been allocated for rural broadband. Do you believe that before it was Biden-Harris, now it's Harris-Walz, are they talking enough about that in those areas? Because it was their money that actually made it possible.
Yeah, for sure. I think we're talking about it. I don't know that we're doing enough about it. So I want to be very clear. We still have several thousand rural families who still don't have access to regular, strong broadband internet. And that's a problem, especially for our public school system students. Having been a principal myself, I can tell you that all students across our state need access. So it's definitely something that we need to continue talking about. And we need companies, communication companies, to stop helping to make decisions about what actually happens on the ground when we're trying to lay broadband and other infrastructure.
What are the issues beside broadband?
So healthcare, huge, huge issue. We need to make sure all of our rural residents have access to healthcare, good quality healthcare, and hospitals that have quality nurses, registered nurses, LPNs, et cetera, who are working in those hospitals. We know that when healthcare facilities close, communities die, and that is not okay. They shouldn't have to drive 10, 20, 30 miles to get access to healthcare. We also know that commercial development is a problem in rural areas. That informs economic development, job growth, and that's a problem. So we want to make sure that we're always addressing issues for rural Americans right where they live. And I'm so glad Governor Tim Walz is on the ticket because I feel like he can help to address some of those challenges for our rural citizens.
How do folks reach your organization?
New NorthCarolinaProject.org or NNCP.org, NNCPAF.org, and then they can catch us on all social media at New NC Project.
All right, Amy, we appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Roland.
All right, thank you very much. All right, folks, I want to bring in now. We've had her on before. She's running for the United States Senate in Tennessee. She is one of the Tennessee 3. State Representative Gloria Johnson. Glad to see you here. I see you got your white on. Looking good.
I do.
Absolutely. First of all, what has this week been like for you in terms of how do you feel and what you've seen, what you've heard?
I feel really good. I mean, energized. We've been energized in Tennessee. There's a new burst of energy with VP Harris being the top of the ticket, and I just can't tell you how much energy there is. And we were already seeing it in Tennessee, but it's gone to 11 now, and it's just so exciting. I
was just talking to Reverend William Barber. We're just talking with Amy with the Rural Project in North Carolina, and what we were talking about is that what Democrats have done or failed to do is really understand states, especially southern states, outside of the major cities, and so you've been talking to those folks, people who are normally ignored. And so what are you seeing and hearing in there in Tennessee now with the communication, talking with them? Right. Yeah, that's the interesting thing because I've committed to a 95-county tour. We only have 7 counties left. So we've been going around to every county. And people were excited about Biden. And I was a little nervous because they were so on board with Biden. You know, are they going to make the switch? But they really did. When President Biden made that decision, they went right along with his wishes and instantly, supported Vice President Harris. And, I was overjoyed that Tennessee's delegation was the first in the country to say yes to Kamala Harris. That made me so proud of Tennessee to step up and be the very first ones. And I think that tells us a whole lot. And the excitement is just
off the charts in Tennessee.
This is, every time I see David Axelrod, he's talking about, there's euphoria, but that sort of fades out. I'm like, dude, you've been a joy killer. I'm like, because the reality is you want to build on the excitement. We are seeing all across the country, in Florida, 23,000 new volunteers. I saw something earlier that said of the 1.5 million new donors that since Vice President Kamala Harris was the top of the ticket, 70% of them never gave.
Yes,
I'm like,
exactly.
Like, you have to embrace that.
Oh, Tennesseans are giving like never before. It's a record amount of money that we have raised from Tennessee. And that's what he doesn't, those consultants that have been in, they're a little jaded.
Right.
They've been upset, they've been hurt, they felt good and bad things happen and all of that. But those of us who are on the ground, talking to people on the ground, they are so excited. And that's why I tell people all the time, I don't care how busy you are, how whatever, spend 30 minutes a week calling regular voters and talk to them.
Right.
And you will get a whole different picture of what's happening. I talk to voters. I am a grassroots person. I came up with training from the Obama campaign, and I've always been about talking to the grassroots. And it's energy and it's excitement. And those, Beltway folks can talk about, try to kill our joy, but the reality is people are excited, and we're not going to take it away from them.
One of the things that we also are seeing because of that school shooting in Tennessee, it woke a lot of white women up.
Yes, it did.
Talk about that.
I had 50 Republican women at my kickoff. That's an that we go to. People come in and say, I'm a lifetime Republican, but we're voting for you. And I always ask them why. Number 1 and 2, Dobbs decision and gun violence. 80% of Tennesseans, 80%, that's Republican, Independent, and Democrat. It's urban, rural, and suburban. Support gun sense legislation.
80%.
80%. That's straight polling.
And the first thing the Republicans did after that shooting was assist the gun manufacturer.
Yes, and expel people standing up for gun violence.
Right.
And those were the moves that they made. And so they are the ones who are extreme. They are the ones who are out of touch with their own voters. And that's what they're missing. But they're going to find out on November 5th how much they missed.
Well, you're running against Marsha Blackburn for the United States Senate. We'll be watching that race. Certainly good luck there in Tennessee.
Well, thank you so much.
I appreciate it. All right. Enjoy the night.
All right, we will. It's going to be great.
Indeed, folks. It is a huge night. You can hear it. Listen, we've been here all 3 days. And you've had folks really engaged and excited. You going to join me, Glenda? You just sitting over here chilling. I'm sitting there trying to get her attention, like, bat us up. And I'm like, you over here, we comfortable. Get that microphone right there. I'm like, in your AKA pink. Former international president of Alpha Kappa Alpha. She, of course, former retired president, Tennessee State University, now working with the Harris-Walz campaign regarding HBCUs. Let's talk about that. Really getting the HBCU community mobilized to maximize their voting power. Biden-Harris administration financially has done more for HBCUs than any president in history. The community should be responding with their votes.
Absolutely. There's so much excitement, enthusiasm right now, but we want to make sure we harness that excitement, enthusiasm into a viable plan to get out and vote. The voter engagement, the voter registration, voter mobilization, all those are so very important. So
Absolutely. And the thing is, when you look at the numbers, perfect example, you take North Carolina A&T, how the Republicans split that particular congressional district. People got to understand the games are being played.
Those redistricting efforts have worked in some cases, but we believe that we can get around that with get everybody getting out to vote. We want to have the highest voter mobilization effort in history. The way we plan to attack it is to go with the students, the faculty, the staff, and the alumni for HBCUs. Once you go to the alumni, I mean, they're everywhere. They're in every state. They're in the battleground states. They're in the 3 battleground states. You know, the Blue Wall, they're in Michigan.
But it's not just the
Pennsylvania.
students and the alumni. There are parents who maybe did go to
And the
HBCU.
parents. That's exactly right. We look at a number of, it's a little over 10 million the way we calculate it. We look at the HBCU and Divine Nine and HBCUs. The sorority fraternities we look at that population of about maybe 3.5 million. Another 7.5 million from HBCU community. So
well, and then of course the communities where HBCUs are, because when that money goes to those schools, it also impacts that surrounding community.
Absolutely. And so we've been so excited because it's just catching on. This amazing. It's been amazing, this convention. And I think now that we're bringing it to a closure, we don't have any time to waste. Tomorrow morning we're having a meeting with college presidents.
Absolutely.
Because we're getting right on it, because we're already trying to interfere in some of the activities being planned by HBCUs, the other party. So we're trying to make sure that we stay on top of everything.
Right.
We get them out to vote. Registration is good. My focus is on mobilization.
Yep.
We have enough folk registered to vote now to get anybody elected. But we're so excited about this.
Well, I was in Dallas for the AKA convention. I got a feeling this United Center room will have a lot of pink and green tonight. I've already seen a lot thus far.
That's right. What she has asked us to make sure we stress is a Divine Nine effort. That she's a member of Alpha Kappa. We're proud of that. But we know, and she knows, and she's making sure she wants the world to know.
Oh, yeah.
That
It's going to be the Divine Nine effort. I'm just letting y'all know, when y'all watch the broadcast, it's going to be a lot of pink and a lot of green tonight in the United Center. You know I ain't lying.
It's a lot of it. There's a lot of it there now.
And listen, the Deltas and Sigma Gamma Rhos and Zetas, they got their white on.
And they're all supporting.
Absolutely.
They're all supporting, and that's a great thing.
Especially after Donald Trump insulted her going to the Sigma Gamma Rho convention.
Oh, yeah, that article was just unbelievable. I read the article. I know you probably have more detail, but when I saw that, it just fired you up a little bit
That's
more.
right.
To say it was a crazy convention. All you do is
call it a party.
Party. It was just unreal. But I didn't expect any more from him. I mean, the negativity he's spewing across the country is just unreal.
Well, look, we're looking forward to a great night tonight, and so can't wait to hear what she has to say.
I can't either. It's going to be good.
All right, Dr.
There's a couple of surprises for the night, too.
I know about a couple of them. I know. I appreciate it. Thanks a bunch.
All right, thank you. Bye.
Right now, Summer Lee, Congresswoman out of Pittsburgh. She's up. I got you. We're good. We're going to pull her in, but then we're going to step on over here. What's going on? How you doing?
I'm doing all right. How you doing?
You got your women's suffrage
I was about to say,
on?
I see you with yours.
Well, here's the deal. And I didn't even think about it like that.
Oh, you didn't get the memo?
Well, see, I had the white and gold yesterday. Then I said, well, I'm going to go ahead and wear.
Where's the black and gold?
Well, I wanted to wear the custom tailored outfit from Ghana. So, but I got a black and gold one too.
I know you do. I know you do.
But I want to rock this one here. Let's talk about this convention.
Yeah.
It has been significant enthusiasm, and I don't think people really understand how her being at the top has really fired folks up all across the country. What are you seeing and hearing in your district in Pennsylvania?
I mean, I would say the exact same, right? I think it was like an undeniable it was like a depression, right? Folks were just going through the motions, and we've been going through the motions for so long that we forgot what it felt like to just be excited, to be energized. We see that, obviously, with the energy we're seeing here. We see it in my district. We see it in districts like mine. But let's be real. We're also seeing people who want to be a part of that, who want to be included in that joy and that enthusiasm, don't feel like they can be yet. So we're dealing with both of those, and I think that we can contain both of those spaces. So that's what this is all about, is how do we spread it? How do we make sure that it doesn't extinguish before it's too late. So I think that's where we are.
I mean, I can't even tell you how many brothers have stopped me in the past 3 weeks who were like, I was on the call. And so you had women with black women on that Sunday, women with black men on Monday. You had the Latino women on Tuesday, the South Asian women on Wednesday. You had the white women on Thursday. You had the black gay dudes on Friday. Then you had the Caribbean folk.
Everybody.
Then you had the white dudes.
Yeah.
Then you had the Irish Americans for Harris. And what happened was all of these people realized we don't have to ask permission. We can just do it ourselves.
Yes, and that's a new moment, right? That's doing politics of the now.
That's called organization,
Absolutely.
mobilization.
But a lot of people who are over-reliant on the old methods of doing things, the old boys club. We have Kamala Harris. She's going to be the first black and South Asian woman to be the president. She is obviously on the younger side. We're passing batons. A new type of politics, a new way of doing it, but also tapping into people who have been on the outside of the old politics. So these calls, they gave access to people who wouldn't usually even be a part of our political calculation. And all they had to do was log on to their Zoom.
That's it.
And they got the inspiration, and they got to hear from people who they wouldn't meet in real life. And now they feel like this is theirs.
Yes, I had brothers who said, I haven't felt like this since the original Million Man March. That's literally what they said.
And that's saying something, right? This is obviously, it's been so long since we've had this type of energy. But right now, the calls were great. And I think you just named all of them. I didn't even know we had that many.
Oh, it was crazy.
But we have to make sure that those calls, and I said it on one of them, right? The calls are great. But we need to turn those calls into door knocks. We need to turn those calls into conversations at our churches, our synagogues, at the barbershop, at the bus stop, at work, because actually that's going to be the long-term work. So this is the early energy. It's going to be a long 75 days, and you know that, and we know that.
Well, actually, what I've been doing with that is telling folks it's actually shorter, because we should be focusing on voter registration deadlines. Then early voting. Then that fight on Tuesday, because we were talking yesterday, the first place where the early voting starts is in 18 days. It's in 18 days.
You taught me something on?
Rebecca Queller of the Fair Election Center, she said yesterday, the first early voting starts in 18 days.
That's good news. That's good news, though.
Right.
The momentum is in our way. It's going in our direction. The energy is here. We have the fire. And when we talk about 18 days, those are milestones that people can last, right? It's like you're running a mile and you calculate every 400 meters, right? When we're able to do it that way, we're able to not just keep people energized, keep people engaged, but we're also able to help them to get people back in and keep people and bring new people with them. So I think that you're exactly right. Pennsylvania is one of the newer states to even having early voting. So we're still getting used to what does it look like to get black folks to engage in early voting, right? To still make sure that our college students are registered in the right place. So we have to do all those things at once.
Absolutely. Representative Summer Lee, we appreciate it. Look forward to having you back on the show. Always a pleasure.
That's good to see you.
Thanks a bunch. Good seeing you. All right then. Folks, we're going to keep this thing moving. I told y'all this is the Blackest Show here at the Democrat National Convention. We are showcasing black voices. There's so many folks here, various leaders and experts. We are simulcasting this show. We're on the Black Star Network. What's up, Aisha? We're on the Black Star Network. We're also simulcasting on TV1, cable network as well, the digital platforms. And so right now, I want to pull in Ben Jealous. Ben Jealous is former CEO of the NAACP. He's now president and CEO of the Sierra Club, the leading environmental group. Ben, glad to have you here.
I'm always glad when you'll have a Kappa on your show.
Huh?
I said, I'm always glad when you'll have a Kappa on your show.
I forgot you in that youth group.
Nice book club.
I forgot you in that youth group.
Us and our bourgeois Negro gangs, brother.
Well, I'm just saying, you remember without Alpha, y'all just Kappa Psi. So, you need our name in your name. Let's start talking about this here. You've known the VP for a little bit.
Yeah, 20 years. 20 years. It was 2005 when we met. I was running a foundation in San Francisco. She was the district attorney, and she was everybody's hero in town. Kamala, out of her first campaign come two movements. The one we know as Emerge, the group that helps women run for office at local and state level, was founded by the donors to her first campaign when they amazed themselves by getting this progressive black and South Asian woman in as DA. In San Francisco, which you and I both know, the law enforcement culture is represented by Dianne Feinstein. It's very conservative. The other was the movement to build more progressive prosecutors. And I funded work in her office because she, as DA, was calling employers to get jobs for first-time nonviolent offenders, recognizing a lot of these brothers, a lot of these sisters, they were trapped in like.
Hold tight 1 second. I want to go to the podium. I met this brother. He's an imam. He's opening with a prayer. Let's go to the podium.
To get jobs
for
first-time nonviolent offenders, recognizing a lot of these brothers, a lot of these sisters, they were trapped in this like.
Hold tight 1 second. I want to go to the podium. I met this brother. He's an imam. He's opening with a prayer. Let's go to the podium.
Every decision, endeavor, and undertaking. Oh God, bless the efforts of the presidency to secure
recognizing a lot of these brothers, a lot of these sisters, they were trapped in this like.
Hold tight 1 second. I met that brother earlier who's the imam there. And so, I already told you how we work. We show all the black speakers here. There was some we missed yesterday with a technical issue. We actually got them recorded. We're going to show all of them today as well. And so we about our folks. They don't get the coverage and the attention on other networks, but that's why it's got the Black Star Network. Again, you were talking about Vice President Kamala Harris there in San Francisco.
Yeah, I mean, she amazed me because she was the only district attorney in the country I knew of who was literally spending hours a week finding jobs for first-time nonviolent offenders. And as a foundation president on my way to becoming head of the NAACP, I said, you know what? Why don't we help resource you? Why don't we help get you some folks? She was amazing. You know, we flew out together, a small group of friends in San Francisco in 2008 to Springfield to see Obama announce. And you'll remember this.
Cold as hell that day.
Woo!
Man, it was cold.
And yes, actually, I think that's actually when she made her first trip to Walmart, as I recall, because we all had to get
some extra gear.
She's like, I've never bought anything from Walmart before, and we were like, yeah, well, that's the only game in Springfield, so we gonna, what's your order for Walmart? And the thing about Kamala is you could see it then, that's what inspired me. When I was head of the NAACP, I brought her out in 2009, 2010, 2011, and you know what happened?
You got some pushback.
Mm-hmm. They were like, we have other black women who are lead prosecutors, right? Why do you keep bringing out the one from San Francisco? I'm like, you can't say it. And then they did the same thing over Stacey Abrams. They were like, we have other black women who are majority leaders, not minority. Why do you keep bringing her back? My daughter, I think, is the only kid in America who grew up calling Auntie Stacey and Auntie Kamala. But all my old colleagues at NAACP, they now say they all saw it too.
Absolutely.
Yeah, man.
Well, Ben, look, I think it's going to be a great night.
It's going to be a wonderful
History's
night.
going to be made. And so...
let me just say one thing.
Henry, go back to the podium, but just keep, we'll talk over it. Go ahead.
All right. I'll just say, what is amazing, right? That this short, transformative race, right? Look how it's shifted. We have the shot here for 12 years. 12 years. And that's 12 years to change the courts. That's 12 years to help arrest climate change. That's 12 years to keep doing what Harris and Biden have been doing, Biden and Harris have been doing, which is rebuilding the American manufacturing sector. And
Absolutely.
that's 12 years to shift the politics in our country. That's what I'm excited about.
All right, man. Well, we appreciate it.
Love you, Roland.
Thanks
Good
a
to
bunch.
see you, man.
Thanks a
Always.
bunch. We'll make it happen. All right. We're going to play this video, y'all. No. Go.
But it was her parents, her mother, a South Asian scientist, and her father, a black economist. They took her to civil rights marches and inspired her to pursue her dreams. After her parents divorced, she and her sister were raised by her mother with the help of friends and neighbors, attending Sunday school at the 23rd Avenue Church.
We grew up in this wonderful, loving, supportive environment.
My mother was very well aware that she was raising two black girls to be two black women.
Her mother saved up for 10 years to buy their first home and shared with Kamala the words and wisdom that remain her North Star to this day.
Be a fighter for things that matter, and don't be limited by what has always been.
And then came a moment that changed Kamala Harris's destiny, that lit the fire within.
When I was in high school, I had a best friend who I learned was being molested by her father.
This particular day, she was like, hey, you really, really are not yourself. There's something going on.
I said to her as soon as she told me, well, you have to come stay with us.
As you get older, you really, really reflect on how pivotal that intervention was at that crucial point of my life.
A big part of the reason I wanted to be a prosecutor was to protect people like her.
And on her first day in court, she rose from her chair at the prosecutor's desk and said, "Kamala Harris for the people." As a prosecutor, she put violent criminals and sexual predators in prison, leading to the highest conviction rate for serious and violent crime in 15 years, and created Back on Track, a program for first-time low-level drug offenders that became a national model.
About, yeah, you did commit a crime, accept it, own up to it, and then let's talk about what we can do to change the circumstances going forward.
Lowering recidivism rates for nonviolent offenders from 54% to 10%, giving people the training they needed to find a job after their sentence.
I remember being so struck by having a district attorney who cared both about justice, about safety and accountability, but figuring out how to stop that crime from happening again.
As California's Attorney General, she targeted transnational gangs and drug cartels, seized 10,000 kilos of cocaine and 12,000 pounds of methamphetamine, went after drug traffickers, and took 12,000 illegal guns off the streets.
The new foreclosure crisis threatens to freeze up.
She took on the nation's 5 largest mortgage banks that were stealing from homeowners.
Prosecutors claim they've duped desperate homeowners into paying thousands of dollars to get them out of foreclosure.
She played hardball and delivered a landmark $20 billion settlement.
This represents one of the largest dollar amounts to come to California.
And in 2016, the people of California sent her to represent them in Washington, D.C. In the Senate, she earned a reputation for taking on the tough fights on the Judiciary and Intelligence Committees.
Kamala hit the ground running. She came in with confidence. She was always respectful, but she would not let a witness off easily.
I wouldn't.
Yes or no?
And if an argument didn't hold water, she could spot that flaw and get at it.
I do want you to be honest.
I'm not able to be rushed this fast. It makes me nervous.
And when Joe Biden went looking for his vice president,
I wanted someone who was strong and who was ready to be president on day one.
as vice president, she worked to cap insulin costs for seniors at $35, to replace lead pipes and provide clean water for communities, and she helped create 16 million jobs.
The Biden-Harris bipartisan infrastructure bill has already created thousands of jobs for our members. That is what the future looks like under a president, Kamala Harris.
She fought to reduce the trauma of gun violence that has devastated our nation.
How many of you guys as college students had to have a drill during high school or middle school or elementary school where you learned about how you need to hide in a closet or crouch in a corner in the event that there was a mass shooter roaming the hallways of your school? Look at that. Look at that.
And she did more than talk the talk. She walked the walk, helping pass the first bipartisan legislation in 30 years to curb gun violence.
So one thing I learned about working with Vice President Harris is she always stand on business.
She has traveled the world to strengthen our national security and restore our global leadership, meeting with more than 150 heads of state. She stood shoulder to shoulder with our allies and stood up to dictators, helping to unite NATO behind Ukraine and impose punishing costs on Russia. She's led the fight for reproductive freedom.
We have worked too hard and fought too long to see our daughters grow up in a world with fewer rights than our mothers.
The first vice president to visit an abortion clinic, she built a nationwide grassroots movement to ensure that access to abortion, IVF, and birth control will always be protected. In the halls of power, she's a tough prosecutor, an effective policymaker, a powerful leader. And at home, she's the center of her family.
I'm not giving up.
She's the best godmother, auntie. She's honest. She's loving. Incredibly reliable. She's one of the most loyal people you'll ever meet.
That is why I believe she is so prepared to be our next president. This love she has for her family, being there for all of us. That's how she will lead this country, being there for everyone.
She's a proud graduate of Harvard University.
Hey, you know.
Her campaign is a force of nature, generating the excitement we've all been yearning for.
A campaign of joy, of love, of care.
I am so fundamentally inspired.
Kamala Harris will be our next president because you know there's too much on the line to stay on the sidelines.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Thank you for bringing back the joy.
Sometimes people will open the door for you and leave it open. Sometimes they won't. And then you need to kick that door down.
We are not going back.
She's a protector, a strong voice for common sense, a leader for tomorrow, committed to healing our country, dedicated to doing the hard work to make us stronger.
I now declare you spouses for life.
Someone who truly understands the struggles of everyday Americans, forged by the challenges of the past, ready for any challenge that may arise. Now is the time, America. The joy is back, the pride is back, the hope is back. She's doing the work. She's fighting for us. She's the new way forward, our way forward. She is the next president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
All right, folks, joining us right now, Justin Canoe, founder of Tennessee Holler. Man, you've been doing some great work. You've been driving those folks crazy in Tennessee State Capitol.
Appreciate that coming from you, Roland. You've been doing a lot of great work too. We appreciate how you've been focused on Tennessee.
We've seen so much attention to the Tennessee 3. They were supposed to be on the stage tonight, so apparently what is not happening?
Yeah, they were bumped for some special guests, and I got to tell you, Tennessee's a little bummed about it. You know, we could use the shine. Understandably, there's some bigger stars coming, but still, it would have been nice if we could have that stage time for Tennessee.
Talk about what's happening in your state, and since that school shooting, how it has just changed the energy. I was talking to Representative Gloria Johnson earlier about how that's happened so much.
Well, yeah, the Covenant shooting happened, and the Tennessee 3 stood up and did what they did, and everybody really appreciates them. They're obviously now national stars because of it, and they've really moved the needle. And I think the big thing about Tennessee is, we're not a swing state, but we're kind of the tip of the spear when it comes to the culture war that's being fought in this country right now. So what we've been saying and what Justin Jones regularly says is Project 2025 is Project 2024 in Tennessee. And if you don't pay attention and help us fight what's going on in Tennessee, it's coming your way next.
Absolutely. And so it's also about pressing them on the issues and not just backing down. You look at the $1 billion tax break they actually gave there, and things along those lines, and no explanation. And of course, the voucher scam they try to run through.
Right. Everything they do is for enriching people who already have money. The voucher scam helps wealthy kids that are already in private schools. The corporate tax handout helps billionaires and corporations, but they can't afford a grocery tax. They can't afford Medicaid expansion. Anything that helps regular people, they call it socialism and communism. So it's pretty clear who they're fighting for, and that's why we appreciate the Tennessee 3 and a lot of the other Democrats up there that are fighting for regular people.
All right. Well, Justin, we appreciate it. Keep up the good work.
Appreciate what you do.
We were talking earlier about, again, reaching out, impacting folks, rural voters, and how it's critical. So joining us right now is Douglas Wilson. Douglas, he is the founder and principal of Alexander Wilson Consulting, LLC, the board member for the New Rural Project. Cynthia Wallace is co-founder of the New Rural Project. Glad to have both of you here. So explain to us exactly the work that y'all doing and where are the places you're targeting.
Okay, thank you so much for having us, Roland. So we are New Rural Project based in North Carolina. We work between Charlotte and Fayetteville and all of the rural counties in between there. We were founded after I ran for Congress in 2020, and my partner ran for North Carolina Senate in 2025. We saw the 60,000 black and brown registered voters in just our 7 counties didn't end up voting in 2020. And Sherry Beasley lost that Senate, the Supreme Court race by 401 votes.
Yep.
So we know that if we activate and engage those folks, give them a voice so they don't feel unseen and unheard, we can turn that around. And we're hoping to turn it around this year in 2024.
So we look back specifically in North Carolina. Obama wins by 14,100 votes in 2008. And again, that black turnout was huge in that particular state.
Yeah.
They saw numbers they had never seen before. And the first thing Republicans did after that was literally change the state law to begin the whole voter suppression efforts. And they've been keep doing it ever since.
Yes. You know, in North Carolina, what like Cynthia was saying, our state is 60% rural and 40% urban. And so we have a lot of people of color in those rural areas that need to turn out.
No. We say black here.
Black here. All right, yeah.
You ain't got to say people of color. We say black.
Okay, yeah, definitely, yeah. So basically, we have black folks in these rural areas that we need to turn out. And that's crucial. If you look at in 2008, the reason why Obama won, he went to those areas that Democrats usually don't go to. And there are people in those areas, black folks in those areas, that are still talking about that race.
Right.
And I think that that's what needs to happen here.
I'm gonna hold you tight 1 second here. Let's go to the stage. Becky Pringle, who leads the NEA, is now speaking.
President of the largest labor union in this country, the National Education Association. As an 8th grade science teacher for over 30 years, I can tell you that Kamala Harris and teacher Tim Walz understand when our public schools are strong, our nation is strong. They know expanding free school meals, investing in healthcare, and keeping our communities and our schools safe creates opportunity for everyone. They will strengthen our schools, support our educators, and help our students live into their brilliance. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are not just wrong, they're dangerous. It's all right there in Project 2025. They will shut down the Department of Education, end Head Start, and make educators pay a higher percentage in taxes than billionaires. But we are coming together to say, not on our watch. Not on our watch. So we will organize, and we will mobilize, and we will win all the things. So come this January, we will have a president who sees us, who believes in us, and who knows the beauty and the power of this diverse democracy. And her name is Kamala Harris.
I'm ready
All right, folks, we're back. Again, we were talking about rural voters and how critically important they are for Democrats to pay attention to. Douglas Wilson, go right ahead with the pitch. Pick up the point you were making.
Yeah, so what I was saying is that we have a lot of black folks in these rural areas that haven't turned out in other elections. And so we need to make sure that those folks turn out. And that's how this race will be won. Because if you look at the past, like I was talking about with Barack Obama, the way he won is that he didn't win those rural counties per se, but he was able to get the vote count up just high enough that helped his overall vote.
So it decreased the margins.
That's right.
So the bottom line versus losing 80-20, 70-30, you lose 60-40, 55-45.
Yes.
Then you're able, they can't stack up those votes. Go ahead.
And one other point, because a lot of times folks, when they hear the word rural, they think white.
That's right.
Automatically. They don't recognize the diversity, especially in the South, and the percentage of black voters. Several of the counties that New Rural Project works in are already majority minority counties. They already have more black folks than white folks. They're just not voting at their capacity.
Right.
And so Barack Obama won every county that we support except one.
Yes, right.
And now almost all of them have gone blue. Gone red except for one. In 2022, one of the last ones went red. Holt County is still blue, but it is not because they're voting for Donald Trump. It's because our voters aren't turning out like they did in Barack Obama's election. Black voters, especially those rolling 18 to 40, is where we're suffering. In 2008 and 2012, they turned out a higher rate than every other population, the 18 to 40-year-old black voters, and they've languished to the third or fourth place. So we focus a lot on those younger voters and trying to get them re-engaged.
All right, then. Well, look, what's up, bro? How you doing? That's going to be the focus, and so we certainly appreciate y'all. Good luck with the project.
Thanks a lot.
All right, thanks a bunch. Appreciate it.
All right, enjoy.
Folks, Keith Ellison, the Attorney General of Minnesota, he spoke yesterday. We did not carry a lie. We wanted to actually bring you his speech, and so let's go ahead and play that right now.
Friends, I'll never forget when I first saw the video of the murder of George Floyd. I was heartbroken. I was angry. And that morning, my phone rang. And on that line was Governor Tim Walz. Tim Walz felt the exact same way I did. And a few days later, Tim appointed me to prosecute Floyd's murder. Almost a year after that, minutes after the guilty verdict came down, my phone rang again. And it was Vice President Kamala Harris calling to congratulate my team and the work. Now, Kamala and Tim, they understand the legacy of George Floyd. No one is above the law, and no one is beneath it. No one is outside the circle of our compassion. In the Republican Party, everyone thinks they're above the law. Hell, nearly a dozen of their own lawyers are facing serious charges. Even their lawyers need lawyers. These con artists are trafficking in the defective goods of division, exclusion, and fear. And friends, selling defective goods is a scam. And like Kamala Harris, I am an attorney general. And attorney generals know what a scam is when they see it. Like my friend Tish James, for example, from New York. America, we won't be scammed again. We're not going back. We are going forward. And Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are ready to lead us there. I've worked side by side with Tim Walz for 18 years. His office is right across the hall from mine. And I've seen him deliver for the people of the state of Minnesota every day. Everybody knows Minnesota is one of the best states to live in, to raise a family, to do business, and we've got the best voter turnout in America. Facts. Kamala and Tim, they fight for the people, and they also listen. And when they say we need a ceasefire and an end to the loss of innocent lives in Gaza and to bring hostages home, they're listening, friends. They agree with us. There are people watching tonight and maybe even here tonight who aren't sure yet about Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. If you want to know where they stand on some of the most urgent issues facing our country and the world, let me assure you, Kamala and Tim hear you. They listen, they care, and everyone is included in their circle of compassion. They believe that everybody counts and everybody matters. Let's put a stop to the scam of Donald Trump once and for all. And let's put Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in the White House. Let's go win.
All right, folks, welcome back to our coverage here, the Black Star Network, simulcasting on TV One cable network, digital platforms as well. Joining us right now, Rashad Robinson, of course, leads the Color of Change. Rashad, glad to have you here. On the Blackest show here, every black speaker that speaks, we cover them.
Absolutely. I love it. I love it. And you always show up in these spaces, Roland, and it's just so incredibly important. It's the importance of black-owned media, because without black-owned media, we're relying on other people to shape our stories, or we're trying to figure out a lens. And so the intersection between black-owned media and black-led and black-owned organizations like Color of Change is so important.
Well, I keep telling everybody, I guarantee you, we've had more black people on this show each day than all other mainstream networks combined for the week.
That's right.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And you've also just helped many people over the years launch their voice. I remember in the early days of Color of Change when we took on Alec, and we're running a campaign that many people did not think we were going to have any traction on, and we were
net neutrality.
Net neutrality. You gave me a space to fight with some of our friends on air. I know you're smiling and laughing because it was fun stuff, but Color of Change, as a smaller organization that likes to punch above its weight, no, not really smaller anymore, but we took those issues on. And if we didn't have a thing like net neutrality now, we might not even be seeing some of the movement that is actually powering Kamala Harris's run. The idea of an open internet and the ability for people to raise their voices is the thing that helped to power us understanding about Ferguson, powered so much of what happened in 2020. And those big moments also powered and engaged new organizations, but forced media to change, forced storytelling to change, forced Biden to have to put a black woman, because it elevated infrastructure and platforms and people and changed the rules. And so the intersection of that is so clear, and oftentimes people don't tell that full story.
Hold on one second. Go to the podium. Marsha Fudge, former HUD secretary, is now speaking.
And offer down payment support for first-time home buyers. It's personal. Kamala remembers her mother's pride at buying their first home after saving for 10 years. She knows housing is a human right and a pathway to the middle class. Where you live determines what schools your children go to, what health care you receive, and whether you can get a good job without spending hours commuting. Where you live too often determines how you live. Donald Trump has no idea how housing works for everyday Americans. He doesn't care. He started his career being sued for denying housing to black families. As president, he sat by while the cost of housing skyrocketed. Now, we can hand the keys to our housing policy back to a negligent landlord, or we can elect a president who believes in safe, affordable housing for all. Let's ensure we have an opportunity economy by voting for Kamala Harris. Thank you.
That was former Congresswoman Marsha Fudge, of course, who was leading HUD Rashad, the issues that you want to hear Vice President Kamala Harris talk about tonight.
Well, I just want her to tell a story and help us understand what's going to need to happen over the next 60 days, and then once she's in office, to actually win some of the things. And one of the things I've been talking to the administration about and the campaign is that we need to continue to tell a story about what is standing in the way of change, whether it's George Floyd Act, whether it's the Voting Rights Act, because simply making it about Republicans and Democrats doesn't tell the full story of the corporations that stand in the way. And she started to do the corporate power work as she rolled out her economic justice plan. But we actually have to articulate that, because without articulating what's standing in the way, folks fill in black people. They fill in immigrants. They fill in women's equality. They fill in so many other things into a story about who to blame. And so we do, on the left, in the Democratic circles, have to help people understand that there is powerful and moneyed interest, whether in policing, it's police unions, whether it's on income inequality, it is major corporations who may smile in our face and then try to take away our opportunities by night. And so that is part of the sort of work that the president is going to have to continue to articulate so that we can build the type of powerful infrastructure, enough people to engage. Because we're going to lose in the back rooms if we don't have people lined up at the front door. And part of getting people lined up at the front door is getting people organized and engaged. And the thing I have seen different from Vice President Harris than we saw from President Obama, and I hope she continues on that, is when President Obama got elected, powered by an incredible movement, diverse movement, he kind of wanted people to go home. He kind of didn't really invest in the party infrastructure and movement infrastructure. It was kind of like, I got this. Right. We're going to have to also have the ability to play that inside-outside, because if we're just going home, then we're not creating the space for the compromise. If we're not pushing things further, then what ends up happening is that the right wing is going to be pulling us back. And if the most aspirational thing on the table is what the president is proposing, the thing that we will actually get is going to be much less than that. Yep. And so part of our organizing strategy is going to have to be able to find that dynamic between pushing the president while also recognizing that she's going to be facing an unprecedented amount of attacks because of
especially if Republicans control the House and or the Senate.
If they control either one of those bodies, then the strategy actually has to look different, because they're going to be, from day one, starting with all sorts of investigations, all sorts of inquiries, all sorts of ways to stall and limit her presidency.
Absolutely. Rashad, we appreciate it. Y'all keep swinging.
Can I just tell people how to follow us? Of course. Yes. So I hope that people will join us. Our PAC is going to be turning out irregular black voters through volunteer engagement in Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and North Carolina. But if you live in any place in this country, you can volunteer with us right from your home. You can go to the Color of Change PAC website, or you can text the word commit to 55156. You can text the word commit to 55156 and join us and volunteer. We're going to be engaging voters in Michigan alone, in Oakland, and in Wayne County. There are 1 million young voters that did not vote in the last election. If we can just get a strong percentage of those voters in this election and focus, engage, get them to the polls, that closes the gap in a way that will actually power, but it also will set the stage for those people being listened to more in the future.
Rashad, we appreciate it, man. Thanks so much. I appreciate it. Jonathan Jackson, Congressman Jonathan Jackson is right. Jonathan? Congressman Jackson. Congressman Jonathan Jackson is waiting. We also going to talk to one of the Capitol Hill cops who was there on January 6th. My brother, how you doing? We're here in your city. Just your thoughts on how this convention has been going.
Oh, I think it's been going fantastic. It's energized. The Democrats were looking for this here. I think the Democrats ought to be proud of themselves, and specifically, let's stop for a moment and acknowledge President Joe Biden. Think about it. He served underneath President Barack Obama, served him admirably for 2 terms. Then he bypassed as a sitting vice president to let Ms. Hillary Clinton become the Democratic nominee. So in some ways, he ushered in the women that can lead the Democratic Party in the highest levels, turned back around. He has Ms. Harris. He put an African-American woman on his ticket, and now he's made a way for her now to ascend again. President Joe Biden, in a single hand has been able to pull down a massive barrier. I want to thank my father, Reverend Jackson. It was in '84 that he said, when going against the caucus, that a woman should be put on the ticket. So he's been very progressive. But more specifically, my father, his motivation in '84 came from Fannie Lou Hamer on the Freedom Party of Mississippi.
And today, the 60th anniversary.
In voting registration. And brothers and sisters, we have to vote and register people. Don't stop registering now. It's too soon. Mrs. Harris is going to have a commanding lead of almost 3 percentage points because they're going to steal the election. This liar, this criminal enterprise wants to do everything to deny the vote. President Trump is not going above 46%. So now they want to pull her numbers down. Voter suppression is already in here. Project 2025, I want to say the last thing about that, is already in effect. This was the document that's now been formally introduced that they have not published because it was leaked and has had such an enormous backlash. But Project 2025 is already in effect. When they challenge women's reproductive rights, when they're challenging diversity, equity, inclusion, and taking the office out of the Capitol, make sure we can't get into Harvard and MIT and others where we see our numbers are already going down. This was the plan to start in January of 25 that would have 1,460 days, 4 years, uninterrupted of them wreaking havoc on our electoral system. They're already going to challenge the votes no matter what happens, so we have to come out in overwhelming numbers. So I tell people, enjoy, relax, let's have a great time, let's celebrate and honor this brilliant woman, but then we have to register in huge numbers and overwhelm the polls.
All right, my brother. I appreciate it. And, of course, we also appreciated the acknowledgement of your father the other day.
Honored, and I appreciate your work, Roland, and your friendship over all these many years. Okay.
Thanks a bunch.
Dancing, man.
I ain't never seen you out there. I've been on the dance floor. I ain't never seen you out there.
Let me work on it, Roland.
There you go. Right now, folks, I want to bring up somebody. He was one of the speakers. He also was one of the police officers who was there on January 6th. Sergeant Aquilino Ganel? All right, then. Want to get it right. Let me ask you this here. You spoke earlier this week, and it has to be hard for you to see somebody who's running on the other side who literally watched as y'all got attacked and did not care to lift a finger, and that was the commander-in-chief.
Correct. It is incredibly emotional and disappointing at the same time. Look, this is somebody who claimed to be supporter of the police, and today there's a report that says that he planned to have a gala for the January 6th rioters, not for the officers, but for the people who are doing the attacking. And every single time he goes publicly saying that he supports the police, except for Capitol Police. When he addressed Capitol Police, he says the black officer who shot that person, the young lady that was breaking inside the chamber, he calls him a thug, not a police officer. So he uses police officers as a pawn. And what people need to realize is that we were simply doing our jobs. And I tried to express that last night, because if all those things that we did on January 6th was done against any other group, that Republican side, the Republican president would be praising us. But because that was done by their sympathizers, their people, their supporters, these people are heroes. These people are hostages. These people are patriots. And if there are those things, then who are we, the police officers, to them? Who are we? Look, I never asked for this. Donald Trump invoked those people to come to the Capitol. Capitol Police did it. We did it. We were simply defending ourselves, doing our jobs. And if it wasn't because Donald Trump called them to the Capitol, none of those things would have happened. It's very disappointing that the majority of the people don't, from the Republican side, continue to support somebody who sent them up to kill their elected officials, and we were in their way. And we protected Nancy Pelosi just the same way as we protected AOC or Lindsey Graham or Josh Hawley. It didn't matter to us. We were simply doing our jobs. And because of that, they call us traitors instead of heroes, or acknowledge the bravery that we did on that day.
We appreciate it. Thanks for your service and appreciate your words. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. One last thing. Look, my career was cut short. I have a book. It's called American Shield. If you guys can support me or you follow me as well, please do. Go to my website, aquilinogonel.com. There you're going to find more information about me, what I did on January 6th. There's a video, there are pictures, how to help, how to learn about my experience, and I hope you do. Please do, because I really need it.
We appreciate it. Thanks a bunch. Folks, let's go to the podium. Congressman Joe Nagase of Colorado is now speaking.
Assistant Democratic Leader of the U.S. House of Representatives. My fellow Americans, let me say this clearly. Don't let anyone tell you that the American dream is dead. It is alive and well, and it will grow even stronger with Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States. How do we know that? How do I know that? Well, it's because Kamala Harris believes that college can be a ticket to the middle class, and she has fought to make it more affordable her entire career. As California Attorney General, she took down one of the biggest for-profit colleges, securing $1 billion, $1 billion for students who were defrauded. Alongside President Biden, she expanded Pell Grants and secured record funding for HBCUs. And Kamala Harris made public service loan relief a reality for teachers and first responders and firefighters and nurses and countless others across our land. Vice President Harris delivered before, and she will do it again. As president, she will build a brighter future, a more affordable future, a future where going to college doesn't break the bank, a future where my 5-year-old daughter, Natalie, who's watching us back home in Colorado right now, a future where she can live her dreams. So those are the stakes. Let's make it happen, America. Let's make history, America. Let's elect Kamala Harris, the 47th President of the United States. Thanks so much. God bless. Thank you.
I basically worked in public service my entire adulthood, over 27 years. Seeing my mom work in the public service sector, it was actually inspiring me. And I'm like, she gives more to the community than she is for her own self. As a single mother, I knew I wanted my daughters to have a better life than I did. So I said, you know, going to school will help me. I would see her move like the bills to the side, but I know she was mounting. I know she was drowning in student loan debt. Then eventually my loans got to $800 a month. I paid it. I did what I was supposed to do. But I was like, oh my God, I'm gonna be in debt until the day I die. When the Biden-Harris administration first announced the public service loan forgiveness, and I'm rushing to my mom, like, apply for this, apply for this. I'm sitting at my desk, opening up my mail. It says, thank you, Kelly, for public service. Your loans now have been forgiven. Took a deep breath, and I screamed. I had to pinch myself. I had to see if this was really happening. Seeing my mom finish her higher education was life-changing. I don't think anything can ever stop me from my goals because I saw her do it as a single parent with twin girls, with life pushing her down so many ways, but she continued to rise up. She has been the force, the motivation for me to want to continue to work in the public service agency. With this loan forgiveness, I can plan for my future. I was able to purchase my very first home. It creates great opportunity for my daughters. It creates stability. Thank you, Vice President Harris and the entire administration. I just want to thank you again and again and again. Thank you so much.
Our party's not over, Chicago! Let me see you just rock with me once. This shit, that ice cold, Michelle fight for that white gold. This one for them hood girls, them good girls, straight nasty, say, styling, wildin', living it up in the
All right, folks, our panel here. is DeMar Solomon Simmons, attorney out of Oklahoma. We allow him back on, even though he's in Omega. Rebecca Carruthers, Fair Election Center Vice President. Representative Derek Jackson out of Georgia. Glad to have all three of y'all here. We were talking with Rashad Robinson. He was talking about those 1 million young voters. I look at Texas. Rebecca, 75% of voters 30 and under did not vote in the 2022 election. I'm not one of those folks who tries to crap on young folks. But what I keep saying to young voters, they can actually determine the fate and the future in any election if they use their power.
You know what, Roland? I really hear what you're saying. I also understand there has to be organizing happening on the ground. It's my understanding there's, 235 counties in Texas?
240, I think.
So there's
a whole lot of counties in Texas.
There's a bunch of counties in Texas. It's my understanding that the Democratic Party is only organized in 85 of those counties. So if you have a political system where you have two major parties and one party doesn't even bother to show up.
At 254.
254. So if it's 85 Democratic, there's 254 counties. If one party doesn't bother to show up in a two-party system, then what do you expect young people to do if they don't see that people care enough to show up where they're at?
See, Derek, one of the things that I have been saying, and I remember in 2012, the night Obama beat Mitt Romney, I was preparing to go on CNN, and then Congressman Chris Van Hollen, we were sitting right next to him. He's now Senator Chris Van Hollen. One of the things that he said, I said to him was, I said, man, if y'all would focus on mobilizing and organizing in Georgia, you can win. He goes, no, Georgia's red. I said, Georgia is not red. Right. I said, but as long as you don't put money into it, as long as you don't put resources into it, then you cannot mobilize that particular state. Well, what then happened was you then had, of course, Stacey Abrams, Reverend Warnock, and others. They did that. That's how it changed, when they actually put in the work. But you got to put in the work. I want you to answer that question. On the other side, we're going to go to the stage. Leonardo Williams, the mayor of Durham, North Carolina, is now coming to the stage.
Hailing from the Tar Heel State, home of Duke University and North Carolina Central University, I am Mayor Leonardo Williams from Durham, North Carolina. You know, several years ago, my wife Zweli and I started cooking for our community. We drove to schools, doctors' offices, just to give out a few samples. And eventually our friends asked, where's the restaurant, y'all? But you know, it takes capital. It takes capital to chase a dream. And during the Trump administration, they did not make it easy. Not for folks like us. So what I thought was, I guess not everybody can have a multi-million-dollar loan from their father. So I'll tell you what we did. We emptied our savings, and in 2008, we launched Zweli's Kitchen, America's first Zimbabwean restaurant. And the Biden-Harris administration helped make that a reality. They helped make that dream come true for entrepreneurs like us. Now, thanks to small business grants and all of the help that we received from them, we now have 3 locations. And we employ nearly 30 employees with a living wage. But we are not alone. Under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, more than 500,000 business applications have been filed in North Carolina. Kamala Harris is fighting to create an opportunity economy that can break down barriers for entrepreneurs like us. And as president, she will support risk takers and problem solvers who want to just do their part and claim their piece of the American dream. And also, I want to thank Maya from Nevada, who has served her famous dumplings for the past 3 years and opened new locations thanks to the historic support for small businesses. And Robert, I want to thank you from Minnesota. Robert owns a solar business, heated up once by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. They passed the Inflation Reduction Act. And Paul from Arizona. Paul, who's a commercial cleaning company, landed huge contracts thanks to the Biden-Harris manufacturing boom. So Kamala Harris knows. She knows entrepreneurs like these. She knows that we are the backbone of our community. And when they succeed, we all succeed. Let's win this. Thank you.
Please welcome Illinois Representative Raja Krishnamurthy.
All right, folks, Black Star Network simulcasting on TV1, Day 4, Democratic National Convention. With all the sounds you hear, this has literally been the last 2 hours. Normally, folks really start coming here by 6:30. Because of tonight, they are lit, they are on fire, they are excited. That's what's going on. I threw a question to you, Derek, before we went to the break. Go right ahead.
Yeah, so one of the things, Roland, what we discovered, and you were there with us down in Albany, in Fulton County, in Columbia. So one of the things that we realized in Georgia, we have 159 counties, but of that 159 counties, 58 counties have 95% of the black vote. And so we had to meet our young voters where they are. We have folks like the Helen Butlers and the Deborah Scotts, those who are NAACP, the union. We strategically went after those 18 to 35-year-olds, and we increased the voting percentage by 7 to 8% when Stacey Abrams ran, when Warnock ran. And so we got to know where those voters are, mobilize, organize, and then meet them where they are, because they're not going to come to us. So we had to go in the barbershop. We had to go to nail salons. We had to go in the hood, right? As a native New Yorker, we know exactly where those are, and speak to them, just like we're doing right now. The same thing we're doing in Georgia, because we realize we have to have an incremental increase, because Georgia is trying to do things right now. The state election board, they're trying to do some horrible things so that way they can steal the vote. Why is it that Trump right now is saying, we don't need y'all to vote?
We need you to vote.
We don't need you to vote. Right? What candidate, as an elected official, you don't tell your voters,
we don't need you to vote.
We don't need you to vote.
Well, if you're rigging the courts,
right,
then you don't care who actually shows up to vote, because you think when it's time to go litigate the ballot box that the odds are in your favor because you stack the courts.
That's right. And so what we got to do is put things in place to mitigate and offset those things. The good things right now, we're putting pressure on Governor Kemp and the Secretary of State and saying, listen, only the legislature could do the things that this state election board is asking to do. They don't have the power or the authority to change the law or the policies. They're there to simply to certify. And so,
that's right.
So we got some heat to them right now.
Well, you know, being in Oklahoma, a state that is blood red, MAGA red, where Democrats are elected, basically have about 25 Democrats elected throughout their legislature that has about 160 members. I'm really hoping that Kamala Harris at the top of the ticket can galvanize and motivate people in Oklahoma to do what you said, do more challenging. We have 77 counties, and we need a challenge in every county and really get that muscle back going. So many of our people in Oklahoma, Republicans, they run unopposed. They get right back into office unopposed because people are so demoralized. So one thing I'm hoping that happens here out of this convention, that people will be motivated, excited to go and challenge these folks. Because we're starting back from the ground level, but I think Georgia shows us that it can come back. Texas, I was glad to see Colin Howard was out as Albert. That's running against
Congressman Colin Allred. They finally showed up.
He finally showed up. I'm like, how is he going to be running against a Senate against Ted Cruz? Well, it was not even going to show up.
Well, it's the same thing Sherrod Brown, senators in Ohio. This whole notion of, well, if I don't come to the convention, then I'm not associated with the party.
You have a D next to your name.
Right.
They're not going to be like, oh, you didn't show up, no, you need to lean in. That's what I'm hoping so much about this election. For the first time in my lifetime, Democrats are leaning in. Democrats are not being afraid of their positions. Democrats are using words like freedom. Democrats are saying, you want to talk noise, we'll talk noise back. And hopefully that continues.
Right.
So people like Alward and Sherrod Brown, they have to show up and say, we are proud Democrats. This is what we're running on, and we can win on this.
That's right.
Rebecca, you better say something.
You know, here's the bottom line. We need as many pro-democracy legislators running for their state legislature.
You know it, Paul Bagaya. How you doing?
Again in November, man.
Who?
My horns. We got
Hey, you don't got OU, though.
You know doggone well that's not going to happen. You still block me on Twitter?
OU, baby.
I'm off Twitter. It's bad for my soul.
I got to ask you this.
Yes, sir.
Look, you've been to 1,000 of these, but the level of energy, and not just here, but when you see these volunteers nationwide, you see the funding. I keep telling Axelrod, stop talking about, well, euphoria is going to die down. No, you want to keep that thing going because it gets people, it gets their soul, their blood moving.
I have done this 40 years. This is my 10th Democratic convention. I've seen a campaign become a movement twice. Bill Clinton first time, Barack Obama first time. 3 times now. I put her in that pantheon, which to me is. We're here by Michael Jordan, okay? And everybody says, oh, it's a honeymoon. Okay, come here. We've been on our honeymoon for 35 years.
Come on.
Okay?
Come on, Paul.
A honeymoon is a good way to launch a long-term love affair, a relationship. I don't understand these people say, oh, it's bad to believe. It's bad to have faith. You know why? Because they're all about anger, and anger is exhausting, but joy is exhilarating. You can sustain that a lot longer. Right. I can't stay mad forever. They can. That's why they're on their side. But, you know, seriously, it wears you out. Absolutely. God, I love it.
It's good to see as well. And, of course, she going to be feeling real good because this is also their 10th wedding anniversary.
That's right.
Oh, my God, that's right.
Her and Doug's 10th anniversary tonight.
What a blessing. Isn't that fantastic?
On the 60th anniversary, when Fannie Lou Hamer gave her famous speech in Atlantic City.
Oh, my God.
I'm going to play that video a little bit later.
Okay, it's a little thing, but I was... 1992, Bill Clinton receives the nomination. He made a point of quoting Fannie Lou Hamer in his 1992 acceptance address because he understood, as a student of history, that he was a successor of people who had blazed a trail.
I wouldn't be
surprised. He's a white boy from Arkansas. You know, she helped liberate the entire Democratic Party.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised to hear her name tonight.
Oh God, I forgot that.
Well, good to see you.
It's great to see you.
I can't wait till we duke it out in every sport in the fall.
God bless you, man.
And OU's going to be both for y'all. So
oh, shut the hell up. Shut the hell up.
Shut up. I know we are. Y'all are good.
Not now.
Whatever. Give me one more metaphor.
Yeah.
I forgot we have an Oklahoma man. So 2021, we're big Texas Longhorns. Diane and I are at the Texas-Oklahoma game.
I'm from Nebraska.
Oh, my gosh. Oh. So we're at the Texas-Oklahoma game in the Cotton Bowl. We're winning 40-28 at halftime. We're stomping them. They have Spencer Rattler, who's a professional, and he's killing us. We're killing y'all.
Yeah.
So you know what the coach does at halftime? He puts in
Caleb Williams,
an untested freshman from Gonzaga High School, where my son was the left tackle for him, Caleb Williams, and he whips our ass. What happened? It's the same linebackers, same running backs, same receivers, same guards, a different leader with different energy, with youth and courage.
Come on, Paul.
Okay? And he turned the entire team around with new leadership. All right. Watch it happen for my Democrats.
That's right.
All right. All right. We gonna take an offering now. I appreciate it, Paul. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Thanks very much.
But you know, Roland, they keep trying to put conventional framework around her campaign.
That's right.
They keep using the same vernacular around her campaign, and they keep dismissing that this organic energy. You cannot create a campaign. Cannot create this.
Right.
I keep telling everybody. You know, I was talking to a reporter today. I said, y'all have to recall, they didn't want Kamala.
That's right.
45,000 black women on Sunday said
organically.
44,000. It was 44,000.
Not just did not want her as a nominee, spent 3 years telling Joe Biden, take her off the ticket.
Right.
So that was happening before the June 27th debate. And Biden, to his credit, said, hell no. A person who was in the room told me.
And listen, we were over here in Donna, Brazil yesterday, and there's these five sisters saying, you're not going to bypass her, right? And so then you got 45,000 black women, and then what happened the next day? Roland and Michael and Bakari and them, we had 53,000 black men.
55,000.
55. Okay, I missed a couple.
$4 million.
Okay?
Right.
And so everybody starts seeing this train move 100 miles an hour, and so nobody want to be left behind. So the white women didn't want to be left behind. The white dudes didn't want to be left behind. The comedians didn't want to be left behind. The Latinos, nobody want to be left behind. Right? And so the only thing now is this thing that keep talking about this honeymoon. You can't put a conventional framework around this, y'all. This is being powered by the people.
That's right.
You know, those people who are being cynical and talk about the honeymoon being over, those who are saying, oh, she's too joyful, those are people who don't think they can make money off of anything but gloom and doom.
That's right.
Because it comes down to money. New York Times doesn't sell newspapers or have the bait click if Kamala Harris is successful, if she's running a joyous campaign. Mm-hmm. They need controversy. Mm-hmm. And we see different media outlets who are starting to get those anti-Kamala Harris narratives being spun. Mm-hmm. And once again, it goes back to money.
Man, you're so right. Just today, CNN had this deal on talking about she hasn't sat down for an interview. She needs to do an interview. And then they start talking to actual legislators, actually Congress members who are saying, my voters are not asking for an interview. My voters are happy hearing her at her rallies, at her speeches. They're happy to see the clips. They want voters. They want her to talk to us directly. These media folks, like you said, they want a narrative they can make money off of. And they're creating things. Well, the voters want to hear it. No, you want to create controversy. Talking about they want her to lay out policy, how she's going to do everything X, Y, and Z on a speech. Who does that in a speech?
But she is laying out policy in her speeches.
They want her to do a 100,000-page white paper at a speech here at the convention. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. And again, that's something that you're not necessarily hearing from Trump. You're not actually hearing policy. You're hearing a bunch of rhetoric, but not policy. Coming up right now, Daria Dawson, Executive Director of America Votes. She joins us right now. Voter mobilization organization is critically important. And so talk about coming out of this convention, what is required?
Well, coming out of the convention, we are definitely going to need to do the direct voter contact. That is very important when it comes to winning elections. Yes, television is great. Yes, digital is great. But we actually need to connect with the voters directly. So the coalition at America Votes, we focus on canvassing first, phones, texts, direct mail, to ensure that we know who we're talking to and tracking who it is that we're talking to. We have a goal right now of doing 30 million door knocks for this cycle. So far, we've done 6 million in those battleground states, the top 7 that we all know, of course, including Georgia and North Carolina. And the coalition focuses on communities of color, young people, and women voters. We believe that there's a group of surge voters that did 20 and 22, and we want to make sure that we are directly connecting with them, letting them know how important this election is, and then turning them out.
How many boots on the ground are you putting?
Again, 30 million knots is our goal. So each organization, like the choice groups, like the conservation groups, like NAACP and Black Pac, SOMOS, Latino Victory Fund, everyone basically sets their plan, and then they determine what they need to do the canvas. So I don't have the exact canvassing numbers, but a lot to do 30 million door knocks.
Somebody out there watching and listening wants to help. Who do they reach?
Well, we have a website, americavotes.org. You could go and look at the organizations that are part of our coalition. We have groups embedded in the states, North Carolina, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, Nevada. Very similar to the states that we need to get to 270. And you could just reach out to those organizations.
Cool. All right, we appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Thank you. All right.
Bro, this is why your show is so important. I never heard of this organization. There's so many black people that you expose our community to that are doing fantastic work throughout this entire nation that you never see on CNN, MSNBC, New York Times, any of these outlets. But you put them on, provide them an opportunity to talk to our people and our people to help them. That is amazing, brother. 30 million knocks.
And she's the first black woman, the first black person in that role at America Votes. It is the convener. A lot of the unions are there. A lot of the C4 PACs are there. Sometimes the 527s and independent independent expenditures are involved. When I was on the campaign side, very active with America Votes, so to see a black woman leading such a powerful national organization that's mobilizing millions of voters.
30 million
incredible.
knocks.
30 million
hard to
knocks
even
this year.
fathom.
Right. I mean, especially when you think about there are only 48 million black folks in the United States, right? I mean, that's a significant number to penetrate.
And that's 30 million in 7 states.
Yeah.
There's only 7 states, the 7 battleground states.
It's just in that 2 minutes, so impressive.
Right.
To see how she's able to put that together. And I think she's going to get to her goal. She said it already at 6 million.
Right.
I think she's going to get to 30 million. And we know these votes are going to be decided by thousands.
Milwaukee Mayor Cavalier Johnson was one of the folks who spoke on yesterday. And so I want to show y'all what he had to say. Coming up, we got some great folks coming up right here on the show. We'll be talking with, again, we're of course, on the Black Star Network, plus we're on TV One cable network as well. We're going to be talking with Michael Blake, CEO of Kairos. Also going to be talking with Lee Saunders, who leads AFSCME, Kelly Robinson, president of the Human Rights Campaign, Sean Fain, president of the UAW. And so those are some of the people we got coming up next. I told y'all, this is the blackest show at this convention. We showing all y'all the black speakers. And so here's one of those black speakers from yesterday.
I'm Milwaukee Mayor Cavalier Johnson from the great state of Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, keeping promises is important. So is making amends for your mistakes. One of those mistakes happened 60 years ago in a neighborhood called Bronzeville, brimming with black music, black culture, and entrepreneurship. And then came urban renewal and the construction of Interstates 94 and 43, ripping our communities apart. 6th Street was widened and people of color were displaced. Homes destroyed, businesses shuttered, all for a quicker commute. Under Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, we're bringing Bronzeville back. With more green space, bike paths, and walkable streets to serve people who actually live there. The music is coming back. The culture is coming back. And thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure law, the opportunities are coming back. It's now my privilege to introduce 2 Milwaukeeans who know firsthand the power of reconnecting our communities, Rashawn Spivey and Deanna Branch.
My name is Deanna Branch, and I'm an advocate and mom from Milwaukee. When my son, Aiden, was 2, he was hospitalized due to high levels of lead in his blood. Lead was everywhere, in our pipes, in our paint, and in our soil. President Biden and Vice President Harris passed the bipartisan infrastructure law. It's removing lead pipes from communities like ours. As president, Kamala Harris will make sure everyone can drink clean water and be, in Aiden's words, lead-free superheroes.
My name is Rashawn Spivey, the owner of Hero Plumbing in Milwaukee. When President Biden and Vice President Harris announced their goal to replace every lead pipe in America, Hero stepped up to help make that vision a reality. We went to work replacing lead pipes that served homes and child care communities or child care centers in our communities. Since then, we've replaced more than 1,000 pipes. That was made possible thanks to Vice President Kamala Harris. And when she visited Milwaukee 2 years ago, I got to show her our work up close. Because of her leadership, I've grown my business and helped kids like Aiden have safer, healthier lives.
Folks, we're here at the Democrat National Convention, day 4. Energy is crazy sky high in here for the anticipating the speech of Vice President Kamala Harris. There are 2 big surprises for tonight. I know about one of them. I ain't going to tell y'all because it's a surprise. And so we look forward to that. Joining us right now is Sean Fain, the president of United Auto Workers. He spoke, was it Monday night?
Yes, Monday night. Yeah.
We've been here a while, so I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, that all
spoke
together.
on Monday night, and y'all have been very aggressive in calling Donald Trump a scab. I mean, he's been condemning the UAW, talking about how dare they endorse it. He shows up at an event with essentially paid workers, non-union people, and it was all a lie, trying to make it seem like it was a union event.
Yeah. No, it's what he is. He's a fraud, and we're going to call him out for what he is. And look, he's running around, and we always say this. He's all talk. He talks about that he supports workers, he supports auto workers, and the facts are, when he was president, he didn't do one damn thing for auto workers. He didn't. There were plants closing. He did nothing to help the situation. Workers got displaced, sent all over the country, and GM went on strike for 40 days when he was president. He did nothing, said nothing, but the amazing thing is, Kamala Harris, in that strike for GM in 2019, she was on the picket line, standing shoulder to shoulder with striking workers. And she's worked with President Biden to bring jobs back into America, to create new factories in America under the IRA and the CHIPS Act. And those Lordstown workers that were displaced under Trump, her and the president worked to bring them back, and they're coming home now because of her work. And that's the difference. And so Donald Trump does not stand for working people. He represents a billionaire class. He doesn't care about working people. And Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are the team.
I've talked to Liz Schuler, AFL-CIO, Fred Raymond, Lee Saunders is coming up, Becky Pringle, April with SEIU is going to be coming up as well. And when you look at the percentage of Americans who now approve of unions, I mean, the word union was a curse word for a long time because of Reagan and how people, if you said union, I mean, folks are like, oh, hell no. Yeah. And a shift has happened, and it's really driven by folks who recognize the massive CEO pay, executive pay, stock buybacks, and the workers getting screwed.
Yeah. I mean, it's you think about it. In America right now, 3 families have as much wealth as half of the bottom 50% of Americans. It's criminal.
3 families.
Yeah, 3. And so, and that's, over the years since Reagan, we've seen that migration with trickle-down economics that never helps. And so we've seen this massive shift of all the wealth. They talk about class warfare whenever workers say they want their fair share, but class warfare has been going on for 40 years now. And so, this is about working class people. They're fed up. They're tired of being left behind, and they want their lives back. They want to be paid for the work they perform, and they want their fair share of the work, because without working class people, we generate those profits, but without working class people, nothing in this country moves.
What's the percentage of UAW members who are African American?
I believe last time we did a study on that, I believe it's roughly 15 to 20.
And when we look back historically, we go back to Ford hiring black workers. Yeah. And listen, a lot of white work caused race riots in those plants. Yeah. But the reality is those jobs in Detroit, in Gary, Indiana, in northern states brought blacks from the south to the north, and it created, again, they were able to buy homes, send kids to college. And so when we look at where African Americans are, the role that unions played in the advancement of African Americans has been huge.
Yeah, I mean, you think about it. I mean, look, I say this every time I speak. The civil rights movement and the labor movement are inextricably intertwined. As one goes, the other's going to go. And when you see attacks on people's civil rights, when you see attacks on that movement, and when you see attacks on the labor movement, one goes as the other does. And when we rise up together, and we win together. And so, we have a long history with the civil rights movement. And that's what unions are about. Unions are about equality for the membership, equality for the workers, and it puts us on equal footing. And so, that's what the fight's about. I mean, when you don't have a union, you're an employee at will. You have literally no rights on the job other than what federal law calls for. But, with a union, you have due process. You have a contract that the company has to follow. And so, it's a big deal. And it's a great equalizer for all of us. And so that's what we're all about, yeah.
And you have, in this administration, arguably the most pro-union administration in a very long time.
In my lifetime, for sure. And they've, you know, that's the thing. I mean, as I say, Donald Trump talks, and Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, they walk the walk. I mean, you know, the first time in our history, in our nation's history, that a sitting president joined striking workers on a picket line. Never happened before. You know, Kamala Harris did it when it wasn't a proper thing to do. She did it in 2019. Tim Walz did it in 2023 last year. And, you know, so there's just a huge distinct difference in that. And so, you know, I mean, you look at all the things they've done to create jobs. You know, Trump talked about creating jobs in America and did nothing.
Right.
You know, with the IRA
I was
money.
blown by that stat last night from Bill Clinton when he said, if you look at since the Cold War, 51 million jobs created, 50 million under Democratic president.
You bet. Yeah, and that's
crazy.
That's the whole story, you know, and that's you know, and that's the thing we really got to keep talking and keep putting out there is just the facts. I mean, you know, Trump uses alternative facts or what we all call lies.
Right.
But you know, when you look at facts, not not opinion, not party politics, just people's body of work and what they've done, it's a very clear picture who stands with working class people and the downtrodden, and who stands for the rich people.
Last question for you. 2008, Richard Trumka was very vocal, saying to white union workers, black folks have stood with us, we're going to stand with this black candidate. And it's just about confronting an issue. The reality is you have some union workers who are white, who are conservative, who vote Republican. But the reality is their livelihood is frankly being saved by Democrats.
You bet.
How do you confront that direct message to say, listen, you might be conservative, you might be Republican, you might be pro-life or whatever, but there's a difference between having a job and not having a job.
You bet.
And who's going to have your back? How do you make that argument?
So what I've been doing all summer long and what I'm continuing to do now is as I said, I look at it this way. I tell our members every time I speak to conferences, this isn't my opinion. This isn't party politics. I got a slide presentation I do of Donald Trump in his own words and actions over the years, and of Kamala Harris in her own words and actions. And it's very clear when I tell people, look, Kamala Harris is one of us. When people see Kamala Harris, they see themselves. She's a working class person. Her first job was at McDonald's, you know. And so, you know, Donald Trump knows nothing about that. So we walk them through the history of what each has done, how Donald Trump over and over again blames workers, has stiffed workers, and has left workers behind in his whole career. And you look at Kamala Harris, she has fought the good fight, she has served the people, and she has fought for workers' rights. And so, you know, and we show those slides, we show them in their own words, not my words, in their words. And it's a very good picture, and every time I leave that room, people come up, they thank us. You can see, you know, the heads turn, and you can see that people understand that. So, look, we're going to keep speaking that truth. And at the end of the day, I mean, Kamala Harris is an amazing, strong, great leader, and you know, and look, she showed great leadership with her decision for vice president. I mean, that was her decision, and I can't wait to see what decision she makes in a few months when she is president.
All right, Sean Fain, President of UAW, I appreciate it. Thanks a bunch.
Yeah, appreciate you, brother.
All right, thank you very much, folks. We're now going to go back to the stage. Reverend Al Sharpton is now about to speak.
All right.
Of the National Action Network, Reverend Al Sharpton.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good evening. I stand before you as the president of National Action Network. We do not endorse candidates, but we report where candidates stand on criminal justice, economic empowerment, health equity, and other issues. On one side of this race is Donald Trump, a fellow New Yorker I've known for 40 years. Only once in that time did he take a position on racial issues. He spent a small fortune on full-page ads calling for the execution of 5 innocent young teenagers. Well, I'm going to bring them out in a minute, and you'll hear from them tonight. Because they were not executed, they're here to continue to fight. But it was there that I saw Trump love to fan racial flames. On the other side is a woman that I walked with in Selma, Alabama to commemorate the 59th anniversary of Bloody Sunday. Kamala Harris spoke to me that day about unity and passing bills. All I ever heard from Donald Trump was how he can get an advantage. I see one candidate who wants to protect the right to vote while the other has tried to cook up 11,000 votes in Georgia. I see a candidate who, with Joe Biden, brought leaders to the White House to confront violent hatred, running against a man who said neo-Nazis in Charlottesville were fine people. I see a candidate who has sought to reform and uphold the law, and a man who wrongly assumes his mugshot appeals to black Americans. I worked with Kamala Harris. In every job she's had, she has consistently committed to making government work for those of us who've been disadvantaged. All Donald Trump has been consistent about is making himself richer and sowing division to get that done. This man sat right here in Chicago a few weeks ago, refusing to apologize for claims that migrants were taking black jobs. Well, in November, we're going to show him when blacks do their job. And we are going to join with whites and browns and Asians, and we're going to do a job on those that have done a job on us. Tonight we are going to realize Shirley Chisholm's dream. "52 years ago, I was one of the youth directors in her campaign for president. And 52 years after she was told to sit down, I know she's watching us tonight as a black woman stands up to accept the nomination for President of the United States. We have fought too hard for women to be told to get out of the kitchen. We are now on our way to the Oval Office. We won't go back. We fought hard. We fought hard for LGBTQ loved ones to get out the closet. We won't go back. We fought hard for the right to choose, the right to education. We suffered and died and bled, went to jail to get the right to vote. We won't go back. So we must be committed, no matter how the Supreme Court tries to roll back on civil rights, no matter what the amount of money they have. We are here because others fought and suffered for us, and we vowed tonight we won't go back. This November, we will go forward to fulfill the promise of a just and fair nation. And let me say, as we transition, I'm a preacher. And in Psalms it says, weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. We've endured January 6th. We've endured conspiracy theories. We've endured lies and areas of darkness. But if we stay together, black, white, Latina, Asian, Indian American, if we stay together, joy, 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 joy coming in the morning. I want to now, since I was a teenager, I was mentored by Reverend Jesse Jackson. And Reverend Jackson taught us to fight for what's right. And now I want to bring out some young men that I fought for. I referred to them then. They were known as the Central Park Five. Now they are the Exonerated Five. Raymond Santana, Kevin Richardson, Yusef Salam, Corey Weiss, the Exonerated Five.
We won't go back.
Good evening, people. My name is Corey Wise. 35 years ago, my friends and I were in prison for a crime we did not commit. Our youth was stolen from us. Every day as we walked into courtroom, people screamed at us, threatened us because of Donald Trump. He spent $85,000 on a full-page ad in the New York Times, calling for our execution. We were innocent kids, but we served a total of 41 years in prison. Reverend Al Sharpton stood with us. Now, I'm proud to stand with him today. Vice President Kamala Harris has also worked to make things fairer. I know she will do the same as president. Now approve that message.
I love these guys. These are my brothers. These are my brothers. Yes, indeed. America. I am Yusef Salam. A New York City councilman representing my hometown of Harlem. That's right. Man. Representing my hometown of Harlem, USA. And listen, as my friend Corey Wise just said, 45 wanted us unalive. He wanted us dead. Today, we are exonerated because the actual perpetrator confessed and DNA proved it. That guy says he still stands by the original guilty verdict. He dismisses the scientific evidence rather than admit he was wrong. He has never changed, and he never will. That man thinks that hate is the animating force in America. It is not. We have the constitutional right to vote. In fact, it is a human right. So let us use it. I want you to walk with us. I want you to march with us. I want you to vote with us. And together, and let me tell you, this is going to be so beautiful. And together, on November 5th, we will usher in Kamala Harris and Tim Walz into the White House. So I want to do this. When I say when they, I want you to say see us. When they, see us. When they, see us. When they see us, America will finally say goodbye to that hateful man. We will say what I have said after 7 long years of wrongful incarceration. Free at last. Free at last. Free at last. Thank God Almighty, we are free at last. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
Folks, that was one of the 2 surprises I was telling y'all about. Sunday night when I was at Apostolic Church of God, Reverend Al Sharpton told me about the Exonerated 5 making a surprise appearance on the stage. And you saw them there with him. Joining us right now, Congressman Stephen Horsford from Nevada, chair of the Congressional Black Caucus. Powerful moment there. And let's remember, Donald Trump took a full-page ad out in New York papers saying those 5 brothers deserve the death penalty. And doubled down on it in the 2016 election.
Yeah. Donald Trump tried to destroy these 5 black men, just as he has done in other ways. And this is why this election is so consequential. I am proud that the Harris-Walz campaign decided to invite the Exonerated 5 so that they could speak directly to the American people about their experience, why this election matters, and the choice and the difference between not just 2 people, Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, but the 2 different visions for America. One that's about moving us forward, one that's about being inclusive of everyone, one that's about centering black people and our need for economic opportunity and wealth, versus Donald Trump that's all about moving us back, taking us back, and taking away our fundamental freedoms and our rights. We're not going back. That's why black men, black women are going to vote in historic numbers and elect Kamala Harris the next president of the United States.
Since President Joe Biden decided not to run, we've seen how this election has completely changed, and it's changed even a lot in your state.
It has. Nevada is a battleground state. I represent one of the 30 most competitive congressional districts in the country. I am the chair of the Black Caucus, but I'm also a frontline member. My district covers 50,000 square miles, and it's a diverse district, both demographically and geographically. And because of the fact that President Biden has now passed the baton to the next generation of leaders and the future of our party, Kamala Harris, not only are we seeing enthusiasm, excitement, and energy, but we're also seeing a level of engagement with volunteers, with people on the phones, with people canvassing, the likes of which I have not seen in many, many years. And because of that, we're going to win Nevada, not only for the presidency, but up and down the ballot. We're going to elect Hakeem Jeffries, the next Speaker of the House of Representatives, which will be history-making in itself as the first black Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Quickly go to the stage. Mark Morial is on the stage, and we'll be right back.
As Attorney General of California, Kamala met thousands of people on the verge of losing their homes and their faith in the American dream. She demanded big banks provide mortgage relief to allow families to stay in their homes. She stood her ground, and together, we prevailed. For as long as I have known her, Kamala Harris has always taken principled positions and never wavered. Thanks to Kamala's determination, countless Americans have a home they can call their own.
And I'm Mark Morial, civil rights leader and former mayor of New Orleans. In the 1970s, Donald Trump was sued for refusing to rent his apartments to African Americans. His employees were told, put those applications in a drawer and leave them there. It was straight up housing discrimination. It was racism, and civil rights advocacy put an end to it. Kamala Harris has a plan to build more housing, keep rent prices fair, and help more people own homes. Donald Trump, you denied black people the American dream, and Kamala Harris is creating a future where every family, yes, every family has a place to call home.
I'm Nathan Horns. In 2010, I went to college in California to pursue my dreams, but ended up with a nightmare. Corinthian Colleges was a predatory for-profit chain. They defrauded more than 500,000 students and burdened us with loans we could never repay. Then Kamala Harris stepped in. As Attorney General of California, she stuck up for students. She prosecuted Corinthian, and as Vice President, she stuck with us. As we fought and we organized for debt relief, the Biden-Harris administration came in, canceled all Corinthian student debt, and gave us back our futures.
My name is Tristan Snell, and I prosecuted Trump University. I interviewed over 100 victims of Trump's fraud, a retired police sergeant, an Iraq veteran with PTSD, a mother caring for her son with special needs. They trusted Trump. They believed that he would teach them his secrets and make their American dreams come true. But all they got was credit card debt and a fake diploma. Some lost their life savings. Some lost their homes. Donald Trump ripped off his biggest fans and made $5 million in profit. Kamala Harris fought scammers like him, and as president, she will continue to fight for you, for us, for the people.
All right, folks, welcome back. We're live streaming again on the Black Star Network and TV One network digital platforms, talking to Congressman Stephen Horsford, Chair, Congressional Black Caucus. CBC members, what will be happening? Will they be hitting multiple states on the ground, just driving in the next 75 days?
Absolutely. We got 60 members. Every one of us will be on the ground. We've got a CBC bus tour through all of the key battleground cities and towns for the presidential as well as key districts to win back the House majority. We will be attending and participating in a number of HBCU tours and college homecoming events coming up in October. We're focused on voter registration, making sure that we consolidate this coalition of voters, black voters, that we need to win throughout the month of October, and then making sure that we have a strong voter mobilization effort to get out the vote. We also, Roland, have a very comprehensive election protection program in place because we understand that the attacks on voting and undermining this election, the lawsuits that the Trump campaign and the RNC have already pushed out are attempts to suppress black voters, to intimidate us. We're not going to allow that to happen. So not only are we working to turn out the vote, but we're working to make sure we protect our election, protect the certification of the election. And as you know, the first body that gets sworn in 2025 in January is the House of Representatives.
Yep.
That's why we've got to have Hakeem Jeffries as the speaker to ensure that we do not have the events that we had on January 6th.
All right, Congressman Horford, always good to see you, Frat. Thank you so very much.
Good to see you, brother.
Thanks a
for
bunch.
having me.
All right, folks, coming up next is Janae Nelson. Of course, she leads the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, so we're going to be chatting with her next. Janae, batter up. Come on up. Take a seat. Grab that microphone right there. You leave it on. It's no big deal. You can leave it on. Okay. We live anyway, so grab the mic. I was just talking with Congressman Horford. We were just mentioning election protection.
Yes.
And the reality is, y'all, the LDF is constantly in legal warfare, protecting the voting rights of African Americans. Just talk about that people don't understand that they're political battles, but there are what y'all do in the courtroom. It's some serious stuff.
Yes, it's true. And with this election, we are facing, I think, some of the greatest assaults that we've seen on the right to vote. There are over 20 states that have enacted laws that make voting more difficult since 2020. So just in the past 4 years. And since 2013, there's been over 100 laws that have made voting more difficult. So it is definitely a challenge and one that we are ready to meet. We are very prepared, but of course we could always use more resources and more volunteers and more people. But I'm here in my personal capacity just to celebrate this historic night and this historic moment in our democracy.
And one of the things that, you know, the case that happened in Louisiana, boy, y'all were just going, it was like back and forth, back and forth. It was like ping pong. It was kind of like, okay, really? Go to Supreme Court. They come back. And again, I just want our people watching and listening to understand how far opposition forces are going to stop black power. I mean that was just, you get a win, and it's like, what the hell? That wasn't a win? That's how crazy it was.
It's constant. It's a constant battle, which tells you how important the right to vote is, because it leads to the creation of black political power, which then leads to the strengthening of this multiracial democracy.
Also, that black political power drives black economic power because you're in the position.
That's right.
You can direct dollars.
That's right. And we can hold people accountable with our vote. We can hold people accountable. We can drive change and policy and transformation. And so it is critically important that we exercise that right, and we continue to fight in courts and make sure that when we secure a win, that it's not just for that individual community, that it's for the benefit of black communities across the country and ultimately to the benefit of our democracy.
You talked about being here in your personal capacity. This is a big night. So are you wearing the green in consolidation with the AKAs?
You know, I'm not an AKA, so I would never try to be an imposter, but I am certainly...
No, there's some other D9 folks saying, you know, I wear the in solidarity with our sisters. That's what's going on.
This green is just a sign of the fertility of our democracy.
Well, it is a big night because you've got the non-D9 women wearing the white, the women's suffrage, and I mean it is a night to celebrate, especially for someone. But there were forces who did not want this night to happen.
That's right. And I mean, it has historic significance for anyone who thinks about the various barriers that face black people, Asian people, women in our political system. And it's fascinating because the first woman who tried to run for president, Charlene Mitchell, back in 1968, people think it's Shirley Chisholm, but there was actually someone even before Shirley.
Well, the first black woman on the VP side was Shalata Bass in 52.
That's right. That's right. And so it's taken this long. It's taken 10 predecessors before Kamala Harris to get to this point where they will be the nominee for president. And regardless of the outcome of the election, that in and of itself is something to celebrate and recognize.
Good seeing you. Good seeing you. Absolutely. All right. Looking forward to it. Of course, folks, that's Angela also Brooks running for the United States Senate in Maryland. Actually, and let's speak to that. Listen, right now you don't have any black women in the United States Senate. She's trying to make it happen in Maryland. You also got Lisa Rochester happening in Delaware. And so, again, black women represent since Vice President Kamala Harris left the Senate, they've been without any sisters there.
That's right. That's right. And so it's an interesting time. There's a lot that can happen. We are clearly in a moment of flux. And like I said, no matter the outcome of these elections, it's important to at least recognize that we now have choices that we did not have before. And that's everything that we're about, creating choices for black voters, for all voters to see themselves represented and to make sure that our communities have accountable representation.
Right. So I got to ask the last question. Your thoughts, how did it feel to watch the exonerated five walk out there after Reverend Sharpton finished speaking?
Listen, it shows you all that we lose when we have a criminal legal system that is trained against black people, that presumes us guilty before innocent. And to think of the talent on that stage, the promise and potential on that stage that would have been lost, not just behind bars,
right,
but potentially executed as a result of draconian policies that we must get rid of. So it's an example to us that we all must learn from, that we have a lot to risk when we have a system that we know is broken and we're not willing to put in the work to fix it.
Absolutely. Janae, well, we surely appreciate it.
It was wonderful to be here, Roland.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Take good care.
Folks, on this night 60 years ago, Fannie Lou Hamer spoke in Atlantic City, New Jersey, and she talked about the need to integrate the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party delegation. It didn't happen in 64. There was a compromise, only one person. But it happened 4 years later in 1968. We wanted to show you some of what Fannie Lou Hamer had to say in Atlantic City that year in 1964.
Mr. Chairman, and to the Credentials Committee, my name is Mrs. Fannie Lou Hamer, and I live at 626 East Lafayette Street, Roosevelt, Mississippi, Sunflower County, the home of Senator James O. Eastland and Senator Stinnett. It was the 31st of August in 1962 that 18 of us traveled 26 miles to the county courthouse in Indianola to try to register to become first-class citizens. We was met in Indianola by policemen, highway patrolmen, and they only allowed 2 of us in to take the literacy test at the time. After we had taken this test and started back to Roosevelt, we was held up by the city police and the state highway patrolmen and carried back to Indianola, where the bus driver was charged that day with driving a bus the wrong color. After we paid the fine among us, we continued on to Roosevelt, and Reverend Jeff Sonny carried me 4 miles in the rural area where I had worked as a timekeeper and sharecropper for 18 years. I was met there by my children that told me the plantation owner was angry because I had gone down, tried to register. After they told me, my husband came and said the plantation owner was raising Cain because I had tried to register. And before he quit talking, the plantation owner came and said, Fannie Lou, do you know, did Pap tell you what I said? And I said, yes, sir. He said, well, I mean that if you don't go down and withdraw your registration, you will have to leave. That then if you go down and withdraw, that you still might have to go because we're not ready for that in Mississippi. And I addressed him and told him that I didn't try to register for you. I tried to register for myself. I had to leave that same night. On the 10th of September, 1962, 16 bullets were fired into the home of Mr. and Mrs. Robert Tucker for me. That same night, 2 girls were shot in Rooseville, Mississippi. Also, Mr. Joe McDonald's house was shot in. And June the 9th, 1963, I had attended a voter registration workshop, was returning back to Mississippi. 10 of us was traveling by the Continental Trailway bus. When we got to Winona, Mississippi, which is Montgomery County, 4 of the people got off to use the washroom, and 2 of the people to use the restaurant. 2 of the people wanted to use the washroom. The 4 people that had gone in to use the restaurant was ordered out. During this time, I was on the bus. But when I looked through the window and saw they had rushed out, I got off of the bus to see what had happened. And one of the ladies said it was a state highway patrolman and a chief of police ordered us out. I got back on the bus, and one of the persons who had used the washroom got back on the bus too. As soon as I was seated on the bus, I saw when they began to get the 5 people in a highway patrolman's car. I stepped off of the bus to see what was happening, and somebody screamed from the car that the fire workers was in and said, "Get that one there." And when I went to get in the car, when the man told me I was under arrest, he kicked me. I was carried to the county jail and put in the booking room. They left some of the people in the booking room and began to place us in cells. I was placed in a cell with a young woman called Miss Vesta Simpson. After I was placed in the cell, I began to hear sounds of licks and screams. I could hear the sounds of licks and horrible screams. And I could hear somebody say, "Can you say yes, sir, nigga? Can you say yes, sir?" And they would say other horrible names. She would say, "Yes, I can say yes, sir." So, "Well, say it." She said, "I don't know you well enough." They beat her I don't know how long. And after a while, she began to pray and ask God to have mercy on those people. And it wasn't too long before 3 white men came to my cell. One of these men was a state highway patrolman, and he asked me where I was from. And I told him Rooseville. He said, "We're going to check this." And they left my cell, and it wasn't too long before they came back. He said, "You are from Rooseville, all right," and he used a curse word. And he said, "We're going to make you wish you was dead." I was carried out of that cell into another cell where they had 2 Negro prisoners. The state highway patrolman ordered the first Negro to take the blackjack. The first Negro prisoner ordered me, by orders from the state highway patrolman, for me to lay down on a bunk bed on my face. And I laid on my face. The first Negro began to beat. And I was beat by the first Negro until he was exhausted. I was holding my hands behind me at that time on the left side because I suffered from polio when I was 6 years old. After the first Negro had beat until he was exhausted, the state highway patrol take the blackjack. The second Negro began to beat, and I began to work my feet. And the state highway patrolman ordered the first Negro had beat to sit on my feet, to keep me from working my feet. I began to scream, and one white man got up and began to beat me in my head and tell me to hush. One white man, my dress had worked up high. He walked over and pulled my dress. I pulled my dress down, and he pulled my dress back up. I was in jail when Medgar Evers was murdered. All of this is on account of we want to register to become first-class citizens. And if the Freedom Democratic Party is not seated now, I question America. Is this America, the land of the free and the home of the brave, where we have to sleep with our telephones off of the hook because our lives be threatened daily, because we want to live as decent human beings in America? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sitting here about to interview two labor leaders. Then I can walk behind me kissing, they don't disappear. And it's Tiffany Haddish. Girl, how you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm successful.
Of course.
Yeah, I'm having fun.
Having fun, and you want to be here for this historic night?
Yes, sir. I'm here for the historical night. I want to see what the policies are. I want to feel the energy in the room. You know, she ready.
Well, you got two major labor leaders right here. Communication Workers of America, AFSCME over here.
Yeah, hello.
So you look at what's going on. We also got comedian Monroe Flame over here.
Flame Monroe, hello.
Hello,
How's it going? I'm here to make history.
Make history?
It's a historic moment.
Well, look, was glad to see both of y'all here. Crashing my interview with these two labor leaders right here.
That's okay.
We don't lead this labor. Y'all going to lead the labor.
That's right.
I'm going to sit to the side and I'm going to delegate.
Good to see y'all. I appreciate it. Nice. Oh, man. Now, first of all, I told y'all this is the blackest show here. I keep telling y'all that. And so where we're located, of course, the VIP entrance is right there. So that's how the folk just walk up. We keep it rolling, and that's how we do it, folks. Joining me right now, of course, Claude Cummings, President of Communication Workers of America. And we got Lee Saunders, President, leader of American Federation of State, County, Municipal Employees. And, of course, I keep telling y'all don't know. So the first 2 years, the only sponsor we had this show was AFSCME. And so I appreciate my frat brother Lee Saunders for that. I absolutely appreciate that, again, for getting us started. September 4th will be 6 years.
Shows you what you're doing.
6 years of September 4th.
That's great. Doing good stuff.
Absolutely.
No question.
Let's talk about this. Y'all were on stage the other night and talking about the importance of labor. I've had other labor leaders, UAW, AFL-CIO, I had NEA. And this is a moment. We have never seen, my God, I don't know how long, an administration that actually not just believes in labor, but is very public about it in their words and actions. You first, Lee.
They believe in labor. We believe in them because of the programs that they have been supporting to move working families forward so working families can have a seat at the table. As you know, this election is going to be extremely important, and there is a clear choice. That choice is to continue down the road that we've been moving, continue to improve the lives of working people all over the country, or go backwards. And you know how we go backwards? Project 2025, where they want to gut unions across this country, take away what we've been able to win over the past 4 years, and we've got to organize and mobilize and educate our members like never before to make sure that doesn't happen.
Well, yes, Roland, I've been elected 38 years as a union leader. Never been defeated. I've served 38 consecutive years, and I've never been involved with a more pro-labor administration than the Biden-Harris administration. Simple as that. And not only do they just talk with us, but they actually bring us to the table to talk about issues that are important, like AI. How's AI going to be used in the workplace? What can we do better to make sure the semiconductor factories that are bringing over here will be labor and labor friendly? And so this administration has even, I won't use the word force, but encouraged labor peace agreements with some of these manufacturing companies that are coming over. So we will make sure that those jobs are good union paid jobs with good benefits, good safety on the job, and great health care.
I was talking with the folks who fight for fair wages, and they were talking about the battle there. And we talk about a living wage, when we talk about, again, where people are. And really, Lee, when we look at the numbers, you have a lot of young folks in the labor force now who recognize that, you know what, the way this country has operated in the last 20, 30 years, not right, especially with massive CEO pay, shareholder buybacks, and folks are saying we got to have representation.
If you look at the percentages of folks who strongly support unions now, 67% of Americans believe that unions are absolutely necessary for workers to make a choice so they can have a seat at the table. You know what a better percentage is? 88% of young people believe that unions are absolutely necessary. So we've got to be in an organizing mode. Claude knows that. He's organizing all over the country. We're organizing all over the country. We're fighting for working families. We're making sure that people have a choice, and they choose whether they want a union or not. And I'm telling you, if it's a fair fight, that they're going to overwhelmingly choose to be represented by a union.
Claude, ground game. What I'm actually, let's do this here real quick. Go to the stage. This is Steph Curry talking about the VP Kamala Harris.
Taken care of during the most precious times. I got to visit Kamala with my team in the White House last year, and I can tell you one thing I knew then, and I definitely know now. The Oval Office suits her well. Do something. Go vote. Be active. Let's show out in November like never before. It's been an honor for me to represent our country. It's an honor to support Kamala. So let's all do our part. God bless.
Please welcome Democratic nominee for U.S. Congress and...
All right, folks. Actually, I was going to come back to Claude and Lee, but taking the stage right now is the brother who is running for that seat that was created in Alabama, the second black seat. Let's go to back to the stage.
And hello, sweet home Alabama. I am running for Alabama's 2nd Congressional District. This is the district that gave America the Tuskegee Airmen, Rosa Parks, Fred Gray, and it is the birthplace of the civil rights movement in Montgomery, Alabama. And of course, this district is home to Mr. Good Trouble himself, Congressman John Lewis. Look, my pathway to this stage was paved by a legacy of fighters. Fighters that include my mother, Alabama State Senator Vivian Davis Figures, who is here at her 11th DNC. And it also includes my father, my late father, Michael Figures, who was also a state senator and civil rights lawyer who sued the Klan into bankruptcy. Listen, all of America, all of us owe a debt to courageous freedom fighters, both known and unknown, a debt that can never be repaid. But what we can do is ensure that the work of those fighters who came before us continues, and that our sacred right to vote is always protected. Kamala Harris gets this. She's working to protect our freedoms every single day. And that's why she will sign into law the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Act once it is introduced again by Congresswoman Terry Sewell. Listen, America, a California poet named Kendrick Lamar recently reminded us that sometimes we got to pop out and show them. Well, America, it's time we pop out and vote. It's time we pop out from California to Alabama and all across America, and we show them that we are not going back. We are going forward, and we are going forward with Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States of America. Thank you. God bless you. Roll Tide. Let's go win this thing.
All right, folks, that's again that brother. He's running for Congress there in Alabama. We're talking with Lee Saunders of AFSCME, Claude Cummings of CWA. This election, people always say most important election, how monumental it is, but boots on the ground. What I keep saying is, if you do not, you can say, boy, I'm praying for. You can say all those different things, but it requires door-to-door phone banking, touching people multiple times. Y'all do this all the time. From your research, how many times do you need to touch somebody to ensure that they're going to come out?
I'd say at least 3 times. And 3 times. In CWA, we run programs where we call our members, we door knock, and we overlay with mail, and then we repeat that. So maybe 6 times. But the idea for labor unions is to give as much information out as we can to our members about why it's important to support a candidate. We're getting away from the candidates themselves, right? But talking about the issues that are important to working people, and that's how we have been able to connect.
And that's
we'll
somebody,
continue to connect that
and
way.
that's somebody you've been talking to in Texas is Dallas Congressman Colin Allred, who's
That's
running
exactly
against
right.
Senator Ted Cruz for the United States Senate. He's now at the podium.
Right, and we want to send him back to Cancun for vacation.
Perfect little boys. And this November, I'm going to beat Ted Cruz. And I'm so proud to be here to support our next president, Kamala Harris. Like Kamala, I was raised by a single mom. Mom was a public school teacher who often worked 2 jobs to make ends meet. So when we talk about lowering costs, I think about the times when we went to the grocery store when I was growing up and swiped the debit card and said a little prayer. But my mom and my community in Texas gave me a chance to chase my version of the American dream. I played football at Baylor and in the NFL before becoming a civil rights lawyer and representing my hometown in Congress. Now I'm the guy who's going to turn Texas' Senate seat blue. In the NFL, we had a term for guys like Donald Trump and my opponent Ted Cruz. Me guys. You know the type. Talk a big game, only care about themselves, but you don't want to be stuck with them at a barbecue. The truth is, America has never been about me. As President Obama said, the single most powerful word in our democracy is the word we. We the people. We shall overcome. Yes, we can. And we've got a message for the me guys. We is more powerful than me. We will protect and restore reproductive freedom. We will secure the border. We'll protect Medicare and Social Security. And we'll turn the page and write a new chapter for this country. And elect Kamala Harris to be the next president and beat Ted Cruz. Thank y'all so much. God bless you. And may God bless Texas.
Back, Claude, you were talking about touches.
Right, and so we do that to make sure that our members understand clearly that there's a choice between these 2 candidates. You have someone who just a couple of days ago said that if the workers going to strike, you fire them. Simple as that. Well, with the Biden-Harris administration, we've actually had both of them go to picket lines where workers have actually been on picket. So certainly there's a contrast, and we believe that the same thing that has happened under the Biden administration will happen under the Harris administration, supporting workers on strike.
I'm going to leave real quick. I'm going to go to this black couple who's speaking right now.
Trying to do what doctors should have been doing. When I reached the hospital, I'd lost nearly half the blood in my body. I can't change the past, but we can choose a different future.
I'm Craig Sicknick, and this is my mother, Gladys. My brother was a U.S. Capitol Police officer, Brian Sicknick, a hero who died after defending our country on January 6th.
Lee Saunders, same question I gave to Claude. Touches, get people to understand, especially some of your members, or Claude, same with you, who might be Republican, who might be pro-life, reminding them who out here saving your jobs, who paid for that that team suspension, things along those lines.
Well, one thing that we've got to do, and you know I'm the chair of the political committee of the AFL-CIO. Claude helps me out with it. He sits on it. And we always talk about how we can communicate and contact our members. And it's a year-round program now. It just can't be parachuting people in for 2 weeks before the campaign and expect that they're going to do the right thing. We've got to have a year-long program where we are knocking on doors constantly. We're going to the plant gates. We're going to the where the workers are employed, and we're sitting down talking to them. We're working with community organizations so they can spread out, so they can be as much communication as we can possibly have. The other thing that we don't do is this: we don't tell people how to vote. We educate them on what is going on, and then you let them make the choice. But it is our responsibility to tell them this is happening. For example, and I want to go back to Project 2025 again. A lot of our folks don't know in the public sector, in the public service, but we're talking about it. If that goes into effect, public sector unions will be destroyed completely.
Yep.
Will be destroyed completely because they don't want public sector workers to have a seat at the table.
Yep.
And so let me tell you something.
I mean, he wants to gut federal workers who don't sign a MAGA decree or whatever the hell.
So let me say this. When you talk about taking that seat at the table away from workers, I don't care if they're Republicans, conservatives, Democrats, I don't care if they're independents. When they see that and they know that the union is performing for them and getting them, helping them get the wages increases, the pension increases, health and safety issues, they're going to say, hell no, we ain't going to let that happen. And that's what you've got to do.
I also want both of y'all to speak to, for the folk who don't know, that y'all have been making it perfectly clear to this campaign, to Schumer, to Jeffries, to these PACs and others, don't sit here and not spin with black-owned media and black ground game, because that's how you got to get that vote out.
No, you're exactly right. As a matter of fact, our chairman of the board, Lee, pulled a meeting together with the campaign just to talk about the need to spend money in the black community and not wait until October, right?
Until the third week in October.
To spend that money. If black people get out and vote, we win. You know, simple as that. The campaign is going to win. So we've told them that it's necessary, very necessary, to spend money as soon as possible on messaging, because no one messages to our community like we can.
Right.
And I made it very clear that if any organization that comes to CWA and wants us to invest in some type of plan, if they do not have a plan that is based on also getting out the African American vote or media, I'm going to save the money and do it myself. And I've made that clear to the campaign. That's what we plan to do. We're going to spend money in the media ourselves to get the vote out in our communities.
See, Lee, what folk have to understand is that, again, we played the video of Fannie Lou Hamer in 1964. Today is the 60th anniversary of her presentation in Atlantic City. And what I keep trying to explain to people, the black voter today is different than the black voter 40 years ago.
Right.
You have to now micro-target. You got to talk to a black man different from a black woman, a black entrepreneur different from somebody who is who's working in corporate America, different from somebody who's a customer service job. And what often has happened is it's sort of just been this one message, this overarching thing, and the numbers show it. They're not responding, and actually more blacks today are less identifying as Democrats. And so that's why also that tailored messaging is so critical. And having you and Claude and Becky and others at the table trying to explain that is so crucial.
And we need different messengers as well. I mean, Claude and I talk about this all the time. Sometimes in some of the communities, we may not be the most effective messengers, but there are people in that community who are effective
Even
messengers.
to your members.
Right. That's
you
exactly
right.
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 And so there are people in those communities that you say, go at it, man. Do what you got to do. Yep. You talk to them. That's why your platform, Roland, is so important.
Yes.
Because you have a reach beyond the folks that they normally deal with. And if you touch those folks and you talk to them, then they're going to do the right thing. But you've got to reach out to them and you've got to talk to them. And they've got to treat organizations like yours and platforms like yours seriously, because you have reach into the communities that sometimes we don't have.
You're right. Let me I got to get this in.
Go ahead.
During the last election cycle in Houston, the Republicans spent $50 million to try to take out our county judge. We brought Roland in. Roland had a series of shows there to help us get out the African-American vote. Our numbers were 19.5% turnout in the black community in a non-presidential year. Historic, because we spent money on black media, and specifically we brought Roland Martin in to have interviews with some of us and with some of those that are working in the community.
Well, but in a piece that a lot of these folks also don't understand is, and my friends who are inside, who used to be, of course, Biden Harris, now Harris Walsh, has explained to them is that what you're also talking about, give me 1 second, my brother. Hey, Dave. What's up, brother?
Good, man.
Hey. Broadcasting 6 hours a day.
Sir, how you been, man?
Hey, you doing all right? I've been working. We brought you 6 hours a day.
I never see you work. I never see you not working.
Well, you know how we do it.
Yes, sir.
Good seeing you, baby. Dave Chappelle, the great comedian Dave Chappelle. That what a lot of them don't understand is that what you also are dealing with, these are black-owned businesses.
Right.
So you can't be talking about how you want to increase opportunities to black-owned businesses,
and you don't spend
money. You don't support black-owned media with the black-owned businesses.
Right. You're exactly right. You know, I've been one that supported black media. I think that's why in the larger counties in Texas where you were from are blue. It's because we've invested money in black media.
And that's the key, Lee, the investment.
And Claude and I are not shy. I mean, he talked about the meeting that we had.
No, y'all not shy.
We are not shy, man.
Not
and
shy.
We told them that they had to change the way that they were doing business and respect the work that you do and the reach that you have in our communities. And in order for you to continue that reach or strengthen that reach or to grow that reach is to provide the funds for you so you can do that.
Yeah. Right.
This is not rocket science.
Which is no different than how when CNN started. It's no different than newspapers and other folks. That's how it is. Well, I got to ask y'all this here last question. You see a lot of these sisters wearing white. You see the AKs here in their pecan green. I've talked to people. I talked to a brother. He's an attorney in he's a Kappa, but he's an attorney in Los Angeles. Flew out here 6 a.m. in a middle seat. He said, because I had to be in the building when history was made. Just talk about witness what we're going to witness tonight.
It's historic. I think that there are many that never thought we would ever have a black male president. And certainly I know that there were many who thought we'd never have a black female president. And so it's historic. It means a lot to me. It means a lot to my daughters and my granddaughters that if you live in a country where your democracy is protected, because we got to remember we had a candidate that has said, I want to be a dictator on the first day. And if you vote for me, you'll never have to vote for me again if I'm elected. So we need to remember that. Our democracy is on the line in this election. And I think the idea of seeing the first black female president in this country is historic. I'm glad, and I thank God that I'm going to have an opportunity to see it.
I've got Lee. Y'all can pull this up. Lee, I've got 3 sisters. One who died this morning, my sister Kenya Martin. Y'all show her photo. You have it. I have 9 nieces, 4 nephews. And we know how young black men responded when Obama was elected. And we cannot overlook what it means to sisters.
Yes.
When they see Vice President Kamala Harris walk out on that podium to accept the nomination for president of the United States.
It's huge.
I mean, I have talked to mothers, grandmothers. There are sisters who said, man, they wish their mothers and grandmothers were alive to see this day.
Well, let me tell you a story, and this is true. My mother is 98 years old. She'll be 99 in October. And she is politically sharp. She covers this stuff. She follows all of this. She grew up when those rights, all of the rights that we have now, we didn't have. And she is 99 years old. Every time, 98 years old, 99 in October, every time I talk to her, she wants to know what's happening and what she can do. And you know what she's going to do? She's going to go to that or get that mail ballot. And as soon as she gets that mail ballot, she's voting for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And that is a story that we've got to repeat and repeat and repeat, because the history that she has and understanding where we are today and what we can do, the ability to elect a Kamala Harris and a Tim Walz. Nobody can take that away from us, but we can't ignore it. And we've got to understand the importance of it. And that's why it's so important that we're out in the streets every single day talking to folks.
Right.
Absolutely.
And we have to keep the pressure on. You know, my biggest fear is that we have all this energy in the convention right now, and then it begins to die out over time. That cannot happen. We have to keep the pedal to the metal. I believe that's what happened in the Hillary campaign.
Yep.
I think they thought that the candidate they were running against was so bad. They eased up. They didn't spend money in the black community. Right? We were completely ignored, and we ended up with Trump because of it. So the message I've been saying and talking about when I meet before crowds is this: we have got to keep the pedal to the metal. We've got to have this same energy from today to the election. Simple as that.
We're going to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Clark Cummings, CWA.
Thank you.
My brother, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Lee Saunders, my frat brother, asked me. I appreciate it. Thank you so very much.
Thank you for everything you do.
Thank you for all you do.
Folks, let's go back to the hall and just feel and hear this.
Convention, let me hear you make some noise.
I was born in a small town, and I live in a small town. I've been down in a small town, oh, small communities. All my friends are from small town. My parents live in the same small town. My job is a small town. Provides little opportunity.
gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed yourself with me. My name is DJ Metro from Chicago. Thank you for having me. Here we go.
Please stand if you are able and welcome winners of 13 Grammy Awards and the biggest selling U.S. female group of all time, the Chicks.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Land of the free and the home of the brave.
Please welcome Kerry Washington.
Welcome to the final night of the Democratic National Convention. The last 3 nights have been extraordinary, and tonight we hear from our next president, Kamala Harris. Now, as I stand here, I know that there are folks on social media already saying, go back to your TV show, shut up and act. But I am not here tonight as an actor. I am here as a mother, as a daughter, as a proud union member. I am here as the granddaughter of immigrants, as a black woman descended from enslaved people. I am here tonight because I am an American and because I am a voter. And because we, the people, are stronger when all our voices are heard. Look, I know that I am the one standing on this stage, but I am not the lead character in this story. You are. All of you. You are the messengers. You are the fixers. Dare I say it, you are the Olivia Popes. You are the superheroes saving this democracy. It is you, not me, who have the greatest power to convince your loved ones to vote. So, just like Michelle Obama told us, let's do something. Let's make a video. Everybody take out your phones. Everybody take out your phones. We're going to make a moment. Can somebody bring me my phone? I want to capture this historic moment and share it with the people that we love. Take this video, guys. We're all going to take it together. We're going to post it to social media, text your friends, send this message out into the world. When I say when we fight, you're going to say? Are you ready? Okay, let's record. We're recording. You ready, Tony?
Yep, I'm ready.
Okay, ready? When we fight! When we fight! When we fight! Are you ready for Kamala Harris to win? Good, because when Kamala wins, America wins. We did it! We did it, Joe. Thank you, Tony.
I don't get to stay?
No, you gotta go.
Bye, everybody.
Tony Goldwyn, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so listen. It's come to my attention that there are some folks who struggle or pretend to struggle with the proper pronunciation of our future president's name. So, hear me out. Confusion is understandable. Disrespect is not. So tonight, we are going to help everyone get it right. Here to help me are some very special guests. Thank you, ladies. Can you tell us your names?
Hello, everybody. My name's Amara. And my name is Leela, her little sister.
And what are you here to do?
To teach you how to say your auntie's name.
Okay. So, how do you pronounce it?
First, you say comma like a comma in a sentence. Then you say la like la 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 la.
Put it together, and it's 1, 2, 3. Kamala. All right, so let's practice. Let's practice.
Everybody over here, say comma. Everybody over here, say la.
Together.
Please welcome Mina Harris, Ella Emhoff, and Helen Hudlin.
Hi, I'm Mina.
I'm Ella.
And I'm Helena. I grew up in Oakland, California, in a house full of extraordinary women. My mom, my grandma, and my auntie, who showed me the meaning of service, helping her sister, a 17-year-old single mom, fighting for justice for the American people, and still cooking Sunday family dinner. She guided me. Now she's guiding my own children, and I know she'll guide our country forward.
Kamala came into my life when I was 14. Famously a very easy time for a teenager. Like a lot of young people, I didn't always understand what I was feeling. But no matter what, Kamala was there for me. She was patient, caring, and always took me seriously. She's never stopped listening to me, and she's not going to stop listening to all of us.
Kamala Harris is my godmother. To me, her advice means everything. Whether it's pursuing my passions, making an impact, or finding hope when the world doesn't feel so hopeful. She taught me that making a difference means giving your whole heart and taking action.
She's fighting for economic opportunity, LGBTQ plus equality, and reproductive freedom, because we are not going back.
She's fighting for social justice, health justice, environmental justice. And she isn't alone. We're all in this fight together.
So let's keep up the fight. Let's keep up the joy.
And let's elect this extraordinary woman as our next president.
Please welcome actor and comedian D.L. Hughley.
Hey now, hey Chicago, how y'all doing? What's happening in California? Now, wait, where those AKAs at? Where they at? You know what? In 3 months, ain't gonna be no living with y'all. I can tell you this, I don't blame Donald Trump for not wanting to debate Kamala. I've been married to a black woman for 40 years and I ain't won one debate. I'm owing $93,000. Now, of course, Trump is saying that Kamala isn't black. I guarantee you this, Kamala's been black a lot longer than Trump's been a Republican. And if he keeps sliding in the polls the way he is, the only way he can keep Kamala out of the White House is if he buys it and refuses to rent it to her. Of course, Kamala's getting broad support. They got black men for Kamala, white men for Kamala, Latinos and Asians for Kamala. They even have Republicans for Kamala. Republicans for Kamala. I guess Donald Trump will finally know what it's like when you get left for a younger woman. But seriously, Kamala knows the truth about the American dream, that hard work is not alone enough. Hard work alone is not enough to succeed. That you need access and information and opportunity. And she knows that some folks are often denied those very things. As president, she will give each and every one of us a fair shot in life. But I have to admit, I didn't always believe that. I mean, if you told me the 15-year-old me would be on stage supporting a prosecutor and a teacher, there is no way that I would have believed you. But because of that, I made assumptions about Kamala's record. And I often repeated them to a lot of people. Then one day, Kamala invited me to her house. She put her hand on my shoulder and she asked me to do some research. Something I had never done. Something a lot of people I know had never done before. Imagine attacking someone's character without a single Google search. So I did what I should have done in the first place. I learned that she had done for us exactly what she promised to. I believe that your apology should be as loud as your accusation, and I'm here apologizing in front of the whole damn world. I was wrong, and I'm so very glad I was wrong because, Kamala, you give me hope for the future, a future where my grandchildren, Nola and Stevie, had the freedom to control their own bodies, where they have the opportunity to go as far as their wits and their talents would take them. That future, ladies and gentlemen, is possible, but only if we elect Kamala Harris as the 47th President of the United States of America. I will say this to you. The best piece of advice I've ever gotten in my entire life is you don't have to know what you will do, just know what you won't. And we won't go back.
The energy in this room is electric. And you can feel it everywhere, all over the country. In the coming weeks, I want us to find ways to maintain this energy and this joy and this commitment, because there will be days when the work ahead seems impossible. And when that happens, I know what I do. I get involved. I get engaged. I ask myself, how can I be of service to my community? Because community is why we do this. Am I right? Yes, we do this for our children, for our parents, for our teachers and care workers who treat our loved ones like their own. We do this for working families who make this country thrive. We do this for the planet and for each other. We do this for justice and for peace and for democracy. And as we are about to hear, we do this for the safety of our communities.
Please welcome Genesee County, Michigan Sheriff Chris Swanson.
My job is to protect people, all people. In 2020, righteous anger spilled over into the streets of Flint, Michigan. One bad decision from either side, and there would have been bloodshed. But that didn't happen. We laid down our riot gear, and we embraced the community, and instead of hate, we chose hope. On January 6th, the opposite occurred. That day was paved with division, deceit, and denigration. Police officers were attacked that day. It could have been stopped. We need a leader who will embody what's affixed to all three sides of my sheriff patrol cars: protect, serve, and unify. Kamala Harris is that leader. As a prosecutor, Kamala Harris protected us by putting violent criminals and sex offenders behind bars. If I was in a courtroom, she's exactly the tough prosecutor that I'd want to see. As vice president, she served America by keeping us safer. And I can testify firsthand, where I come from, crime is down and police funding is up. As president, Kamala Harris will unify our country. She will bring us together because our country needs a leader who will go toe-to-toe with drug cartels and bullies. One who has already taken the oath, raised her right hand to advocate for the people. I can tell you in 2020, we were able to turn a protest into a peaceful movement by walking together. One city, one community, and one country. America, let's walk. Let's walk. Let's walk together and let's elect Kamala Harris and turn hate into hope yet again. Thank you.
We were contemplating adopting, and then out of nowhere, I got pregnant. Jordan was so much fun as a child.
When all of a sudden...
Oh my God, somebody's shooting! 3 of those rounds he aimed at Jordan. Jordan didn't deserve to die that way.
Reports of an active shooter at a high school.
These students have now lived through so many of these shootings since they were born almost.
We were praying and crying. I don't know how we're alive.
An active shooter at an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas. Multiple children have been killed.
Most of the body's so mutilated that only DNA test or green Converse could identify.
Trump did nothing on guns and was proud of it.
There was great pressure on me. We did nothing.
After a mass shooting in Iowa, Trump said,
I have to get over it.
You never get over it. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden refused to get over it. As district attorney, she got illegal guns off the street. As attorney general, she took on transnational crime rings and stopped gun trafficking. As vice president, she helped pass the most sweeping gun violence legislation in 3 decades, keeping guns out of the hands of criminals, expanding background checks, closing loopholes.
We'll finally pass red flag laws, universal background checks, and an assault weapons ban.
Kamala understands the fight we're in.
The power is with the people.
And gives people like me, survivors like me, hope.
When I worked for Everytown
Please
for gun
welcome
safety.
Georgia Representative Lucy McBath.
When I worked for Everytown for gun safety and Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America, I saw firsthand the power of telling our stories. You've just heard mine, but there are many more to tell.
On December 14th, 2012, I walked into Sandy Hook School. I stopped at the office, chatted with my principal, then started my day with my second graders. Suddenly, a loud crash, like metal folding chairs falling. 154 gunshots blaring. Hiding in the coats, trying to sing with my students, trying to read to them, trying to drown out the sounds. Terror, crying, running. I carry that horrific day with me. 20 beautiful first grade children and 6 of my beautiful colleagues were killed. They should still be here.
It's 10:30 a.m. at Robb Elementary in Uvalde. The school is recognizing my 10-year-old daughter, Lexi, for receiving all A's. She receives a Good Citizen Award, and we pose for photos. She wears a St. Mary's sweatshirt and a smile that lights up the room. 30 minutes later, a gunman murders her, 18 classmates, and 2 teachers. We are taken to a private room where police tell us she isn't coming home. Uvalde is national news. Parents everywhere reach for their children. I reach out for the daughter I will never hold again.
My niece, Sandy Patrice, was 22. She drove to Myrtle Beach for sun and fun and motorcycle parades. Hours later, my phone rang. Shooting on the beach. No one can find Sandy. I stayed calm. You see, my mother, Patricia Ann, had been shot and killed by an abusive partner. I was calm then, too. I got to handling business. I called relatives, the police, hospitals, and I kept calling, voice steady, heartbeat pulsing. Then I was connected to the coroner. 10 years of waiting, and Sandy's murder is still unsolved. I'll keep calling, and I'll keep fighting.
I was in high school when my classmate got shot. It changed my story. Instead of worrying about taking a test, I started worrying about living to take another test. They say schools are for learning, and I did learn a lot that day. I learned how to run, how to hide and drop, that what happens in the news can happen to me. But I learned something else too, that we can write and must write a new story if we choose to.
Are stories of loss. But make no mistake, our losses do not weaken us. They strengthen our resolve. We will secure safer futures that we all deserve. We will organize. We will advocate. We will run for office. And we will join with Americans from small towns and big cities to keep our communities safe. And we will elect leaders like Kamala Harris, who won't just empathize, but will act.
Please welcome former Arizona Representative Gabby Giffords.
Hello, fellow Americans! I'm Gabby Giffords. I was born in the great state of Arizona! I was born with grit. I grew up racing motorcycles, mucking stalls, and exploring the beautiful desert. I fell for an astronaut. For 5 years, I served in Congress from a swing district. Everybody called me a rising star. Then on January 8th, 2011, a man tried to assassinate me. He shot 19 people. He killed 6. Terrible, terrible day. I almost died, but I fought for my life and I survived. I learned to walk again, one step at a time. I learned to talk again, one word at a time. So many people helped me as I worked hard to recover, including a decent man for Delaware who always checked in. He still does. Thank you, Joe Biden. Thank you for everything. Joe is a great president. My friend Kamala will be a great president. She is tough. She has grit. Kamala can beat the gun lobby. She can fight gun trafficking. Kamala stood up to Wall Street and the drug company. She will protect abortion access. She will defend our freedom. She saved lives. Join me in voting for Kamala Harris. Bravo! Thank you.
Don't know why, but I feel like
I had the honor of meeting Vice President Harris when I got to introduce her when she spoke at my high school about gun violence.
Parkland happened, and all I could think about is that I wanted to keep my kids safe.
On July 4th, 2022, I was next in line to walk in the Highland Park Independence Day Parade when gunshots erupted. 7 people were shot and killed, and 48 more were injured.
Vice President Harris has been a gun sense champion since she was our California AG.
We have 2 options in November. We have Kamala Harris, who has already proven her leadership in the Biden-Harris administration. They passed the first ever comprehensive gun reform in 30 years. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has cozied up to the NRA and the gun lobby.
I have full confidence in Vice President Harris that she's dedicated to and committed to finding a solution to end gun violence.
Please welcome 3-time Grammy-winning singer-songwriter and global pop icon, Pink.
We're searchlights we can see in the dark.
sold us down the river too far.
What about us? What about all the times you said you had the answer? What about us?
What about all the broken happy ever afters?
Oh, what about us? What about all the plans that ended in disaster? What about love? What about trust? What about us? We're problems that want to be solved.
We are children that need to be loved.
We were willing, we came when you called. But man, you fooled us. Enough is enough. Oh, what about us? What about all the times you said you had the answers?
What about us? What about all the broken happy ever afters?
What about us? What about all the plans that ended in disaster? What about love? What about trust? What about us? Sticks and stones, they may break these bones, but then are we ready? Are you ready? I don't want control, I want to let go. I'll be ready. Now it's time to let them know. What about us? What about all the times you said you had the answers?
So what about us? What about all the broken happy ever afters?
What about us? What about all the plans that ended in disaster? What about love? What about trust? What about us? What about us? What about us? What about us?
Global security and global prosperity depend on the leadership of the United States of America. And a strong America remains indispensable to the world. Our democratic ideals of freedom and liberty inspire billions, and our military is the strongest in the world. Our military is a force that underwrites global stability and our national security.
Please welcome Arizona Senator Mark Kelly.
Hello, Chicago. Hello, Democrats. So, President Obama had to follow Michelle. I had to follow Gabby in pink. Gabby amazes me every single day. She was able to walk out and address you tonight because she's a fighter. And thanks to a team of doctors, nurses, and especially her speech therapist. We all need a team. I've flown into space 4 times. I've flown into combat nearly 40 times. Not once did I do that by myself. It took a team to accomplish a mission. It always does. I flew in the Navy during the first Gulf War. America rallied our allies to kick out a tyrant who invaded a neighbor. Today, Vladimir Putin is testing whether we're still that strong. Iran, North Korea, and especially China watch closely. What's Trump's answer? He invited Russia to do, and these are his words, not mine, whatever the hell they want. Vice President Harris has always championed America's support for NATO, for Ukraine, and for the Ukrainian people. On the Senate Intelligence Committee, she investigated Russian interference in our election. She defends free and fair elections everywhere. You already know how Trump feels about those. Donald Trump skipped his intelligence briefings. He was too busy sucking up to dictators and dreaming of becoming one himself. Trump thinks that Americans who have made the ultimate sacrifice are suckers and losers. If we fall for that again and make him the commander-in-chief, the only suckers would be us. Kamala Harris knows that standing with our allies means standing up for Americans. She'll keep modernizing our military to support our troops and to support our veterans like our next Vice President, Tim Walz. The world laughs at Trump, literally. But folks, it is not funny. When he was president, that meant the world was laughing at us. The threats we face are too serious. The sacrifices our service members make are too sacred. The alliances we've spent decades building are too critical. That's what's at stake now. And the choice isn't even close. But in Arizona and nationwide, this election will be. We'll win in the same way we launch rockets into space and land fighter jets on an aircraft carrier as one team on one mission. State by state, voter by voter, coming together. No country is better than ours at solving big problems. So, on November 5th, is still the leader the world needs today by electing the leader we need right now, Kamala Harris. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Please welcome former Secretary of Defense Leon Panetta.
My fellow Americans, I'm proud to have served in the Army, the Congress, the White House, Chief of Staff, CIA Director, and Secretary of Defense. I've looked into the eyes of our warriors and deployed them into battle. I gave the order directing our Special Operations Forces to fly 2 helicopters 150 miles into Abbottabad at night. And by the time the sun rose, Osama bin Laden was dead. Because nobody attacks our country and gets away with it. Nobody. That's what our warriors do. That's what our warriors do. Our warriors need a tough, cool-headed commander-in-chief to defend our democracy from tyrants and terrorists. We need Kamala Harris behind the resolute desk. She knows a tyrant when she sees one. And our allies know a leader when they see one. On the Senate Intelligence Committee and as Vice President, she worked with more than 150 world leaders. She's looked our allies in the eye and said, America has your back. Trump would abandon our allies and isolate America. We tried that in the 1930s. It was foolish and dangerous then, and it's foolish and dangerous now. Listen to President Reagan. President Reagan. Isolationism never was and never will be an acceptable response to tyrannical governments. Never. Trump tells tyrants like Putin they can do whatever the hell they want. Kamala Harris tells tyrants, the hell you can, not on my watch. She's worked with President Zelensky to fight back against Russia. She knows that protecting their democracy protects our democracy as well. Look, Donald Trump does not understand the world, and he does not understand the service and sacrifice of our military. Our fallen veterans are not suckers. They are not losers. They are our heroes. Kamala Harris will honor our veterans. And in Tim Walz, we will have a vice president who has served in uniform honorably for 24 years. Kamala Harris understands this moment It is a moment of danger and a moment of opportunity. She'll keep America's military the strongest in the world, the strongest ever known. And she understands what our military is for. The role of our military is to defend us from foreign enemies. It is not to threaten Americans, and it sure as hell isn't to put immigrants in camps. Every president since World War II, Republican and Democrat, has shared the belief that America must protect democracy in the world. Every president has honored our veterans and their sacrifices. Every president, but one. So we face a critical choice: to vote for someone who stands with our military and stands up for democracy, or someone who will disrespect our heroes and undermine our democracy. My fellow Americans, there is only one choice. One choice. And let me tell you something. When she takes her oath of office, as she will this January, our allies will cheer, our enemies will fear, and we will have a commander-in-chief that we can trust. God bless our veterans, and God bless our country.
Please welcome Arizona Representative Ruben Gallego.
I'm a dad, husband, congressman, and the proudest Arizonan you'll ever meet. But I am even prouder to be a Marine. Rah! My mom raised us alone on a secretary's salary. I slept on the floor. I worked every job I could: meat packing, construction, making pizzas. I made it to Harvard with no money or connections. Other kids were happy because they were at Harvard. I was happy because I finally had a mattress. Then I enlisted, fought alongside my brothers with Lima 325 in Iraq. They called us Lucky Lima, but our luck ran out. We saw some of the heaviest combat of the war. And when we got home, the government failed to help us readjust. We have a duty to care for our patriots who serve our nation. For the Vietnam veteran and Buckeye who relies on the VA for his medication. For the Afghan veteran in Pittsburgh who finally got treatment for his PTSD. For the Marine in Milwaukee who relies on the benefits she earned. For my Navajo brothers and sisters who serve the Marines with me, I remember you too. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are fighting for them. Kamala Harris has delivered more benefits to more veterans than ever before, and has achieved the lowest veterans unemployment rate in history. Vice President Harris has stood up for us and our families always. Tim Walz served for 24 years. His passion for veterans earned him respect on both sides of the aisle, and he stands with us too. In fact, let me introduce you to some of the many Democrats who understand what service means, because we put country over politics. We we're proud to wear the uniform. And we're proud serving our countries in city halls, state capitals, the U.S. House, and the Senate. These veterans represent the best of our country. We stand united as veterans, Democrats, and patriots to fight for everyone who serves. But politicians like Donald Trump, they don't stand with us. They call patriots like Senator McCain losers. John McCain was an American hero. Show some respect. Trump's Project 2025 will slash veteran benefits and force VA hospitals to close across the nation. Show some respect. So, for the 18-year-old who decides to enlist, for the families like mine who prayed every night that their loved one would come home, for our troops stationed thousands of miles away, for my Marines of Lima Company, let's elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, who don't just respect our service, but revere it. Because the veterans who defended this country aren't just the reason we can sleep at night. They're the reason we can dream. And together, we'll fight for our veterans and everyone who served our country. Thank you.
Please welcome Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer.
I'm Governor Gretchen Whitmer. In Lansing, they call me Governor. But in Detroit, they call me Big Gretch. Donald Trump called me that woman from Michigan as an insult. Being a woman from Michigan is a badge of honor. Like women across America, we just GSD. Get stuff done. At 29, I joined the sandwich generation. Sandwiched between working and raising my newborn and caring for my mom, who was dying from brain cancer. It was hard, but not extraordinary. It's life. Those nights reminded me who I was fighting for. People just trying to make it. Kamala Harris knows who she's fighting for, too. She took care of her mom, who also battled cancer. As president, she'll fight to lower the cost of health care and elder care for every family. She's lived a life like ours. She knows us. Donald Trump doesn't know you at all. You think he understands that when your car breaks down, you can't get to work? No. His first word was probably chauffeur. You think he's ever had to take items out of the cart before checking out? Hell, you think he's ever been to a grocery store? That's what the chauffeur is for. But Kamala Harris, she gets us. She sees us. She is us. Look, we've all lived through a lot of history over the past few years. Floods and fires, an attempted coup, a plot, and a pandemic. It's exhausting. We don't know what the next 4 years will bring. But what we do know is this. Through it all, your life won't stop. You're going to have to get to work, pick up the kids, and pay your bills. And then one day, when you're just trying to get everyone out the door, a news alert goes off. Something happened. Something hit the fan. You'll ask, is my family going to be okay? And then you'll ask, who the hell is in charge? What if it's him? What if it's that man from Mar-a-Lago? I know, in a crisis, we need someone strong enough to come up with a plan, to tell the truth, and to bring people together. Right now, before the crisis, is when we get to choose. Why wouldn't we choose the leader who's tough, tested, and a total badass? I know who I want as our commander-in-chief. America, let's choose Kamala Harris.
Please welcome actress, director, and philanthropist, Eva Longoria.
Hello, Chicago! Yes! I am so excited to be here tonight. What an honor to be part of this historic moment, and y'all are part of it. Look, I have known Kamala Harris for more than a decade, and she comes from a family a lot like mine, and I'm sure a lot like yours. We were both raised knowing that no one was going to hand us anything, especially as women. That we were going to have to touch every rung of the ladder to get ahead. We were going to have to work really hard. Now, she worked at McDonald's, but I worked at Wendy's. And look at us now. You see, Kamala and I were able to see beyond the horizon because our families supported our big dreams. Well, guess what? As Americans, we're all part of one big family. Somos familia. And as familia, we have to have each other's back. We have to support each other's dreams because Kamala's success is our success. And she supports us to dream big too. So let me tell you, in the Latino community, in our community, we have a saying, sí se puede. which means yes. It means yes, we can. But tonight, I'm here to tell you, yes, she can. So we're going to say, she se puede. So when someone asks you, is she ready to lead this country forward, we're going to say, she se puede. When somebody says, is she qualified for the job, we're going to say, she se puede. When somebody asks, is she going to be the first female president of the United States, we're going to say, she se puede. Our voices, our vote, we're going to decide this election. And let me tell you, the energy tonight isn't just here in Chicago, it's all across the country. People are gathered at watch parties everywhere to celebrate Kamala Harris. Say hello. Yes. All right. We know how to work, so let's get to work. Let's turn all of this enthusiasm and joy into action between now and November 5th. Let's go. She se puede. She se puede.
Please welcome former Illinois Republican Representative Adam Kinzinger.
Hey, good evening. Good evening. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm Adam Kinzinger, and I am proud to be in the trenches with you as part of this sometimes awkward alliance that we have to defend truth, defend democracy, and decency. I was just a kid when I was drawn to the party of Ronald Reagan, to his vision of a strong America, the shining city on a hill. I was a Republican for 12 years in Congress, and I still hold on to the label. I never thought I'd be here, but listen, you never thought you'd see me here, did you? But I've learned something about the Democratic Party, and I want to let my fellow Republicans in on the secret. The Democrats are as patriotic as us. They love this country just as much as we do. And they are as eager to defend American values at home and abroad as we conservatives have ever been. I was relieved to discover that because I've learned something about my party too, something I couldn't ignore. The Republican Party is no longer conservative. It has switched its allegiance from the principles that gave it purpose to a man whose only purpose is himself. Donald Trump is a weak man pretending to be strong. He is a small man pretending to be big. He's a faithless man pretending to be righteous. He's a perpetrator who can't stop playing the victim. He puts on, listen, he puts on quite a show, but there is no real strength there. As a conservative and a veteran, I believe true strength lies in defending the vulnerable. It's in protecting your family. It's in standing up for our Constitution and our democracy. That is the soul of being a conservative. It used to be the soul of being a Republican, but Donald Trump has suffocated the soul of the Republican Party. His fundamental weakness has coursed through my party like an illness, sapping our strength,
softening our spine, whipping us into a fever that has untethered us from our values. Our democracy was frayed by the events of January 6th, as Donald Trump's deceit and dishonor led to a siege on the United States Capitol. That day, I stood witness to a profound sorrow, the desecration of our sacred tradition of peaceful transition of power, tarnished by a man too fragile, too vain, and too weak to accept defeat. How can a party claim to be patriotic if it idolizes a man who tried to overthrow a free and fair election? How can a party claim to stand for liberty if it sees a fight for freedom in Ukraine, an attack pitting tyranny against democracy, a challenge to everything our nation claims to be, and it retreats, it equivocates, it nominates a man who is weirdly obsessed with Putin, and his running mate who said, quote, "I don't care what happens in Ukraine." Yeah, and he wants to be vice president. Yeah. How can a party claim to be conservative when it tarnishes the gifts that our forebears fought for? Men like my grandfather, who served in World War II, who believed in a cause bigger than himself, and he risked his life for it behind enemy lines. To preserve American democracy, his generation found the courage to face down armies. Listen, all we're asked to do is to summon the courage to stand up to one weak man. Some have questioned why I've taken the stand I have. The answer is really simple, ladies and gentlemen. We must put country first. And tonight, as a Republican speaking before you, I'm putting our country first. Because the fact is, I do belong here. I know Kamala Harris shares my allegiance to the rule of law, the Constitution, and democracy. And she is dedicated to upholding all three in service to our country. Whatever policies we disagree on pale in comparison with those fundamental matters of principle, of decency, and of fidelity to this nation. Listen, to my fellow Republicans, if you still pledge allegiance to those principles, I suspect you belong here too. Because democracy knows no party. It's a living, breathing ideal that defines us as a nation. It's the bedrock that separates us from tyranny, and when that foundation is fractured, we must all stand together, united, to strengthen it. If you think those principles are worth defending, then I urge you, make the right choice. Vote for our bedrock values, and vote for Kamala Harris. God bless you.
Please welcome lawyer, policy advocate, and sister of the Vice President, Maya Harris.
Hello, Chicago. In 1958, a 19-year-old from India left the only country she'd ever known to chart her own path in America. She came here to pursue an education, but she stayed here to build a life. Her name was Dr. Shamala Gopalan Harris. But we called her Mommy. Mommy was
so many things to so many people. A civil rights activist, a scientist, a devoted mother to her 2 little girls. But most of all, Mommy was a trailblazer who defied the odds and defined herself. And when it came to Kamala and me, Mommy had great expectations for us, but she had even greater expectations of us. She raised us to believe that we could be and do anything. And we believed her. You see, Mommy understood the power and the possibility that come with knowing and showing who you truly are. She knew we could be the authors of our own stories, just as she'd been the author of her own. Mommy's journey and the opportunity that she wanted for Kamala and me, that's a distinctly American story. We may all have different histories, different struggles, or different perspectives, but what binds us together is the fervent desire to be free, to fulfill our God-given potential. Kamala's entire life has been about fighting for each of us to have that freedom. And like so many Americans, Kamala knows what it's like to be underestimated and be counted out. She knows what it's like to be the underdog and yet still beat the odds. And now she has created so much electricity, so much optimism, so much joy throughout the nation, and it is why we need her leadership in this historic moment. We are living in a time when some are trying to divide us, to separate us in ways that make it difficult for us to come together. Well, look, my sister rejects that view. Where others push darkness, Kamala sees promise. Where others feel detachment, Kamala fosters connection. Where others want to drag us back to the past, my sister says, hold up now, we are not going back. Because Kamala understands we have so much more in common than what separates us. She knows the measure of our success isn't just winning an election. It's about who we bring along and lift up in the process. And so as I look out at all of you today and take in this incredible moment, I so wish that Mommy could be here tonight. I can just see her smiling, saying how proud she is of Kamala. And then, without missing a beat, she say, that's enough, you got work to do. She would tell all of us to roll up our sleeves and get to work, to elect a leader who sees the potential in each of us, a leader who cares for all of us, a leader who fights for every one of us. Our Democratic nominee, my big sister, the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Please welcome North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper.
Hello, America. I'm Roy Cooper, the last guy standing between you and the moment we're all waiting for. So I'm going to get right to it. All week, you've heard stories about my friend Kamala. I want to take you behind the scenes of one of them. 2011 was a rough time for American homeowners. Hundreds of thousands were losing their homes to illegal foreclosure. I was Attorney General in North Carolina, while Kamala had just become California's. All the AGs were close to a settlement with the big banks, and it was a pretty good deal. Would have meant $4 billion for California families who'd been ripped off. I know that sounds like a lot, but Kamala said, hang on a minute. I've met these families. I know what they've been through, and they deserve more. She went toe-to-toe with some of the world's most powerful executives, and she refused to give in. Let me tell you, this was a huge risk, but she knew it was a risk worth taking. That's Kamala. And we all know what happened. The banks caved. That $4 billion for California families became $20 billion. That was the first time I witnessed Kamala in action. And what I saw was a leader who does exactly what she says she's going to do, who never will settle for less. America, we got a lot of big fights ahead of us, and we've got one hell of a fighter ready to take them on. I know that because I know her. And tonight, I want the American people to know, even if you don't agree with her on everything, Kamala Harris will fight for you to the very end. For families who need better health care or a safer place to live, Kamala will fight for you. For parents who want better schools for their kids. For workers worried about a secure retirement for themselves, Kamala will fight for you. For any one of our allies, anywhere in the world, wondering if America still has your back, remember this. Kamala will fight for you. And when she fights, we win. Kamala's ready. Kamala's ready. The question is, are we? Are we going to stand up and fight for Kamala like she'll stand up and fight for us? All right. If you're ready, my home state of North Carolina, stand up. Stand up, Pennsylvania. Stand up, Michigan. Stand up, Wisconsin. Stand up, Georgia. Stand up, Nevada. Stand up, Arizona. Stand up, America. Are we going to stand up? Are we going to fight? Are we going to vote? Are we going to win? You bet we are. Let's go get them.
She grew up in a tight-knit neighborhood. It was the kind of place where your neighbor would look after you when school let out, where your first-grade teacher would show up at your law school graduation. It's where Kamala Harris learned what it means to be in the middle class, making every paycheck count. She was raised by a working mom who taught her about standing up for what's right and protecting the people you love.
Kamala carries the lessons of our mother, the fighting spirit of our mother, the compassion.
She was all of 5 feet tall. If you met her, you would have thought she was 7 feet tall. And our mother, if I'd ever come home complaining about anything, she wouldn't have it. The first thing she'd say is, well, just stop the complaining. Just tell me what you're going to do about it.
And since she was a young girl, Kamala Harris has been fighting for families like the ones she grew up with.
That is Kamala. She can't help herself from standing up for people and standing up for what she thinks is right. She has been that way our whole lives. Being a protector is what led her to become a prosecutor. Looking back now, I could say it was her calling.
As a courtroom prosecutor, she went after predators who targeted women and children, and fraudsters who ripped off working families. And she put dangerous gang members and human traffickers behind bars.
We didn't have partnerships with DOJ or FBI or DEA or any of those law enforcement agencies. Now, we all work collaboratively. She was the person who built the foundation in how we do criminal justice in America.
As Attorney General of California, she held the big Wall Street banks accountable for fraud, winning $20 billion for California families. She took on one of the largest for-profit colleges that was scamming students. And in the Senate, she fought for her constituents with the determination of a prosecutor, standing up for reproductive freedom.
Can you think of any laws that give the government the power to make decisions about the male body?
I'm not thinking of any right now, Senator.
She fought to keep our children safe from the terror of gun violence.
How many of you guys had to have a drill where you learned about how you need to hide in a closet or crouch in a corner in the event that there was a mass shooter? Look at that. Look at that.
On the Intelligence Committee, she defended our nation against foreign adversaries. And in 2020, she made history as the first woman to be elected Vice President of the United States. She cast the tie-breaking vote to deliver urgent relief to the American people during the pandemic. She beat Big Pharma to lower prescription drug costs and capped the cost of insulin, and led the fight to restore reproductive rights after Roe v. Wade was overturned.
We have worked too hard and fought too long to see our daughters grow up in a world with fewer rights than our mothers.
Because she's never been afraid to stand up to powerful interests.
Sometimes people will open the door for you and leave it open. Sometimes they won't. And then you need to kick that door down. Excuse my language.
Now, she's running for president, still fighting for families like the one she grew up with.
Our campaign is about saying we trust the people. We're saying we just want fairness. We want dignity for all people. And we are a work in progress. We haven't yet quite reached all of those ideals, but we will die trying because we love our country. We believe in our country. We're not falling for these folks who are trying to divide us, trying to pull us apart. We know what we stand for, and we stand for the people, and we stand for the dignity of work, and we stand for freedom. We stand for justice. We stand for equality. And so we will fight for all of it.
That's who Kamala Harris is. That's what she believes, and that's what she'll fight for every day.
Please welcome the Democratic nominee for president, Vice President of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
got to get to some business. Okay. Thank you all. Okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Please, thank you, please. Thank you so very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Okay, let's get to business. Let's get to business. All right. So let me start by thanking my most incredible husband, Doug, for being an incredible partner to me, an incredible father to Cole and Ella, and happy anniversary, Dougie. I love you so very much. To our President, Joe Biden. When I think about the path that we have traveled together, Joe, I am filled with gratitude. Your record is extraordinary, as history will show, and your character is inspiring. And Doug and I love you and Jill and are forever thankful to you both. And to Coach Tim Walz, you are going to be an incredible vice president. And to the delegates and everyone who has put your faith in our campaign, your support is humbling. So, America, the path that led me here in recent weeks was no doubt unexpected. But I'm no stranger to unlikely journeys. So, my mother, our mother, Shamala Harris, had one of her own. And I miss her every day, and especially right now. And I know she's looking down smiling. I know that. So my mother was 19 when she crossed the world alone, traveling from India to California with an unshakable dream to be the scientist who would cure breast cancer. When she finished school, she was supposed to return home to a traditional arranged marriage. But as fate would have it, she met my father, Donald Harris, a student from Jamaica. They fell in love and got married, and that act of self-determination made my sister Maya and me. Growing up, we moved a lot. I will always remember that big Mayflower truck packed with all our belongings, ready to go to Illinois, to Wisconsin, and wherever our parents' jobs took us. My early memories of our parents together are very joyful ones. A home filled with laughter and music, Aretha, Coltrane, and Miles. At the park, my mother would say, "Stay close." But my father would say, as he smiled, "Run, Kamala, run. Don't be afraid. Don't let anything stop you." From my earliest years, he taught me to be fearless. But the harmony between my parents did not last. When I was in elementary school, they split up. And it was mostly my mother who raised us. Before she could finally afford to buy a home, she rented a small apartment in the East Bay. In the Bay, you either live in the hills or the flatlands. We lived in the flats. A beautiful working-class neighborhood of firefighters, nurses, and construction workers, all who tended their lawns with pride. My mother, she worked long hours, and like many working parents, she leaned on a trusted circle to help raise us. Mrs. Shelton, who ran the daycare below us and became a second mother. Uncle Sherman, Aunt Mary, Uncle Freddie, Auntie Chris. None of them family by blood, and all of them family by love. Family who taught us how to make gumbo, how to play chess, and sometimes even let us win. Family who loved us, believed in us, and told us we could be anything and do anything. They instilled in us the values they personified: community, faith, and the importance of treating others as you would want to be treated, with kindness, respect, and compassion. My mother was a brilliant, 5-foot-tall, brown woman with an accent. And as the eldest child, I saw how the world would sometimes treat her. But my mother never lost her cool. She was tough, courageous, a trailblazer in the fight for women's health, and she taught Maya and me a lesson that Michelle mentioned the other night. She taught us to never complain about injustice, but do something about it. Do something about it. That was my mother. And she taught us, and she also taught us, and never do anything half-assed. And that is a direct quote. A direct quote. I grew up immersed in the ideals of the civil rights movement. My parents had met at a civil rights gathering, and they made sure that we learned about civil rights leaders, including the lawyers like Thurgood Marshall and Constance Baker Motley. Those who battled in the courtroom to make real the promise of America. So at a young age, I decided I wanted to do that work. I wanted to be a lawyer. And when it came time to choose the type of law I would pursue, I reflected on a pivotal moment in my life. You see, when I was in high school, I started to notice something about my best friend, Wanda. She was sad at school. And there were times she didn't want to go home. So one day I asked if everything was all right. And she confided in me that she was being sexually abused by her stepfather. And I immediately told her she had to come stay with us, and she did. This is one of the reasons I became a prosecutor, to protect people like Wanda, because I believe everyone has a right to safety, to dignity, and to justice. As a prosecutor, when I had a case, I charged it not in the name of the victim, but in the name of the people. For a simple reason. In our system of justice, a harm against any one of us is a harm against all of us. And I would often explain this to console survivors of crime, to remind them no one should be made to fight alone. We are all in this together. And every day in the courtroom, I stood proudly before a judge and I said 5 words: Kamala Harris for the people. And to be clear, my entire career, I've only had one client, the people. And so, on behalf of the people, on behalf of every American regardless of party, race, gender, or the language your grandmother speaks. On behalf of my mother and everyone who has ever set out on their own unlikely journey, on behalf of Americans like the people I grew up with, people who work hard, chase their dreams, and look out for one another, on behalf of everyone whose story could only be written in the greatest nation on earth, I accept your nomination to be President of the United States of America. And with this election, our nation with this election has a precious, fleeting opportunity to move past the bitterness, cynicism, and divisive battles of the past, a chance to chart a new way forward. Not as members of any one party or faction, but as Americans. And let me say, I know there are people of various political views watching tonight, and I want you to know, I promise to be a president for all Americans. You can always trust me to put country above party and self, to hold sacred America's fundamental principles, from the rule of law to free and fair elections to the peaceful transfer of power. I will be a president who unites us around our highest aspirations, a president who leads and listens, who is realistic, practical, and has common sense, and always fights for the American people. From the courthouse to the White House, that has been my life's work. As a young courtroom prosecutor in Oakland, California, I stood up for women and children against predators who abuse them. As Attorney General of California, I took on the big banks, delivered $20 billion for middle-class families who faced foreclosure, and helped pass a homeowner Bill of Rights, one of the first of its kind in the nation. I stood up for veterans and students being scammed by big for-profit colleges, for workers who are being cheated out of their wages, the wages they were due, for seniors facing elder abuse. I fought against the cartels who traffic in guns and drugs and human beings, who threaten the security of our border and the safety of our communities. And I will tell you, these fights were not easy, and neither were the elections that put me in those offices. We were underestimated at practically every turn, but we never gave up, because the future is always worth fighting for. And that's the fight we are in right now, a fight for America's future. Fellow Americans, this election is not only the most important of our lives, it is one of the most
important in the life of our nation. In many ways, Donald Trump is an unserious man. But the consequences of putting Donald Trump back in the White House are extremely serious. Consider not only the chaos and calamity when he was in office, but also the gravity of what has happened since he lost the last election. Donald Trump tried to throw away your votes. When he failed, he sent an armed mob to the United States Capitol, where they assaulted law enforcement officers. When politicians in his own party begged him to call off the mob and send help, he did the opposite. He fanned the flames. And now, for an entirely different set of crimes, he was found guilty of fraud by a jury of everyday Americans and separately found liable for committing sexual abuse. And consider what he intends to do if we give him power again. Consider his explicit intent to set free violent extremists who assaulted those law enforcement officers at the Capitol. His explicit intent to jail journalists, political opponents, and anyone he sees as the enemy. His explicit intent to deploy our active duty military against our own citizens. Consider the power he will have, especially after the United States Supreme Court just ruled that he would be immune from criminal prosecution. Just imagine Donald Trump with no guardrails, and how he would use the immense powers of the presidency of the United States, not to improve your life, not to strengthen our national security, but to serve the only client he has ever had, himself. And we know what a second Trump term would look like. It's all laid out in Project 2025, written by his closest advisors, and its sum total is to pull our country back to the past. But America, we are not going back. We are not going back. We are not going back. We are not going back to when Donald Trump tried to cut Social Security and Medicare. We are not going back to when he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, when insurance companies could deny people with pre-existing conditions. We are not going to let him eliminate the Department of Education that funds our public schools. We are not going to let him end programs like Head Start that provide preschool and child care for our children. America, we are not going back. And we are charting a new way forward. To a future with a strong and growing middle class, because we know a strong middle class has always been critical to America's success. And building that middle class will be a defining goal of my presidency. And I'll tell you, this is personal for me. The middle class is where I come from. My mother kept a strict budget. We lived within our means, yet we wanted for little. And she expected us to make the most of the opportunities that were available to us and to be grateful for them. Because, as she taught us, opportunity is not available to everyone. That's why we will create what I call an opportunity economy, an opportunity economy where everyone has the chance to compete and a chance to succeed. Whether you live in a rural area, small town, or big city. And as president, I will bring together labor and workers and small business owners and entrepreneurs and American companies to create jobs, to grow our economy, and to lower the cost of everyday needs like health care and housing and groceries. We will provide access to capital for small business owners and entrepreneurs and founders. And we will end America's housing shortage and protect Social Security and Medicare. Now compare that to Donald Trump, because I think everyone here knows he doesn't actually fight for the middle class. He doesn't actually fight for the middle class. Instead, he fights for himself and his billionaire friends. And he will give them another round of tax breaks that will add up to $5 trillion to the national debt. And all the while, he intends to enact what in effect is a national sales tax, call it a Trump tax, that would raise prices on middle-class families by almost $4,000 a year. Well, instead of a Trump tax hike, we will pass a middle-class tax cut that will benefit more than 100 million Americans. Friends, I believe America cannot truly be prosperous unless Americans are fully able to make their own decisions about their own lives, especially on matters of heart and home. But tonight, in America, too many women are not able to make those decisions. And let's be clear about how we got here. Donald Trump handpicked members of the United States Supreme Court to take away reproductive freedom. And now he brags about it. In his words, quote, "I did it and I'm proud to have done it," end quote. Well, I'll tell you, over the past 2 years, I've traveled across our country, and women have told me their stories. Husbands and fathers have shared theirs. Stories of women miscarrying in a parking lot, developing sepsis, losing the ability to ever again have children, all because doctors are afraid they may go to jail for caring for their patients. Couples just trying to grow their family, cut off in the middle of IVF treatments. Children who have survived sexual assault, potentially being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. This is what's happening in our country because of Donald Trump. And understand, he is not done. As a part of his agenda, he and his allies would limit access to birth control, ban medication abortion, and enact a nationwide abortion ban with or without Congress. And get this, he plans to create a national anti-abortion coordinator and force states to report on women's miscarriages and abortions. simply put, they are out of their minds. And one must ask, why exactly is it that they don't trust women? Well, we trust women. We trust women. And when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. In this election, many other fundamental freedoms are at stake. The freedom to live safe from gun violence in our schools, communities, and places of worship. The freedom to love who you love openly and with pride. The freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean water and live free from the pollution that fuels the climate crisis. And the freedom that unlocks all the others, the freedom to vote. With this election, we finally have the opportunity to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. And let me be clear. After decades in law enforcement, I know the importance of safety and security, especially at our border. Last year, Joe and I brought together Democrats and conservative Republicans to write the strongest border bill in decades. The Border Patrol endorsed it. But Donald Trump believes a border deal would hurt his campaign. So he ordered his allies in Congress to kill the deal. Well, I refuse to play politics with our security, and here is my pledge to you. As president, I will bring back the bipartisan border security bill that he killed, and I will sign it into law. I know we can live up to our proud heritage as a nation of immigrants and reform our broken immigration system. We can create an earned pathway to citizenship and secure our border. And America, we must also be steadfast in advancing our security and values abroad. As Vice President, I have confronted threats to our security, negotiated with foreign leaders, strengthened our alliances, and engaged with our brave troops overseas. As Commander-in-Chief, I will ensure America always has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world. And I will fulfill our sacred obligation to care for our troops and their families, and I will always honor and never disparage their service and their sacrifice. I will make sure that we lead the world into the future on space and artificial intelligence, that America, not China, wins the competition for the 21st century, and that we strengthen, not abdicate, our global leadership. Trump, on the other hand, threatened to abandon NATO. He encouraged Putin to invade our allies, said Russia could, quote, do whatever the hell they want. 5 days before Russia attacked Ukraine, I met with President Zelensky to warn him about Russia's plan to invade. I helped mobilize a global response over 50 countries to defend against Putin's aggression. And as president, I will stand strong with Ukraine and our NATO allies. With respect to the war in Gaza, President Biden and I are working around the clock because now is the time to get a hostage deal and a ceasefire deal done. And let me be clear, I will always stand up for Israel's right to defend itself, and I will always ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself, because the people of Israel must never again face the horror that a terrorist organization called Hamas caused on October 7, including unspeakable sexual violence and the massacre of young people at a music festival. At the same time, what has happened in Gaza over the past 10 months is devastating. So many innocent lives lost. Desperate, hungry people fleeing for safety over and over again. The scale of suffering is heartbreaking. President Biden and I are working to end this war such that Israel is secure, the hostages are released, the suffering in Gaza ends, and the Palestinian people can realize their right to dignity, security, freedom, and self-determination. And know this, I will never hesitate to take whatever action is necessary to defend our forces and our interests against Iran and Iran-backed terrorists. I will not cozy up to tyrants and dictators like Kim Jong-un who are rooting for Trump. Because, you know, they know he is easy to manipulate with flattery and favors. They know Trump won't hold autocrats accountable because he wants to be an autocrat himself. And as president, I will never waver in defense of America's security and ideals, because in the enduring struggle between democracy and tyranny, I know where I stand and I know where the United States belongs. I love our country with all my heart. Everywhere I go, in everyone I meet, I see a nation that is ready to move forward, ready for the next step in the incredible journey that is America. I see an America where we hold fast to the fearless belief that built our nation and inspired the world. That here, in this country, anything is possible. That nothing is out of reach. An America where we care for one another, look out for one another, and recognize that we have so much more in common than what separates us. That None of us has to fail for all of us to succeed. And that in unity there is strength. You know, our opponents in this race are out there every day denigrating America, talking about how terrible everything is. Well, my mother had another lesson she used to teach. Never let anyone tell you who you are. You show them who you are. America, let us show each other and the world who we are and what we stand for. Freedom, opportunity, compassion, dignity, fairness, and endless possibilities. We are the heirs to the greatest democracy in the history of the world. And on behalf of our children and our grandchildren and all those who sacrificed so dearly for our freedom and liberty, we must be worthy of this moment. It is now our turn to do what generations before us have done, guided by optimism and faith, to fight for this country we love, to fight for the ideals we cherish, and to uphold the awesome responsibility that comes with the greatest privilege on earth, the privilege and pride of being an American. So let's get out there, let's fight for it, let's get out there, let's vote for it, and together let us write the next great chapter in the most extraordinary story ever told. Thank you. God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you all.
Folks, that was Vice President Kamala Harris giving her acceptance speech here in Chicago, closing out the 2024 Democratic National Convention. She talked about, obviously, freedom, foreign policy, Ukraine, Israel, Gaza, a number of issues there. She began her speech with a personal story, talking about where she came from, her background. That's the most I've heard her talk about her dad in a very long time. And I'll say this here. There were a lot of folks who were upset, Joe, because Palestinian Americans did not speak. What she spoke about when it came to Israel and Gaza, that was music to the ears for a lot of people. It was needed. And you could tell by the applause in that room, the roar in that room, they needed to hear that from her.
I don't think there's any question about it. To be able to approach the Middle East issue with balance, with the proper balance that starts off, talks about, of course, Israel's right to defend itself, but at the same time recognizes the extreme suffering and the fact that it actually needs to end. And remember, she's the one that said ceasefire even before President Biden did. And so I would like to think that that would be helpful to those that really needed to hear that, and there can be progress towards that ceasefire. She did a really good job with that, I believe.
There were moments in there where she went directly at Donald Trump, but her entire speech was not solely about him, Rebecca.
You know, I think she really showed her career as a prosecutor, because she was making the case tonight. Because as I was watching the order of speakers tonight, it started to feel a little like Law and Order, especially especially when the sheriff came out to speak. But then as she laid the case about Donald Trump, we could clearly see that she's going to take this show on the road.
Well, here's the deal, though, Derek. The reason I thought that was important because that sheriff, he came out and he made it clear that she wasn't. They were not about defunding the police. He said that crime had gone down and funding for the cops had gone up.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, because when you think about, Roland, this whole narrative that they've been trying to talk about how crime went up. No, actually, crime went up 30% during Donald Trump's tenure. Crime has gone down these last 3.5 years. She also talked about how she will stand for the rule of law as a career prosecutor. And she also demonstrated, as a retired naval officer, she was strong as a commander-in-chief. We often typically think that women cannot be a commander-in-chief. She was balanced. She was very relevant to speaking to a domestic and foreign policy. She hit all the right buttons tonight. And again, as a retired military officer, she was very strong, and she demonstrated that she could be a commander-in-chief.
Real quick, New York Mayor Eric Adams, just your thoughts about her speech tonight?
Powerful. I think it was so important. People need to know the story. Oftentimes when they see where we are and her successes, that's her glory. That's not her story. Her story is a single mom. Her story is being instilled in her, never surrender, never give up. That is what America needs to hear right now. And we got to deal with the affordability, the housing, and just parents want to know that their children have a great future. And I think the message today.
What she said about Israel and Gaza, when she talked about the dignity of the Palestinian people, you heard the roar in that room. Was that what those folks, the uncommitted folks, a lot of young folks needed to hear?
Yeah, and it's so important. And I think that's the balance she had. We cannot ignore what Hamas did and the destruction of Hamas. At the same time, it's about all human life matters and the dignity of all human life. And then we can't stop there. Let's not ignore what's happening in Sudan. Let's not ignore what's happening in Haiti.
In the Congo.
In the Congo. So we cannot be selective in our humanity. We have to be clear that no destruction of children and families should be anywhere. We have to be uniform on that.
That's it, Merrick Adams. I appreciate it. Thanks a lot, brother. Good seeing you. Thanks, this was really, I think, it was very strong. And I'm gonna go back to how I looked at how they stacked the speakers. What they did there was having all of those folks from battleground states. She was introduced by Governor Roy Cooper, longtime friend, former Attorney General, Governor of North Carolina. Having Senator Mark Kelly, Arizona, speak as well. Speakers from Michigan. You can go down the line. So there was a lot of strategy there, Rebecca.
Yeah, and even hearing the speakers call out what is now the expanded battleground states, because before we talked about Pennsylvania, we talked about Wisconsin, we talked about Michigan, but tonight you heard about Georgia, you heard about North Carolina, of course you heard about Arizona and Nevada, but something to your point a moment before, Roland, one thing that I noticed when she started to talk about Israel and Gaza and Hamas and Iran, there were chants of free Palestine where I was located. And those chants didn't go away. But once she start talking about Palestinians
Rebecca, hold on
the
one
right.
second. Here's Senator Chuck Schumer.
Pitch perfect. We're going all the way.
Yes.
I am exhilarated.
Yes.
Appreciate it. That was Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. Go right ahead.
But once Kamala Harris start talking about that Palestinians deserve the right to be able to live, to grow, to decide and to self-determination their own future, then I stopped hearing the Free Palestine chants. But I do want to point out that was also in the room tonight.
Housing was one of the issues you heard her bring up. That was obviously critically important. Talking about, again, the bread and butter issues. That, to me, Derek, also vital.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, because she silenced a lot of critics, right? She talked about, you know, those kitchen table, grocery store type conversation. So she talked about the macro and the microeconomics. She talked about affordable housing. She talked about every aspect from a domestic policy. So she silenced a lot of critics tonight.
The other thing is, again, strong, clear, and it wasn't doom and gloom, Joe. It also was about being more positive. A far different story than what we heard anything from Donald Trump.
Yeah, for sure. Donald Trump talked about doom and gloom, and even Joe Biden talked about the alternative, people that were supporting Joe Biden. And even though she talked about the alternative some, really, Roland, what she was about what we hope for. What people hope for is going to be a far better motivator at the polls than what they're scared of, and we got to talk about that, and she wrapped up this thing that's been happening all week.
It was a tricky move, Rebecca, to start with so personal. Starting so personal, laying that out. But she really wanted to make clear in terms of how she grew up, her mother, and also, again, I had never heard her talk that much about her father.
You know, absolutely. But what I saw tonight was two sides of her speech. The first side was personal, really talking about who she was, what she has done up until this point, and then she accepted the Democratic nomination. Once she officially accepted the Democratic nomination, then she switched to a forceful of, hey, this is what my administration is going to look like on both domestic policy.
Hold on, Don Cheeto.
Go ahead. The speech was fantastic, very inspirational. Obviously, we know what we have to do. Come in here, Bridget.
Good to see you, darling.
It was great to be here with everyone. I'm so glad to see you doing what you're doing.
Yes,
you have been steadfast and 100% the whole time, and we need you. And we appreciate you, Roland. I just want to say that, brother. Love you. I see you out there on the course soon.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, appreciate it. Y'all, that was actor Don Cheeto. Rebecca, go ahead.
Yeah, so the first half of her speech was deeply personal. Then she accepted the nomination. And then she switched over to talk about her next 4 years or what it would look like for her to be commander-in-chief. She was extremely strong on foreign policy, which is what we needed to hear tonight. I don't know if people expected her to be so strong, especially talking about our military force needing to be the most lethal in the world. That was something that caught my attention because it was extremely forceful. And then she spent plenty of time talking about domestic policy, which we assume a Democrat would have a strong handle on domestic policy.
Come on. You worked in the Obama administration. Just go ahead. What you just said.
I said, didn't she just look like our president?
Yes.
Yep. Look and sounded.
Sounded exactly like the president of the United States of America.
All right.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Thanks a lot. To Rebecca's point, Derek, having Leon Panetta, again, Secretary of Defense, Chief of Staff, head of the CIA, member of Congress, that also, I thought, will, again, setting a tone.
Absolutely, because when
Sheriff?
you think about, we often just think about the president's side.
Hold on 1 second. Folks, of course, you were speaking up there. Just again, why was it important for you to tell this audience that she was not trying to defund the police, but was trying to also help the police as well?
I got 5.4 million reasons why, because Flint has been given funding from the federal government, and that's a process. And when you invest in people and they give the results, then you're open for more. And so we've seen that in Flint. And don't listen to a word people say, just watch their actions. And that's what she's doing.
All right. right, we appreciate it.
Appreciate
Thanks a lot.
you.
Great job.
Thank you for all your platform. Thank you.
Sir, appreciate you.
Thank you. Congressman Cleaver. Congressman Cleaver, real quick, just your thoughts on the speech.
It was amazing, absolutely amazing, and I think it's going to send people out on a high. And I played football. We're going to have some low moments. You know, I was always nervous until the kickoff was all over and I got hit for the first time. We're going to win. This is a winning proposition, and the speech sealed the deal.
I appreciate it, Congressman Emmanuel Cleaver from Kansas City. Again, when you talk about energy. First of all, I was talking about Leon Panetta, but go right ahead, Derek.
Yeah, so, Roland, I mean, when you think about the President of the United States, and to your point, Rebecca, you have to talk about the commander-in-chief aspect. Yeah. She came out strong. She came out swinging. She was on the offense. She silenced a lot of critics tonight. And I'm excited as a retired naval officer commander. And so when you think about that whole Leon Panetta aspect, she was directly saying that how she's going to protect the veterans, those men and women who are in uniform, and she's going to be a commander-in-chief that's going to be thoughtful. And before she send you off to war or in a conflict, she's going to think about you and your family. That was excellent.
But here's the thing, though, Rebecca. The reality is, as a woman, we have to understand, folks, that's the first question I ask. Can a female commander-in-chief be tough?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And what's interesting listening to her talking about border security, because to me, I saw that as a mix of both foreign policy and domestic policy. Mm-hmm. Domestic policy about fixing our immigration program, and then foreign policy of, hey, we got to secure our borders. We need to know who's coming up and down our borders. We can't have a porous border. It's not just people from Mexico that's coming through that border, but it's literally people from all around the world that are unaccountable. And that's something that was interesting hearing a Democrat talk about tonight and be very strong about the need to do something to secure our borders.
Joe, on that particular point, actually, let's do this here. Quickly, go to the stage. This is Reverend Amos Brown, San Francisco, with the benediction.
Embraces us all, every race, creed, or color, regardless of sexual orientation, gender or gender expression, rich and poor, old and young, urban and rural, a future, oh God, for every American, where the humanity of all persons will be affirmed and celebrated, where every American has the opportunity and freedom to pursue those inalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. A future, oh God, where we live in peace and joy, where we set aside our rancor and division, where we heal our differences and celebrate our common purposes as one nation, one American community. That great city on a hill that serves as a beacon for all the people and all the nations. This is a journey we begin today, and we pray that the Almighty God will guide us on this path today, tomorrow, and for all the generations to come. Amen and amen.
All right, y'all. Reverend Amos Brown, San Francisco, with the benediction there. Nikki Fried leads the Florida Democratic Party. Your assessment, what you just heard?
Oh, I heard the next president of the United States.
Yeah.
I mean, she was strong. She was fierce. She is determined. And most of all, she united our country tonight. I don't know how you didn't watch that and feel the inspiration everywhere across this country and the world.
One of the things that jumps out, again, she was very strong in her language. And look, we have to be honest. There are people, even women, who question whether a woman could be a commander-in-chief. And so her tone was important.
Her tone was absolutely important, and she gave her final closing, and she nailed it tonight, showing that women, we are going to break that glass ceiling once and for all and elect the first female president of the United States.
All right, Nikki, we appreciate it. Thanks a bunch. See you on the road. Thanks a lot. It is, again, it has been an extraordinary week. here. If you give me a shout, I was happening at the convention hall. This is Mignon Moore, who is the convention chair, doing a fantastic job. And so Mignon, some incredible work there. And so we definitely want to salute Mignon for the work she did. Secretary Vilsack, your thoughts on what you heard?
We're not going back. We're not going back. We're going forward, my friend.
She made that clear.
Absolutely. Great speech. Great speech.
Appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Tom Vilsack, Secretary of Agriculture. And so we appreciate that. Again, look, that's the last part of the night. Folks are streaming out of here. I know for a fact there are lots of parties that are going on. I've gotten text message to a lot of those parties. So those things are happening. We're going to be grabbing a few more folks here as well. Bring in Kwame, sit over there. I want to get your thoughts, your thoughts on what you heard tonight's speech.
I think, number one, if you think about the power at which she threaded the needle on the Gaza-Israel issue, the way that she really brought that home as a commander-in-chief, the way that she talked about dignity on self-determination both for Israel and Palestine, it has been wonderful. And I think that's a really strong arrow in her quiver to go forward.
Jolanda, share your thoughts.
I just thought that when she talked about herself and her life and her family and how she's just like us, I thought that was incredibly powerful. So she's compassionate. But I also thought she showed herself to be a true commander-in-chief. She talked about warning the Ukraine about the war 5 days before and how she gathered the allies. So she let us know stuff we didn't know, which is that she knows exactly how to be the commander-in-chief and how to command respect and understand the military. And I think one thing that she's done brilliantly is she's shown veterans, I'm not going to talk about you. I'm going to give you the respect that you deserve. I'm going to support you. And not only am I going to support you, I'm going to support your family. And that's important because a lot of time the families are just forgotten about. She talked about everything. It was a beautiful speech. She humanized herself. And if we didn't know who she was, we know exactly who she is. We know that she is ready to change the direction of this country. And we're tired of hearing complaints. We're ready to do something.
Yep. Ready, willing, and able. I mean,
Derek, that point about the veterans, there was a point where they brought out about 30 or so veterans to actually reinforce that point.
That's right. See, because as a retired naval officer doing 22 years in the United States Navy, naval commander, one of the things that we always look for in our commander-in-chief, will you send us into war? Oh, go ahead, Roland. Go ahead. That's the queen right
Wilson
there.
from Florida. Just your thoughts about the Vice President's speech.
Oh, it was absolutely fabulous, absolutely amazing. She took us to another level. I'm just in awe of such grace, such dignity, such intelligence, a brilliant woman who's going to lead us to a new future. I am so impressed.
And of course, you're rocking the pink hat.
Rocking the pink hat.
But was that a cowboy hat? See, I was looking for your cowboy hat.
It's called a fedora. But I got my AKA bag. I'm carrying it. You saw me with it. You saw me carrying it. Okay.
I see you, sir.
All right, we appreciate it. Thanks so much. Good seeing you.
Roland,
thank you so very much.
Roland, I was
Derek, finish your point.
My father was a Marine. My father went away to Vietnam. My father came back, and they didn't take care of my father, and they didn't take care of my family. And my father blew his brains out.
Always.
And our family suffered. My mother suffered. And so to hear her speak about how she's going to support the families and she's going to support the veterans, I wish my father had support. Yep. My father and my Uncle Rocky, I'm going to say my father's name, John Jones. My uncle's name, Rocky Jones. They both went away to Vietnam. They both came back different because the country didn't support them, and they both committed suicide.
Oh,
and so veterans and their families need to be supported because it affects us.
Yep.
It affects us.
Yep. Listen, I salute them because our country should always be there for our military veterans and their families. And so I salute their service. And that's what we heard, a commander-in-chief tonight that will make sure that those who she would send to battle, she would take care of them and their families. And so I embrace you and salute you, my sister.
Thank you.
You know, one of the things that I often think about, and which is so critical, Roland, that she was concise, she was coherent, her response, she was very clear, and we typically don't hear that from a woman that's a commander-in-chief.
London Breed, Mayor of San Francisco.
Okay.
Yes, we are live.
You didn't tell me you was live.
Well, I'm holding a microphone. Just got to get your thoughts on what you heard your San Francisco sisters say tonight.
Oh, let me tell you something. San Francisco women, Bay Area women, we bad women, ain't we? We put it down. So I just loved hearing her talk about what she's going to do, talking about foreign affairs, international relations, what we need to do here domestically, all the things I think that resonate with the American public, because we need a serious leader, someone with a track record, someone who knows what they're doing. Right. This is not the time for childish games. And I love how she reminded the American public of what we just went through with Donald Trump. If that don't make you turn out to go and vote for Kamala Harris, I don't know what will.
Yes. All right.
I'm happy. I'm excited. I'm fired up.
I can tell.
Ready to win.
We appreciate it.
Ready to go do
Thanks
something.
a bunch.
That's
you
what
have a
I'm
good one.
talking
Hey, how you doing? Again, that was London Breed, the mayor of San Francisco. Let's see. Go ahead, Rebecca.
You know what's really interesting? You just said that we've never seen this from a woman commander-in-chief. That's because we've never had a woman commander-in-chief.
Right.
We're about to have a woman commander-in-chief.
That's right.
So to see this and to know that we have young children growing up who grew up under a black president, grew up under a tyrant, and now are growing up under a woman and a woman of color, a woman who is black and a woman of Indian ancestry. That's extremely powerful because that's now becoming normal in their world.
And she's qualified, right? I mean, she's qualified.
But see, that's why I think when she talked about having the conversation with world leaders, showing, look, I've been the vice president. I ain't just been sitting there going to funerals and cutting ribbons.
Right. I mean, she's been in the situation.
I'm live, brother. I'm live.
That's exactly right. And she's done some incredible things over her career, and you can't get that lucky without having it together, without having your stuff together. And we know,
which is why she also detailed and laid out the work that she did as California Attorney General.
That's right.
And SDA.
That's right. And so she's been getting the bad guys. She ain't no punk. She's been going after folks, prosecuting the case, talking about things she knows, because us lawyers have to present based on evidence.
Yes, we do.
And so she's been doing that, and so she is primed for this, and she's prepared for it.
She is. So take it easy. Win with Black Women 4 years ago. Y'all started a meeting to get her selected to be Biden's VP nominee. You must feel good 4 years later.
No, I feel great, Brother Roland. I feel great. What did Stephanie say? I feel good. I feel good all over. That's how I feel. I feel really great. It's a good night. It was beautiful. It was historic. And especially 60 years after Fannie Lou Hamer was denied a credential, we sit here and we watch this entire arena go wild for Vice President Kamala Harris, and to watch her accept this nomination some 60 years later to the day, that is nothing but the spirit of black women.
And I take it y'all meeting on Sunday?
We meeting on Sunday, 8:30. Go register. www.
8:30 p.m. Y'all. I got to register in the a.m. p.m.
8:30 p.m. We're gonna do a recap, but we got work to do because we got to win this election. Someone said, well, what happens? I said, oh, no. We got a shot, and missing is not an option.
It's not.
It is not an option for us. So
we can't go back.
All right.
Yes, are the brothers going to be meeting on Sunday?
Yes, we are.
All right, the brothers meet at 7, right?
Yes.
And then they come on over, and they can get with the sisters, too.
No, I host the call, so I ain't going to be coming over there. I'm going to go watch a movie or something.
All right. Well, you know what? Tonight, Win with Black Women, we're going to be celebrating tonight, and we invite our Win with Black Women sisters to join us at the Swiss Hotel.
Are you going to text me now?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because the first night.
Don't.
And then I showed up at a certain party, and guess who was sitting there like, oh, hey, Roland.
But tonight, though, the passcode is, are you on the Sunday calls?
See, look at you. See, tell me go check their name in the database.
I gotta get out there and vote.
There you go. All right. See you later, darling.
You know what?
Again, to take it easy with with black women. Rebecca, I'll start with you. Again, now there's work. This was fun. It was great. It was inspirational. This to me is the equivalent of you get the word on Sunday, but you're supposed to put it in effect on Monday.
Yes. Come on. Well, faith without action is dead, right?
That's
so
right.
now, for those who support democracy in this country, you heard and you saw a contrast in the last month between two candidates. The next president is only going to be one of those two candidates. So based upon what you heard tonight,
One second,
what you heard last
Robert
month.
Kelly of Illinois. Hey, just your thoughts about tonight? What you heard?
It was great. It was great. But we got to do the work. We could do all the cheering, all the partying, but if we don't work, we ain't going to win. So we got to do the work.
All right, then.
So I'm starting tomorrow.
No, actually, you're going to get some sleep tomorrow because you've been busy for the last 2 weeks here.
No, the DNC meets at 10 o'clock tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, you got to go to work.
Got to go to work.
All right. We appreciate it. Thanks so much. Go ahead, Rebecca.
So we partied tonight and we start working tomorrow.
And you notice, Rebecca, how, when you're an AKA, we know it's a serious matter.
It's
right?
a very serious matter.
Did you hear her say Trump is unserious?
Absolutely.
We knew what that was.
Did you hear when D.L. Hughley shouted us out?
I
and
did.
Then you heard what happened.
I did. So I love the D9 love.
Well, let me go ahead and say something because we had a dinner, the vice president. It was a group of black men in November, and D.L. spoke about that, and he said to her that night that he apologized for condemning her record by not researching it. And so it was, and he said it multiple times. So it was awesome that they selected him to come out and actually speak about that tonight. Joe, go ahead.
It's amazing. And what he said, what I liked about it, he said the correction has to be just as loud as as the accusation.
Just coming by Arizona Senator Mark Kelly and his wife Gabby Giffords. Go ahead.
And I've heard him say that several times in several forums. He is very, very sincere.
1 second.
He talks about that just as loud.
Governor Murphy?
Bill.
Get real quick, just your thoughts on this speech. New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy.
I thought it was magnificent. We're here with the First Lady.
Hey,
She
First
told
Lady.
her life story. I love the hat, by the way.
Thank you very much.
She told her life story.
Thing.
She laid out
Thank
what
you.
she was for, what she was against. An absolute grand slam home run. God bless her.
All right. We appreciate it.
Love
Thanks
you, man.
so much. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
I love this, by the way.
Again, that was New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy there sharing his thoughts about the speech. So we appreciate it.
No.
Well, let me just say it was a wonderful.
Which camera is she on?
Kamala was fabulous. She said everything that needed to be said, and it came through so clearly, and there was a real sense of honesty and commitment. And I think those people who maybe never experienced her before, who heard her tonight, really will trust her. And so I'm honored to be here at this historical event. I have lived long enough to see a woman of color, a black woman, become the president of the United States. I know she's going to be elected.
On the very day that Fannie Lou Hamer testified 60 years ago in Atlantic City.
That's right, and that was my opening statement here at this conference. It was about Fannie Lou Hamer and the fact that she was not seated, and when she came back 4 years later, she was seated, and that's what work and the fight and the struggle is all about. Thank you so much, Roland. I love you. Thank you. All
Appreciate
right.
it. Thank you very much.
Have a good one now.
That was, of course, Congresswoman Maxine Waters there sharing her thoughts. And so, who was talking? Y'all go ahead and talk while I keep looking for guests.
I just want to say that the work that Maxine Waters has done is all about building the bridge to Kamala Harris tonight.
Right.
And Kamala Harris really opened up the aperture of leadership. She opened up the possibilities for so many people to see leadership in a different archetype than we've always seen it before. Not only can it be female, not only can it be black, not only can it be Jamaican, not only can it be South Indian, but it opens up the aperture so that so many people can see the possibilities that they didn't see before. And that, to me, was the most
But let me
beautiful
real
thing.
clear. Again, it was Congresswoman Maxine Waters, and it was the Congressional Black Caucus who fought, who held the line to make sure that she was going to be in the position to give the speech tonight.
Exactly.
Right, but as a black woman and having a black mama, when she stood up there and she spoke resolute. How many times have you seen your mother or your grandmother or your auntie speak? We don't have a lot, like money-wise, but we got it together. You know, we got a budget, and we knew and we believed when they told us, we're going to get over this, we're going to do this. That's exactly how I felt with her. And I just believe that the world got to see how black women handle things. Because a black woman is going to save America. A black woman is going to save this world. And that's what people are going to find out. That all the things that she promised to get labor together and workers together and expand health care and help us protect our bodies and give our kids opportunities so that we know and we can dream and be who we know we can be, and not to let somebody define us. For us to show people who we are.
Former chair of the DNC, former governor of Virginia. I know you got something to say about that speech.
That ball, she hit that ball out of the park, and that ball is still flying.
That's right. She got all of it.
Why you can't vote for Trump? Why you got to vote for her? Why you got to move America forward? I love how she handled the issue on Gaza and Israel. I loved how she dealt with Ukraine. We're the party of strong military. We're the ones supporting our veterans. We're the ones building our economy. Get out and vote.
Register and vote.
Richmond Mayor LeVar Stoney, your thoughts?
I think she crushed it. She did exactly what she needed to do. I think the job that's left done, we got to go out there and do what we need to do. And that is whoop some ass. Whoop some ass.
Gentlemen, I appreciate it. Thanks a bunch. I appreciate it. Thanks a bunch.
All right, let's go, guys.
Oh yeah.
Appreciate you, sir.
Bring it home.
Governor. Appreciate it.
There we go.
All right.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited.
We're going to bring over here real quick Congressman Gregory Meeks from New York. Lorraine, how you doing? Good seeing you. Absolutely. You have a good one. Congressman, your thoughts about what you heard tonight from the VP?
It's a grand slam home run. She laid out an agenda for all America. She showed that she's ready to be the commander-in-chief. She showed the humility. She showed who she is, her character, how she was raised, what she will do, how much she loves this country, and how she will be one of the best commander-in-chief ever. So we got to get out there and do our part. We got to get some stuff done. She was fantastic. I'm fired up and ready to go.
All right, I appreciate it, Frat. All right, hold on. Let me go get the AK president. All right.
Yes, please, come on. Yeah, so let's Alpha Kappa Alphas talk about this. Oh, it's our president. It's our president.
Here we go. Here we got the international president of Alpha Kappa Alpha.
Hey,
There was a whole bunch of y'all in pink and green tonight.
We're supposed to be. We are excited. We are ecstatic. We're enthusiastic. Our sister
You just
has gone and moved forward.
I'm sorry, but I love you, and I love this guy. I know who she is.
Get over here, Will. Get over here, Will.
I'm about to use it.
We're doing it. We're doing it. I love you, bro.
Love you, baby.
I love you, and I will see you soon, man.
Yes, sir.
Come
I appreciate
on, bro.
Roland, thank you for what you do, my friend. We appreciate you. You are part of the culture. This was an incredible event.
Yes.
People got to see something that they have never seen before. And you were right in the middle of it, because you always are, my brother. We love you. Absolutely.
Appreciate it. Now, AK is good to see you, darling. As an organization, what's up, baby? I appreciate it, brother. I appreciate it.
There's Gail.
As an organization, you cannot endorse, but your sisters individually are being mobilized all around the country.
Exactly. We're going to take 4 or more in 24 to the polls. We're going to strategize, organize, activate, and rally. We're going to encourage people to be poll watchers, to volunteer at polls. We are going to make sure that we support this election and soar to the polls.
All right. Good to see you. All right.
Can I ask one question?
Come on, go.
Can you talk more about what soar to the polls is?
Well, what we're going to do is we're going to strategize. That means we're educating our members so they know about what's at stake. So we want to do that. Then we're going to organize, and that's why I talked about having poll watchers. Folks volunteer at the polls to make sure we're visible and active with what's going on with the organization. Then we're going to activate, rally, and make sure we are at all the polls. Check out my video message. It dropped at 10:30.
Just saw it.
All right.
We'll run on the show tomorrow.
Great.
I own it. I ain't going to ask nobody.
There you go. I'm going to be looking for it. All right.
Appreciate it. Love you. Secretary Granholm. Secretary Granholm. All right, she's head on out. Earlier I saw Mayor Andrew Dickens of Atlanta go by. Congresswoman Sewell. Congresswoman Terry Sewell of Alabama. Oh, good. Yeah,
my appropriate colors.
I just had y'all international president on. Just your thoughts on that speech.
I thought she was amazingly strong. She talked about her vision, which is about the future. We're not going back. We're going to go forward. I just thought she was great on all fronts, both domestic, talking about inflation and how she's going to lower costs. I thought her strength was on national security and what she talked about she was going to do. And I thought she was forceful yet compassionate. I just thought it was really great. I'm really excited about what the future holds, and I look forward to voting for and being a surrogate for Harris Waltz.
You also had a potential new colleague on that stage tonight, too.
Wasn't that awesome? Shamari Figures, 2nd District of Alabama. It's a pickup opportunity, so it's an opportunity district. 47% African American. It was not a coronation, so we got to work really hard to make sure that we send him there. We've earned that seat because Alabama has 27% African American voting age, 7 members of Congress, only 1 that is a Democrat. That's me, and that's 14% representation. So the Supreme Court case gave us an opportunity to get another seat, and this brother is bad.
Congresswoman Sewell, we appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. I'm going to sit here and Debbie. Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz of Florida. What's up, bro? Congresswoman Wasserman Schultz, hell of a speech.
Unbelievable. What she laid out for America, Kamala Harris must be our next president, but because the morose, evil, nasty MAGA Republicans cannot be allowed to perpetrate what Donald Trump plans to do if he comes back to power. We need someone like Kamala Harris. We need her in office to fight for the middle class, to make sure we can have someone care about bringing grocery prices down, putting roofs over people's heads, making sure prescription drug prices are reduced, and making sure that we are a responsible democracy that can help make sure that worldwide we have influence on having everyone have the kind of freedom we have here in the United States.
And got to get your thoughts on what she said about, again, Israel, Gaza, and how the room embraced it, her perspective on humanity and feelings on both sides.
The unity tonight and throughout this week on the U.S.-Israel relationship, on the war in Gaza, on the necessity that every individual needs to be able to make sure they're free from conflict, and that we need to end terrorism, and that she will make sure she uses the power and leadership of the United States to do that. That's what I want going into this fall.
We appreciate it. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Folks, again, I mean, you see what they're saying. You see how they're feeling, Derek. But the point is, have to get to work. Have to mobilize, organize. It's great to have, the feeling, but tomorrow, you cannot take a day off between now and Election Day.
Yeah, so listen, we have 75 days, but really less than that because in certain states, they're going to start voting in September. Right. And so we got to get out there, mobilize, organize, and execute. We got to make sure that not only we register folks, because we do an excellent job as the Divine Nine. We register folks, but we got to close that loop. We got to take them to the polls. We got to make sure
Derek, I'm sorry. Hold on one second. Okay. Former Mayor of Chicago,
there we go.
Lori Lightfoot. History was made tonight.
It absolutely was. It was really important for me and for my 16-year-old black daughter to be here in the room, watching history be made, getting texts and messages from all across the country. I thought the vice president's speech was absolutely tremendous. She showed the strength of character. She told her family's story, but she sent a very clear message that she will be strong as a commander-in-chief. And that she's going to work every single day to bring our country together, to heal the pain that we've been suffering, but to forge forward because we're not going back. I thought it was a home run speech.
All right, we appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Folks, Sabrina Fulton, the mother of Trayvon Martin. How you doing? How did you feel about that speech?
I feel like it was inspiring. I feel like it was needed. We need to hear those words, those exact words she used. We needed to hear those. just to be inspired, just to get us rejuvenated again and make sure that we get out and vote.
Mother of Eric Garner, share your thoughts as well.
Yes, I think this was a great event. It's a great experience, and to see how the crowd was roused, and I think that we could win this.
It's all about getting to work, though.
Yep, we all got to get to work. Can't get done by itself.
All right.
We got to put a lot of pressure in it.
All right, we appreciate it. Good to see both of you. Thanks a bunch. Thank you very much. Thank you. Finish your thoughts.
But not just mobilizing and organizing. Folks also got to check their voter registration, because a lot of states, especially in the battleground states, they're being purged. I know in Georgia, they purged over 250,000 voters. And so we got to make sure that folks check their voting status and then re-register before that deadline, and so that way they can execute their vote without a problem. And then those who need to order absentee ballots, because we got a mailing system issue too in the southeastern. So there are a lot of issues that we got to deal with, and so it's sooner rather than later we got mobilized and organized.
Folks, we're live on the Black Star Network. We're also live on TV One's digital platforms as well. Thousands of you have been with us all night. Of course, this is the conclusion of night 4 of the Democratic National Convention. Folks are coming out after hearing Vice President Kamala Harris's amazing speech. And so what we're doing is, of course, grabbing as many folks as possible, getting your thoughts and reaction to what we heard tonight. Coming down now is Brandon Johnson. He is the mayor of Chicago. And so certainly want to get his thoughts about what he heard tonight from Vice President Kamala Harris in his city. We also see Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley, who is here. So we're going to try to grab both of them to hear from them. And so that's what we want to do. So right now, Mayor Johnson, 60 years ago on this day, Fannie Lou Hamer was in Atlantic City demanding equity, demanding inclusion. And on this night, 60 years later, a black woman accepted nominations for President of the United States.
Yeah. So thank you, black women. Seeing the world through the lens and the expertise of black women, that's the power. You know, one thing I can say for sure, if you ever want to get something right, see it through the lens of a black woman, because black women don't miss anything. Anything. I was raised by one, I'm married to one, but it's a powerful testament, because we know in 1968 and 72 with Fannie Lou and Shirley Chisholm, all of those hopes and aspirations, the writing of Ida B. Wells, you know, made tonight possible. And of course, you know, the wonderful representative out of Boston by way of Chicago, Ayanna Pressley, is just really the embodiment of that as well. So it's a great night for Chicago, of course, a great night for America. It's really a great night for our country, for our world.
I appreciate it. Thanks a bunch. Congresswoman Pressley, on Monday you participated in a session regarding Congresswoman Shirley Chisholm. 1972, they had the Gary Convention, Black Political Convention in Gary, Indiana, not far from here. None of those brothers who were there wanted her to run for president. She wasn't even there. It was hurtful to her. She's somewhere smiling down on what took place tonight, because what happened tonight is what she was trying to make happen.
She's absolutely somewhere smiling, and she's also saying, now let's get the job done. In the words of Kamala Harris's mother, don't do anything half-assed. You know, we're going to have to dig deep in these next 80-plus days. You know, let me just say, presidential intent is a very powerful thing, and Kamala Harris was presidential on that stage tonight. She met the moment. She offered a very crystallized vision for a more just America. We all now believe that that is in our reach, and it is possible. Black folks, don't we deserve some unbridled black joy? You know? So everybody just sit in it and soak it up. This is just, it's not surreal. It's real. It is real, and we deserve it.
I will appreciate it.
We definitely earned it.
We appreciate it. We appreciate it. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Melanie Campbell, black.
And the color girls, please. We cannot have any erasure of the role that they have played in this historic convention. There will be no erasure of your contributions in history, and certainly not in this historic moment. You deserve all the flowers.
Sister, it's a we thing. Is that right, Roland? Yep. It's a we thing. We're going to do this together, y'all. Yes, hello.
Talk about Black Women's Roundtable and that letter that 1,400 sisters sent to let the folks know, don't y'all skip over Kamala Harris, Vice President Kamala Harris.
Oh, yes. We knew when they were starting to push President Biden out, they were trying to push out Biden and Harris. And so, like you know, Roland, we do what we have to do, roll up our sleeves. And they said no. The Biden-Harris ticket has to stand. And if he decides to step down from the position, there is no other choice, period, but Kamala Harris. And so it takes that kind of organizing and to be unapologetic about what we must do. So here we are. And now it's time to get to work and get across the finish line. I'm speaking in this point in my personal capacity, as you well know.
We got you. Melanie, we appreciate it.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you, Roland, and thank you for all you're doing and always do to make sure our people know the information. And that's going to be powerful. Love you, brother.
I appreciate it. Thanks a bunch. Thank you very much.
See you on the highway.
Oh, absolutely. We will be on the road, so that's going to happen. Joe, what we were just talking about, again, this is where the work begins. Oh, yeah. This is where folks now have to understand you got to get all your friends, all your family, right, all your neighbors, all your church members. And I keep saying this. If black folks in every location where we have significant numbers, if we vote at least 70% of our capacity, we can sweep elections. This would not be close.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, and we got to win this thing by a couple touchdowns to evoke what the coach was talking about, because you know there's going to be some cheating. You know there's going to be some purging. I know brothers that arrive at the polls in certain states, figure out they're not registered, cannot do same-day registration, and so that is going to be very, very vital for us to get information. Roland just said a little bit earlier today, some states as little as 18 days from now start absentee, and a whole lot of people vote absentee, particularly in states where it's convenient to do so. So we're going to have to do the work. We're going to have to do it every day, really, because I don't think it has to be close. We say that it's close. We say that we're underdogs, but we need to expect to win and drive out voters. Our ideas are the ones that most people are connected to. We have most of the people if they come out, and that's always the big if, and we got to bring them out and do what we got to do.
I can tell you.
Hold on one second. Come on.
Come on, Raymond. How you doing?
All good. Just
what's going on?
What's up?
All good. All good. I see y'all still fired up.
Oh, we
fired up. We fired up.
That's right.
That's it. We got to get this done. We got to get this done. The future is right in the balance. We don't get this done, we're going back. We can't do that.
We won't go back.
We will not go
We're
back.
We're not going to go back.
In. 100 all in.
1,000%. We're going to make it happen. We're going to get out. We're going to get out the vote. We're going to get out the vote in the swing states, and we're going to make it happen.
All right, then. We appreciate it. Leah Daughtry, you have had one hell of a week.
What's up?
Leah, you've had one hell of a week. Just how do you feel about what you heard tonight?
It was fantastic. I'm excited about the direction that our nominee has taken us. Hey, Lynn.
Come on, Lynn.
Come on, Sarah.
Stand right here. Both of y'all in y'all feet.
Yeah. It was just exciting to hear the direction that she's planning to take our country. It's full of hope, full of joy, forward-looking. It's a new day.
I said this to several other people as well. On this day, 60 years ago, Fannie Lou Hamer put her purse on that table and told her story. President LBJ could not stand that. She was taking too much attention. Had the cameras interrupt. But 60 years later, a black woman accepted the nomination.
And I'm going to add to that. When she went before the Credentials Committee, her challenge was denied. 60 years later, the chair of the Credentials Committee is a black woman, Marsha Fudge. So we've just come full circle. The convention run by a black woman, and we've nominated a black one. So Ms. Hamer would be very proud.
I'm so proud. I'm so excited. She is going to be a great executor and chief executive. She said that she will make sure that there are lethal weapons, that our country will never not have them. She'll take care of us. I felt something maternal, and I felt such executive power and administrative power. She's ready, and we're ready for her.
Now it's time to get to work.
Let's go.
Oh, no. It's time to get to work tomorrow.
Rallies are not votes. We got work to do.
There you
That's
go.
it.
I appreciate it. Behind y'all, Representative Justin Pearson of one of the Tennessee Three out of Memphis.
Hey, Bison. Bison.
I told y'all this was the blackest show. I told y'all this was the blackest, realest show at the convention.
No, not that. I can't block the camera.
Justice introducing Lynn Whitfield to his whole family. Nicole Hannah Jones. Nicole Hannah Jones. Nicole, real quick, your thoughts on the speech. Just your thoughts on the whole night.
It's a historic night. So I was just glad to be here to report and witness on a historic night. That's all I got to say.
That's cool.
All right.
All right. I appreciate it. I know. We gonna wait till Justin. We gonna wait till Justin have his fanboy moment. I mean, he gonna have his fanboy moment. He got the whole family. The whole family. I'm live. All right, Justin. You having a fanboy moment?
God bless black women! Man, that was crazy! I was not expecting that. Thought I didn't have no voice left after VP Harris.
But see, that's what happens when you come to the Black Star Network.
Yes, indeed. Look at you. I got the blackest star out here with the biggest network. Man, that was awesome.
Your thoughts on what you heard tonight?
I'm excited. I'm excited about the.
No, really?
I am. I really am. Look, I really do think we got different visions for the country. And it is so good to hear somebody that's not talking about hate, not talking about oppression, not talking about separation, not talking about degradation, but talking about building a country that's big enough for everybody, building an economy that's big enough for everybody, that helps working class people, dealing with the housing crisis. My fiance Oceanae, y'all know she's from Los Angeles. The housing crisis is so real. Dealing with the issues of environmental and climate injustice that disproportionately hurts black communities. We need a leader for this time that meets the moral vision that we have for this country. And VP Harris and the team that she's going to assemble is going to meet that vision. So we fired up.
Come on.
How you feeling?
Time
for a black woman to become president.
Yeah! Tell us about how we're going to get Gen Z voters to the poll. How are we going to take that TikTok energy, that Instagram energy, and turn it to action at the poll?
Absolutely. I mean, TikTok, Instagram are sources of communication, but they're also places where people are gathering in similar ways that a lot of us go to churches, go to community centers, go to the gyms, right? Correct. TikTok and social media, the barbershop, it's a place for social gathering. And we have to use that and utilize it as a way to share information about vote.org, right? As a way for you to check your registration, to get registered, and to know where to go to the polls. And then we as a community can't forget the things that we know work, knocking on doors and making phone calls.
Come on. We appreciate you.
Felicia Rashad went by, so I had to go pay respect. See, she's a Jack Yates High School graduate, so I had to do that. Joining us right now, Cora Berry, activist, very much involved, of course, widow of Marion Berry. Cora, sisters like you have been putting in a lot of work for tonight to actually happen.
Yeah, you know, I think about my grandmother, who was the first person who ever went to college. My mother ran for president 4 times and lived long enough to vote for the very first black president, and now this. And it's a lot of work that goes in on this. You know the backstory. And so this is gratifying, and you know how we are. We're just starting.
But the thing that, and we've been talking about it all week, if it wasn't for the Congressional Black Caucus, if it wasn't for black women, if it wasn't for brothers as well who were like, oh, y'all keep skipping over her name, y'all about to have some hell rain down on y'all if you go to this convention in Chicago and her name ain't at the top of that ticket. They were trying that. But black folks said, play around, F around and find out.
Now, you know about the black women mafia. You know, we always on the case.
I know that. Getting over.
Why you want to take all my stuff?
Because you're wearing orange. That's the Knicks color, baby.
Oh, my, here he go.
This is red, honey. This is Delta.
How you doing, sir?
Tanya.
Come on, Tanya.
Get in here.
Spike Lee just busting up stuff. He didn't care. Of course, Spike.
You're all white, man. You're very white clean.
I'm going to go catch up with Felicia.
All right, darling.
It's a great night. Love you.
You know,
Spike, Tanya, how y'all feeling?
You know, some happy Negroes.
Happy Democrats right now.
You know she's going to clean it up a little bit.
When they had the roll call, you were standing right out front, and we showed you, and you were jubilant. But again, for both of you, to sit in that arena to hear that on a historic night, 60 years after Fannie Lou Hamer testified.
Historic. Not historic. Historic. Come on now.
It's just, I have to say, I'm overwhelmed. I'm excited. I'm fired up, and I feel like it's going to be all right as long as we all get out there and make sure everybody votes.
Can't give an okie doke.
We are very lucky.
No Rudy Poo.
We are very lucky to have her in that position.
You know what? No shenanigans.
Can't be bamboozled.
No skullduggery.
Let her straight.
No subterfuge.
Run them up.
Love you, man.
Love you, baby. I appreciate it. Good seeing y'all. I appreciate it.
Sorry to Bogart here.
It's all good. It's all good. That's what this is, the blackest show here. That's what he said. Virginia Speaker of the House, Don Scott, just your thoughts about tonight. Hold it. I need some water. Hold it.
I can tell you right now, man, Donald Trump don't want no part of that. What we just saw tonight,
Right. You ready to get it, though.
he don't want no part of it.
Too late.
It is so fun now.
Yeah.
We don't have to manage expectations anymore. We don't have to say we got to make sure he does that and do that. You know, we can just let it go. We're excited. We know that she's going to handle him. We know that she can bring it to him. I know his people are shaking in their boots right now, trying to figure out what the heck they're going to do with her because she is so sharp. She's on her game. She was made for this moment. Her whole life has been built around service and being able to come and deal with a time like this. I love Kamala for the people. Kamala for the people. Come on in, and when he comes to see her, she's going to show up for the people because she's right. He's been a predatory person. Everything that he's done, from discriminating against black people to May 1st, 1989, putting that article out, trying to sentence those kids to death, and then coming back later on and assaulting that woman. The jury said it, not me. The civil, they found him guilty of sexual assault, and then regular everyday citizens finding him guilty. 12 everyday people, 34 times. 34 times 12, that's 480 times. I can't get my wife to agree with me 480 times for nothing. Come on, man. 12 ordinary people. So here he is now. He got to go see her. And then where I am in a state like Virginia, we got over 750,000 veterans. He just disparaged the Congressional Medal of Freedom, Congressional Medal of Honor. I'm a veteran, former naval officer. You a vet. Thank you for your service. And this man comes in and says that the Presidential Medal of Freedom, when somebody wrote him a check, is more valuable than a Congressional Medal of Honor where somebody put their life and limb on the line. We're going to get him. Kamala got him right now. I'm good. We can just stand back. But we got to go out and do the work and get her back. But we ready. We ready. Herman Hospital, baby. Powell McCraw, Texas A&M. We know what's up. A5 Powell McCraw, Texas A&M, baby.
Good to see you, Frat. That's it. Yes, all right. You're all right. All right, Frat. Good to see you, baby. Joining us right now, folks. Joining us right now is we got a couple of people. We got Kara Mosley Braun right here. We got Sheila E right here. Just both of y'all, what did y'all think about tonight?
It's fabulous. I was really very impressed and delighted. She talked a lot more about issues than I expected. I mean, I kind of thought she was going to gloss over.
Wow.
She didn't. She went in detail, and it was pretty amazing. It was really wonderful.
It was amazing to hear her speak intelligently, common sense, what they want to do for the country. And it's just bringing people together. It was amazing, bringing hope and peace and joy. And I cried. It was just beautiful.
You and John Legend had a little fun last night.
Well, we can't talk about that. Anyway.
One of the things that I've been remarking to people, and we actually played it earlier, it was 60 years ago on this day when Fannie Lou Hamer testified in Atlantic City. Really? On this day.
Pretty amazing.
Where she was denied a credential, and Leah Daughtry was just on, and she said, and here we are 60 years later, and a black woman was head of the Credentials Committee, Marsha Fudge.
Right, and not only that, but we're going to have a black woman president. We're going to say Madam President by December.
Amen. I agree. It's done, but we got to go do the work. Go register to vote. Don't take it for granted. You got to go register to vote. Right. Absolutely. Love y'all. I'll see you.
Good seeing you. Always, darling. Good seeing you. All right. Y'all be well. All right. Man, you talk about.
Coming up to you, right?
Well, I'm just saying. Everybody ain't able. I'm just saying. Joe, want to go to you.
Yeah.
You go ahead.
But you know what? In places like Texas, where literally our Attorney General, Ken Paxton, has sued Bexar County, which is in the San Antonio area, they're challenging their elections. Right. So we're already doing it full frontal in Texas. Right. We're literally trying to take away people's votes, and we're attacking Democratic elected officials who are over votes, and we are trying to criminalize them. So what we as lawyers need to do where we are is we need to volunteer our time to help. And civil rights organizations like the NAACP or other organizations, we need to sue and we need to defend. That's what we need to do because they're trying to steal this election by hook or by crook, by the ultimate crook.
Coming to us right now, Cheryl Lee Ralph. How you doing? State Senator Vincent Hughes of Pennsylvania. As she would always say, she married her politics.
Bless you.
First of all, I'll start with you. To sit in that room and watch a sister accept the nomination, I know you got to feel good.
First of all, I feel so excellent because I remember January of 2019 when hardly anybody believed that she was going to even win for president. Okay, maybe she didn't. She became the nominee for vice presidency, and that was excellent. But I always knew she could be exactly where she is right now, and we're headed towards the presidency. And that was one of the best speeches ever made. I'm just saying.
You're from the state of Pennsylvania. Your state is going to be crucial in this election.
Well, Pennsylvania, all roads lead to the White House, lead through Pennsylvania. I think I have to say, Roland, and you can't be in Chicago and not connect this to Reverend Jackson in '84 and '88, and the growth from that moment to this moment that we're in right now. We always make sure we need to look at this in context. Pennsylvania is fired up. It's ready to go. The number of officers all across the state of Pennsylvania are huge. The growth in volunteers are huge. Brothers are coming out, okay? All right, they're getting their sense about themselves.
Yes.
It's coming together. This is all coming together nicely. But it's up to us.
We got to start tonight. I'm being
I said this on the men's call. It's up to us to do the work that has to be done. Everybody, take your hill. Wherever you at, take your hill. That's it, baby.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Cook County State's Attorney Kim Foxx, just want to get your thoughts about tonight.
That was amazing. It was everything that I knew that this country needed, didn't know that the country was ready for. But she is well prepared for the moment, and I think she made, as a prosecutor, a compelling closing argument for why she should be the next president of the United States.
Kim, we appreciate it. Thanks a bunch. All right, folks, joining us right now is, of course, the grandmother of Juneteenth, Opal Lee, from Texas. And so certainly got to get your thoughts on being in the room to watch what happened tonight.
Well, I was awed. I enjoyed it a lot. And I don't know a whole lot about what's going on, but I'm learning. Okay? And so, after the speeches with all the different people, and then Kamala Harris tore the place apart. Those people were off the chain. I have never seen that much enthusiasm in my whole put together. And she's going to be the next president. There's no doubt about it. Because I'm going to help her.
All right. Good to see you. Donna Brazil, really? Are you really crouching back here, getting on camera?
Last couple of nights, Brother Martin, you have asked me why was I taking signs. Well, I'm taking signs for those who were not here, but this is a moment that I want them to understand that we have worked so hard, we have come so far. And thank you, Ms. Opal, and thank you so many for giving us this opportunity to share in this journey. So I had to come and say, brother, I'm not taking any more signs. Every night, Roland spots me out taking signs, and I'm
Wait a minute. And she was like, "How's she getting all them signs home?" I said, "It's got UPS."
No, I actually bought an extra suitcase, and it's called Freedom, and I got all of them. Harry don't have to run no more. Sojourner don't have to stand no more. We got it. Thank you all.
We appreciate it. Thanks so much, darling. Good to see you.
Thank you, Miss Lee.
See, y'all were trying to figure out why I was moving the furniture. See, I'm a multitasker. Y'all like, why is he moving the furniture? I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. Ain't my first rodeo. The thing that I love, when I stopped Felicia Rashad, listen to Opal. She's what, 94, 95 years old.
Right.
I think Felicia, my God, she's in her 70s.
Right.
It can't be understated. Can't be understated for these sisters who are 70, 80, 90. And a lot of people watching may not really understand the hell they went through. When you think about a Barbara Lee Congresswoman Barbara Lee working for Shirley Chisholm, being on that campaign and watching what happened.
Right.
These are sisters who were there in the 50s and 60s. And seeing Obama obviously in 08 was one thing.
Right.
But it is different for these sisters, Rebecca, to see a black woman.
It's different because in her we also see ourselves. And you can't take anything from that.
Hold on, you about to hold that thought.
I'm definitely about to hold that thought.
Dave? Can I just get your thoughts, baby?
All right.
Oh, man, look.
No,
I ain't doing that, but I was a witness to history. It was important, and I can't wait to tell you all about it. I'm going to call you in the morning.
Hit me up, baby.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I love you, bro.
Love you, baby. Love you.
All right, now.
Yeah, but he still talks. Bernice King.
Anyway around here.
Oh, hell yeah. This is the blackest show here.
Blackest show in America.
Right. This is the black carpet. We just snatch them as they roll by.
The best blackest show.
Absolutely. Your thoughts on what you just saw tonight?
Hey, I always invoke my mom because I think about that powerful quote she had, the women of the soul, the nation is to be saved. I believe you must become its soul. And I'm thinking about how they started with Biden saying we're here to save. Hey, Sarah, that we're here to save the soul of America. And now look what's happened. A woman is now positioned to take that real leadership. And I'm enthusiastic, but I'm cautiously optimistic, as most of us are.
Before you came up, I was telling Rebecca, when you see these sisters here who are 70, 80, and 90, it's a different thing for them to still be alive to see this.
Yeah, it's definitely different. The suffering and the sacrifice of women. Let's not forget that the movement that my father led was because of women, the Women's Political Council, as you know.
Well, a lot of people forget it was those sisters in Montgomery. It was the women's group in Montgomery.
Women kept it all together, period, throughout the whole thing. They just never got the credit. And so now this.
Well, Joanne Robinson, 8 days after Brown was Board of Education, wrote a letter saying, integrate the buses.
Exactly. So that's how it got started. Now it's our time. That's just a reality. And I think there's a turnaround coming. It's going to be work. Absolutely. But I think the opportunity, the doors, even for dealing with sexism and racism combined we're going to see some changes.
Absolutely.
But we have to be vigilant. And what my father said, I'm telling everybody, I'm trying to disprove him. He said, one of the tragedies still of human history is that the children of darkness are often more zealous and determined than the children of light. And I'm saying, let's turn that around. Let's take this zeal and enthusiasm tonight and turn it around into determination, even past the election, because we have to hold them accountable. Her and Coach Walls, we got to hold them accountable. So thank you.
I appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Rebecca, go ahead and make your point.
So even think about the role that a lot of women have made, like going through the history of the movement. I can't help but think about our HBCUs and specifically the Bennett Bells, because it was the Bennett Bells were voting bells. The reason why I bring this up is I was recently at North Carolina A&T's campus, and I saw the statue of February 1 of the 4 young men who went to desegregate the Woolworth counter, but understanding that it was actually the young women at Bennett College down the road who actually planned and organized it. And unfortunately, that 4 at North Carolina A&T jumped the gun. The reason why I mention that is we know there's a lot of unsung heroes, a lot of unsung sheroes in this movement that has led us to where we're at today. And so as we're meeting with a lot of people tonight, as we're going to continue meeting with a lot of people across the country, we're going to keep hearing all of those stories.
Yes, you are. You camera ready. You heard, I forgot who mentioned tonight about the color girls. This one of them color girls. And so I just got to ask, and we were just talking about black women who are in their 70s and 80s and 90s who went through a whole lot of hell fighting with folk, all the backroom brawls, the white women stepping on their backs, not having their backs, for them to be in the room to witness tonight.
I can barely talk. I mean, seriously, I'm just overwhelmed. I don't think I ever thought I would see a woman. Well, Hillary got nominated, but I have every bone in my body says she's going to win. And we got a lot of work to do. This was wonderful. You know, we're all happy, but we got a lot of work to do, people.
That's it.
That's it. I'm going to a party.
Well, y'all did a hell of a job, and it's now, as you say, it's now time to finish the job.
Yeah, we got to finish the job. She's going to change the world. I have been to every convention since 1980, and I've never seen anything like this, ever. Just the spirit and the joy and people, leaving with a smile on their face. And, it's like the world just changed overnight. So I would like to say thank you to President Biden for doing the right thing.
Well, a lot of us also thank folks like you.
Oh, thanks.
We appreciate it.
Thanks, Roland.
All right.
Bye.
Appreciate it.
Again,
that was, so for folks who don't know, that was Miss Caraway. So when they talk about Mignon Moore, Donna Brazile, Leah Daughtry, and her, that's what the group called the Color Girls. And a lot of people like, man, I ain't never seen these folks. That's who was working behind the scenes, working the system, and again, swinging and fighting and catching hell to create this day.
I sat next to Representative Terry Hodge from Texas. She's 83.
Keep going.
And I was sitting next to her, and it was really interesting to me. I mean, I think I'm surprised that the country has embraced Kamala, because we always knew who she was and is. But when I was watching Terry, I couldn't even watch the speakers because I was looking at her, and she literally had tears running down her eyes the entire time with every speaker. And I was so captivated by it, I just took a picture of it because I wanted to show it. And I asked her, why are you crying? Because everybody here is happy. And she said she never thought she'd see the day. She said she caught hell in the Texas legislature. If we knew the backroom brawls that they were doing for us to be able to be where we are, she actually sat in the seat that Jasmine Crockett now sits in. And so she was just sitting looking and appreciating the work that she did, paved the way and opened up a lane for us to be exactly where Kamala is today.
Michael Coleman, former mayor of Columbus, Ohio. Just your thoughts about tonight.
historic. Our first African American female president of the United States. I'm so excited. It was emotional. It was moving. And, you know, she's going to win this. But you know what? We can't let up. We got to keep going, run through the tape, win this. We have all kinds of opposition or some crazy folks that are coming after her and us. We got to do everything we can to stand up and get that vote out.
Absolutely. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Good to see you. See, I do allow those other fraternity members on the show. I allow them on every now and then.
Hold on.
That's what. Yeah. That's a little.
I know what time it is. They don't even want to give me a mic.
That's a little
energy. They're afraid of it.
I took us where
They're afraid of it.
That's a little okay sign. Y'all okay? Y'all ain't great, but y'all okay. All right. I appreciate it. Thank you. Folks, again, how you doing? One incredible, hell of a night. I'm gonna go down to each one of you. I'll start with Kwame. This week, the one thing that most stood out for you this week.
This week was a moment of history. This week opened up the aperture of leadership. It made so many people see the possibilities, whether they be men, whether they be women, whether they be black, whether they be white, whether they be South Asian. It's so much about opening up the American dream of aspiration, of leadership, of vision, and it is the work of so many black women who have stood on that wall and built that brick by brick, and to see that come to fruition today, it's just beautiful, Roland. I want to thank you again for sharing this whole platform with us so that we can share with America the power of black leadership, the power of black vision, and the power of black joy. So thank you.
Jolanda?
I mean, I ditto what Kwame said. For me, to be a black woman, to be a year and a half younger than her, to have pledged the sorority a year after her, Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, to know what we have known about us forever and how we have had to bolster ourselves to keep us strong because people didn't know who we are. She didn't show us anything that we didn't already know. But what she did do was show America. And I think what America and the world are going to see with Kamala, especially as Commander-in-Chief, I'm going to say this again, especially as Commander-in-Chief, she does not have a penis to swing. She is going to be contemplative. She is going to weigh all the outcomes because that's what black women do with every decision we made. God put her on this planet for this very moment, and America and the world about to see, and other countries, they're not going to mess with us. You could look at that woman and see she's smart as hell. Okay, she's smart. She ain't get nothing for affirmative action. She got it because she earned it. And I'm so thankful for her parents. And I'm so thankful for her. And I'm so thankful for Roland. Because let me be clear. Somebody in this country needs to be unapologetically black. Because people are trying to make us feel like that whatever it is that we earned and we worked hard for, that whatever it is, that it was somehow given to us because we were lesser and it was affirmative action. Now we earned it, and I've been told since I was born by my single mother who was widowed by my father who blew his brains out, that you got to be 4 times better than them. And they going to knock you down, but you got to get back up. And that's what we just saw, and I'm just proud. Look, for the first time in my life, I'm seriously proud to be a goddamn American. I am. A black woman, and I've traveled all over the world. I won 4 United States championships in track and field, and I've represented the United States abroad athletically. But never have I felt so patriotic and so proud to be an American than now. Because people want to go other places. This is the best country, and she just gave us opportunities to be exactly who we are and show them who we are. Because sometimes you got to pop up and show somebody. I have to watch my language.
Joe.
Auntie Maxine talks about reclaiming our time, but what I like this week is that we reclaimed terms. Hero, patriot, USA. That doesn't just belong to them. Actually, those ought to transcend politics. They belong to everybody. And by the way, if you're comparing the two people that are running for president, it belongs to her. She's done the work. She came up in a modest environment. She's always served people. She's always stood in the gap for people that couldn't speak for themselves. And she is built. Kamala Harris is built for this moment. And everything she's done up to this point, when everybody thought that she was just laying back in the cut, not doing a lot as vice president, she was being loyal to her president. But she was standing at the ready, but she was in the room paying attention, getting the experience, getting the knowledge. And now you see it all coming to fruition as if it wasn't already here. But actually it was. And so that's what's beautiful about this week. The Republicans that spoke there, so many of them were talking to their own guys. They said, you don't have to not be a Republican, but just choose your country over party. That's why I'm in the room, and you need to do the same thing.
Derek,
that's right.
Derek, authenticity, Roland. That's what we saw these last 4 days. Authenticity. We can embrace the color of our skin. We can embrace the music. We continue to change. Even the way roll calls were done, it will be never done again the old way. It will be done this way going forward. Authenticity to speak our truth. Authenticity to embrace our excellence, authenticity to demonstrate who we are and be okay. It was authenticity where Barack and Michelle Obama, it was no more this when they go low, we go high. We go and hit you in your mouth, and we're going to show business where it is. We're going to meet you where you are. It was authenticity this week, Roland, and I appreciate you continue to be authentic as well, because the way you displayed who all your panelists were, and when you cut us to the show and back to the show, it was the same way as America needs to see us every day. Every day we embrace our ancestors. Authenticity, brother. I appreciate you.
The question, Monique, was the one thing that stood out the most for you this week.
So the one thing that has occurred to me every day as I came in is the same thing that struck me when President Biden selected then Senator Harris to be his vice presidential running mate and nominee. The full weight of the power of the United States immediately was bestowed upon her because she was provided Secret Service protection. And I remember when those cars came and when they showed them leaving, and my thought was that for circumstances where for generations black women have been, as Malcolm said, unprotected, the United States now is having to protect this one black woman to make sure that the head of the country is safe. We've watched a week full of honorarium and ceremony, yes, but we've also watched a week of righteousness as the Secret Service takes care of this little black girl turned soon to be president of the United States, as all of the officers around here make sure that every corner is protected, as people come in to laud her for her accomplishments and respect her, not disrespect her, but respect her. They insisted that people learn her name this week.
That's right.
So what I felt as a black woman was about damn time that the respect that is due black women be put on full display, not just from individuals, but from the full weight of the United States government. And I think that that is righteous.
Rebecca.
So for me, it was 3 E's. It was high energy, high emotion, and it was high excitement. As a former campaign manager, those are the 3 wins on your back that you need as you're going into an election. We're 76 days?
75.
75 days until November 5th. But the thing is, we're about 18 days until early voting starts in some states. In Pennsylvania, then a few days after that is Virginia, and then on across the country. So what we're seeing is all of the things that need to go right is what's happening behind Kamala Harris's campaign. And so based upon that, if I was going to give a guess tonight after watching what happened this week, I do think that we just saw and we just heard from the 47th president of the United States of America. But Now, not as a campaign manager, what I would say is, as a Black American, it's time for us to make sure that we have our policy agenda and that we're ready to go in January of demanding the things that we need from the 47th president.
We started this day after 3 days. Came here and on Monday, really on Sunday, knowing full well what we expected. But we have to keep in mind, 6 weeks ago, no one expected this. June 27th, there was a debate. And after that, Democrats tarred and feathered President Joe Biden for almost 23 days. And it was a Sunday when he made the decision himself that he was not going to seek re-election. And she was primed in position to actually make the phone calls and lock the nomination down. Knock out all the different people who they said were her potential rivals. But you got to remember, there were people in this party, elites in this party, people who were sitting in that audience, clapping and celebrating and having signs, who did not want Vice President Kamala Harris to be standing here on this day. Let's make no mistakes. Over the last 3 years, these people trashed this woman in media. They used anonymous quotes against her in media. They targeted her in media. They went to President Joe Biden and told him he needed to drop her from this ticket. And he told them, hell no. And then they put the pressure by saying we should have an open convention. I remember all the calls for a mini primary. Let's have a sprint, a series of debates with all the candidates before the convention and make the decision. On that Sunday, one of the first folks she called was President Bill Clinton. And then she called Secretary Hillary Clinton. And they immediately endorsed her. President Barack Obama did not. He called for an open convention. He was late to the party. Nancy Pelosi was late to the party. But all of these people who trashed this woman, who said she wasn't qualified, who said that she was an embarrassment to the ticket, they were all shocked when she locked this thing down in 48 hours. And over the past 6 weeks, what you have seen is a flawless campaign. The selection of her vice president, running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. For 6 weeks, how they've raised more than $600 million. How more than 50,000 people have volunteered in various states across this country. What it says is, when your enemies underestimate you, you show them who you are. And that's exactly what she did. While here, my one thing that stood out the most was on Tuesday night. While the Obamas were here speaking, she was in Milwaukee, packed out an arena in Milwaukee. How do you pack out an arena 80 miles away and you leave an arena 20,000 people on the same night? That shows you what we're seeing in this country with the enthusiasm. And let's be perfectly clear. There are people who still do not believe in her. There are men who do not believe in her. There are women who do not believe in her. But there are more of us, if we do the work, who can actually make her president. And if we do the work in Michigan, and Pennsylvania, and Nevada, and Arizona, and Georgia, and North Carolina, and in Wisconsin, and extend that to Florida and Texas, we can stop these MAGA nuts. We can stop these Republicans. In Texas, the DA in Tarrant County is still pursuing Crystal Mason. Almost 7 years after she voted, they're trying to make an example out of that black woman. So we must understand that evil is in front of us. And if we are going to stop evil, it is going to require people of conscience to stand up and use their power. And so if it means you sitting your friends down and saying, we're not going to hoop today, or we're not going to sit here and play music today, or we're not going to sit here and just have brunch and drinks today and talk about why it's important for us to support her, that's what we have to do. We also have to understand that everybody has a role. You don't have to be most knowledgeable about stuff. Yesterday, we had a brother, 12 years old, who was going around this convention giving racist Charlie Kirk and Mike Lindell others hell. Now, if a 12-year-old black boy from Atlanta could be breaking down public policy, I know some of y'all grown-ass people watching and listening could be doing the exact same thing. And so now is not the time for any excuses. Now is not the time to say I can't. Now is not the time to say, well, I've gone through some stuff. Now is not the time to say, well, you know what, the couch is an option. Because I'm going to tell y'all what I said in 2008 when it came to Obama. And this is real simple. If you don't vote, shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear complaints about roads and bridges, and I don't want to hear y'all yelling tangibles, because the reality is you can't get something before they win. You can only get it if they win. And let's be clear. If she wins, then our job is to also demand a return on our investment, which is what our job is. I want to say this and close this out. Today, doing this show has been difficult because we talk about all of the sisters in the joy today. And for me, one of those didn't see the show today. So this morning, about 7:30 in the morning, my brother called me to say that my second sister had died this morning. And so this is her right here. So her 4 daughters, who we raised. And so my parents, who are 77, don't have their daughter. But understand, the work that we do, she died at 49, but the work that we do is also for her 4 daughters and for my nieces, the youngest who are 21. And so when we talk about voting, we talk about using our power, it ain't for all of us today. It's for these sisters who can't vote today. Because understand, if Donald Trump wins and Clarence Thomas and Sam Alito retires, he will appoint young Supreme Court justices who will be on that bench 40 years from now. That means if there's a 10-year-old black girl somewhere in America, they will be justices until those girls are 60. And so if you are saying, I don't know what I'm going to do, then you better understand that your vote today is impacting somebody who can't even vote today. And so my sister Kenya can't vote. She's now gone on to glory. But if you are still here and breathing, now Jimmy Carter said this. Jimmy Carter been in hospice for I don't know how long. He went in hospice before Rosalynn Carter, and Rosalynn passed away. But Jimmy Carter told his grandson who spoke here, he said, I'm holding on as long as I can so I can vote for Kamala. Now, if a man who was in hospice, who's almost 100, can do that, some of y'all who are in your 20s and 30s and 40s and 50s can do the exact same thing. And so we want to be here. We told y'all we were going to show you as much blackness as possible. And we told you that you're going to see more black people in one day than you see on MSNBC, CNN, ABC, Fox, NBC, ABC all damn week. And we did that. And we did it because you needed to hear from our people. We showed you every black speaker. Because the other networks, when the black folks came to the microphone, they switched to something else. So you have witnessed for 4 days why black-owned media matters. And we've done that because in this city, when Ida B. Wells Barnett paper burned down, and she married Fred Barnett, who owned the paper here, that's how she kept doing her thing. Robert Abbott, the Chicago Defender, in this city. John H. Johnson, Negro Digest, Ebony, Jet, in this city. Lerone Bennett, Simeon Booker, Louis Martin. You think about the Defender, Ethel Payne, Chuck Stone. Long history when it comes to the black press. And so we should never, ever take a back seat to the rest of the folks. Because see, on the inside, CNN and all the networks, they got their big booths, and they spent millions. But I can guarantee you, they ain't have all this seasoning and all this flavor. You heard from some folks they didn't have. And that's what happens when black-owned media is present and accounted for. And so we're going to travel this country. You're going to see us in North Carolina, in Georgia. You're going to see us traveling the country, taking a show on the road, hearing from you and getting your thoughts and perspectives. And yes, we will be unapologetic. We will be clear. And I had somebody say, well, Roland, but you should be an objective journalist. Let me be real clear. Rupert Murdoch ain't objective. Fox News not objective. And so when you own it, you can do what you do. Our goal is to put this sister in the White House. And so we want you to do your part as well. So let me thank everybody who's been a panelist this week. Let me thank our crew, everybody who's been on our crew for great work as well. We start today at 5 p.m. We cover stuff in the daytime, and we're going to keep being unapologetic, bringing you the news that nobody else wants to, but your support is also critical for the work that we do. And so we want you to join our Bring the Funk fan club. Send your check and money order to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. Cash App, $ RM Unfiltered. PayPal, or Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle, Roland at RolandSMartin.com. Roland at RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. Don't forget, download the Black Star Network app. Apple phone, Android phone, Apple TV, Android TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Xbox One, Samsung Smart TV. We're back in D.C. tomorrow. We're going to take y'all phone calls because I don't feel like doing no damn work tomorrow. So, and again, I hope y'all enjoyed this. Tonight, we simulcast this on TV One Cable Network. And so shout out to Michelle Rice, Alfred Liggins, Kathy Hughes. They hit me up and they said, hey, we want to simulcast. So we appreciate that as well. I want to thank all of you. Y'all been supporting us. Y'all been thanking us. And so you see how black folks do this. They will come, and this happens all around the country. They will sit here and give me their money on the spot, and trust me, it will be used. It will be used.
Roland Martin.
I appreciate it, brother. I appreciate it. So, and this gonna pay for half of the gas for Deshaun to drive our equipment back to Chicago. So again, thank all of y'all. We appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Support Black-owned media, and y'all know how we always sign off when we're done. Y'all know how we do that, right? Okay, y'all gotta do it with me. 1, 2, 3.